Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Nika Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Aura System Quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. All men are not created equal. Midoriya Izuku learned this cruel lesson at the young age of 4, when his hopes of developing a quirk like his best friend were crushed by 7 harsh words. I'm sorry kid, it's not gonna happen. The doctor's callous delivery of the news had left him devastated. He wasn't a late bloomer, he was never going to develop a quirk like the other kids, but he still wanted to be a hero. That was his dream. He wouldn't let being quirkless stop him from becoming a hero. As long as his mom still believed in him and Kaken still wanted to be heroes with him, then he'd be just fine. Their opinions were the only ones that really mattered to him. But they didn't. All his mom could do was hug him and apologize, and Kaken was so angry when he found out that Izuku was quirkless. Well, maybe nobody believed he could be a hero without a quirk, but he couldn't let that stop him. He'd keep trying to become a hero. He'd prove to his mom and Kaken that he could do it. He'd just have to work really hard. Then maybe his mom would stop giving him sad looks every time he wrote in his hero analysis for the future books. And then maybe Kaken would stop calling him useless. Determination pushed Izuku forward as he dedicated most of his time towards writing in his journals, constantly absorbing anything related to heroes or quirks that he could get his hands on and writing down anything that he thought might help him in the future. At 5 years old he had the reading comprehension of a kid twice his age due to his obsessive studying, although his handwriting was incredibly messy and he still struggled with pronouncing larger words, something made even worse when Kaken accidentally knocked out his 2 front teeth at school during playtime and left him with a lisp. By 5.5, he had already filled out 3 full journals. Of course, a good third of the entries were about All Might and they were barely legible, but it was still impressive nonetheless. If only his mom thought so too. She always looked so sad whenever she saw him writing in his hero journals. He didn't like seeing her sad, so he began hiding his journals away from her, only bringing them out while in his room, where he currently had a fresh journal laid out in front of him. Logging into his HeroTube account on his computer, Izuku eagerly looked up a new quirk documentary that he'd been waiting all day to watch. The documentary was supposed to go over a historical timeline of quirks, starting in the pre-quirk era and then ending with the present day. He loved reading and watching things that talked about the pre-quirk era. It was so cool learning about what people without quirks were able to do back then. Back when quirkless didn't mean useless. Izuku excitedly hit the play button on his computer and the documentary began. There was a swell of music and the title appeared, a complete timeline of the history and mysteries of quirks. Quirks. Today they're a part of everyday life, your coworkers, your family, even random strangers you pass on the street, they all have quirks and we don't pay them much mind, we've gotten used to the extraordinary. However, that wasn't always the case. Less than 200 years ago, the idea of superpowers in everyday life was absurd. It was a common fantasy, but it was considered impossible. That all changed the day a baby was born, one that glowed with a golden light. Nobody could explain it, but soon enough more powers began to emerge and the fact that these abilities existed could no longer be covered up or considered a hoax. The quirkless masses began developing opinions on these powers. Many panicked and conspiracy theories sprung up, stating that these abilities were curses or a disease or even a sign of the apocalypse, but there were also those that believed these powers to be divine blessings or even magic. Of course, we now know that this was simply the next step in human evolution, although our records are shaky regarding how long quirks have actually existed for. A common belief among scientists is that quirks only began to manifest within the last 200 years. After all, if people with quirks were being born in hospitals, then surely we would have noticed them a lot sooner. However, others in the scientific community believe that the glowing baby merely exposed quirk users to the rest of the world, that they'd already been living amongst us for generations, maybe even centuries. One such study proposes that the witches that were executed in the Salem witch trials were in fact quirk users, that instances of magic, psychics, and medical miracles were actually quirk users that were either trying to discreetly use their quirks and slipped up or used their abilities to make money and let people believe their abilities were fake. Izuku's hand stilled as he looked up from his notes and saw that images of news articles about various supernatural phenomena had popped up on the screen, some of which were even dated as far back as the 1700s. Were these occurrences actually just quirk users? Or could they really be dash? While there's no discernible proof that this study is correct, it does seem much more likely than the existence of actual magic or psychic abilities that didn't come from quirks. This study also cites the likelihood of people like Albert Einstein and Stephen Hawking having intelligence quirks, their IQs were so great that it just seems impossible that they were quirkless. Izuku frowned at that assumption. Why couldn't quirkless people be smart? There were accounts of really smart people all throughout history, they couldn't all have had intelligence quirks, right? As the documentary continued, it went on to discredit the achievements of the quirkless generations and showed more and more of its bias towards strong and useful quirks while Izuku grew more and more uncomfortable. It got to the point where he actually ended up turning off the documentary 2/3 of the way through. He wouldn't usually quit reading or watching something just because he didn't like it or found it confusing. He needed every advantage possible to become a hero without a quirk, and knowledge was power, right? But he couldn't just sit and listen to that JRK of a narrator bash the quirkless like that. With a frown on his face, Izuku went over all his notes and found himself coming back to the words magic and psychic abilities. Eventually, he decided to circle them and wrote real or fake underneath. That was the one part of the documentary that had piqued his curiosity. Powers that weren't quirks? He really wanted to find out more about these powers. Were they real, or was the study right about them just being early examples of quirk users? And if these powers really were real, then maybe he could learn how to use one of them? Izuku, dinner, he heard his mum call out. Reluctantly, he closed his notebook and went to join his mum. He'd have to wait until tomorrow to start his research. What kind of things can magic do, he wondered absent-mindedly. Psychic powers were probably pretty close to psychic-type quirks like his mum's, but he didn't really know anything about magic. He knew that emitter quirks got compared to magic a lot, but what did that mean exactly? How were they similar? Could magic make explosions like Kaken? Or make him super strong like All Might? Izuku. But if these powers were really like quirks, then did that mean he had to be born with them and couldn't just learn how to use them? If people had to be born with magic or psychic powers, would they just get mistaken for quirks? Izuku. He looked up to see Inko waving her hand in front of his face. Your dinner's going to go cold if you keep staring at it, sweetie. What are you thinking so hard about anyway? His mother smiled at him fondly. For a moment, Izuku considered lying to her. She'd get sad again if he told her the truth, but it couldn't hurt to ask her what she thought, right? She didn't have to know why he was interested in these powers. I was just wondering. I was watching this Quirk Duciu documentary and it talked about magic and psychics. Izuku looked down at his dinner and began poking at it with his chopsticks. He didn't want to see that sad look on his mum's face if she figured out why he was interested in this. It said they were probably just quirks, but what if they were real? What do you think? Inko hummed thoughtfully and Izuku chanced to glance up. She didn't look sad. She was scrunching her face up just like he did when he was thinking really hard about something. I don't know, Izuku, I guess it's possible. I mean, your grandpa always used to tell me that every story has some truth to it, so maybe, his mum admitted, still looking thoughtful. It'd be cool if they really were real though, right? He asked. Inko looked up and smiled at him fondly. Of course it would be, sweetie, but you should probably finish your dinner, you've got school tomorrow. Izuku nodded before he ate a mouthful of his food. It's cold, he exclaimed. His mum giggled softly. I did warn you. The next morning Izuku got ready with an excited bounce in his step. He couldn't wait to look up magic and psychics on his computer after school. He was so excited, in fact, that when he got to school he completely ignored Kaken as he sat down in their classroom, eager to get the day over with as soon as possible. Kaken did not like that. He stomped over and roughly shoved Izuku out of his seat, causing him to fall to the floor and hit his head. Why are you so happy, Deku? He yelled angrily. Izuku held a hand to his throbbing head and sniffled as tears began to blur his vision. Why are you being so mean, Kaken? You're supposed to be my friend, he cried. Humph, why would I be friends with a quirkless Deku like you? Kaken scoffed and leveled Izuku with a glare that made him flinch before stomping away to his seat. The harsh words of his supposed best friend were far more painful than his throbbing head, causing the tears to finally fall, and Izuku remained on the floor, crying quietly, until their teacher arrived and came over to him. Tanaka-sensei sighed as he helped Izuku to his feet. Midoriya, we've talked about this, if you can't handle playing rough with the other kids and their quirks, then you need to stop playing with them. Come on, let's take you to the nurse. Izuku tried to tell him that that wasn't what had happened, but Tanaka-sensei just shushed him and addressed the rest of the class. I'm gonna take Midoriya to the nurse, again. He muttered the last bit under his breath and Izuku was pretty sure he wasn't supposed to hear that part. Please behave until I get back, he finished before guiding Izuku out of the classroom and towards the familiar door of the nurse's office. Tanaka-sensei left him with the nurse, who patched him up while lecturing him about getting into another fight, and Izuku didn't bother correcting her. He knew she wouldn't listen to him. By the end of the day he was sore and miserable. He loved learning, but ever since his diagnosis, school was quickly becoming a place where he wanted to spend as little time as possible. The sooner he could get home the better. When he finally got home, Izuku used his key to get inside since his mom was still at work. Thankfully he'd managed to dodge Kaken on his way home, so he didn't have any fresh injuries to clean up and he could go straight to his computer to start his research. Izuku pulled out his notebook from last night and began typing his questions into the search engine. He asked all the obvious questions. Are psychics real? Is magic real? Proof that there were real psychics. Proof of magic. But most of the answers that were given to his questions were corrections saying, "Did you mean this famous quirk? Did you mean psychic quirks?" etc. He must have sat at his computer for hours trying to find any articles or books about real instances of supernatural phenomena, but nothing promising came up. However, none of the articles he read offered any proof that there weren't any real supernatural powers. Every article that addressed the old stories of magic and psychics just claimed that they had to be the result of quirk use, but offered no explanation or sources for their claims, which gave Izuku some hope. Unfortunately, Inko eventually came home and forced him to take a shower, then fed him dinner and, before he knew it, it was time for bed and he'd made no real progress. Izuku wouldn't give up though, he'd just have to try again tomorrow. For the next several months Izuku would go straight to his computer after school, coming up with more and more ways to word his questions to try and get the search engine to give him something relevant. He would go dozens of pages deep into his searches and the closest he'd gotten to what he was looking for were pre-Quirk era movies and TV shows that explored the supernatural, but, as cool as some of those were, they were fictional and he was looking for facts. It wasn't until Inko confronted him about his excessive amount of computer time that he made any progress. When he told her that he was trying to research something from the pre-Quirk era and that he was having trouble finding what he was looking for, she had suggested that he try going to the library. The library is probably the best place to go to for pre-Quirk era books, she explained. I'm happy to let you go after school as long as you get home before 6. Izuku happily agreed to the curfew and the next morning he packed his notebook with him so he could go straight into research mode as soon as school let out. The ticking of the clock in his classroom rang in his ears all day as he waited impatiently for the school day to be over, something that Kaken had noticed. In order to avoid a confrontation, Izuku opted to run to the library, only slowing down once the building was in his sights. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Izuku entered the building and marveled at all the books. The library was certainly not the biggest in the prefectures, but it was absolutely huge to the almost 6-year-old Izuku. It would take him weeks, maybe months to go through all these books. While Izuku was coming up with a plan to tackle all of the books, a librarian had noticed him and asked him if he needed any help. Do you have any books on magic or psychics?" Izuku asked. The librarian smiled at him and answered, "Of course we do," before guiding him towards a shelf in the children's section that had several books about magic tricks and tarot card reading. Izuku frowned, but he didn't want to be rude so he mustered up a big smile and thanked the librarian, who nodded and returned to the front desk. Once she was out of sight, Izuku started roaming through the bookshelves trying to find the non-fiction section. Of course, once he had found the non-fiction section he was faced with his first obstacle. The books were organized alphabetically by author, not title, which meant he couldn't just go to the MS for magic or the PS for psychics. He'd have to go shelf by shelf and read every title and blurb until he found the books that were relevant to his search. He could try using the library's online catalog to search for books, but if he'd learned anything these last few months it was that, even if you knew exactly what you were looking for, search engines weren't always helpful, never mind if your search was super vague. No, he didn't think that the catalog would narrow down his search enough to be helpful and he didn't want to potentially skip over any useful books. He needed to be thorough. Starting with the As, he read every title and blurb as he went. At some point he grabbed a basket and put any books he thought were promising in it so he could check them out. He was about a third of the way through the As before he decided that he had enough books to go through for the time being. He noted down what part of the As he was up to before hauling his basket of 10 rather thick books to the front desk. The librarian from before eyed his books dubiously. "Are you sure you want those books, kid? They might be pretty hard for you to read." Izuku nodded. "Yes, I'm sure, I really like reading these kinds of books." Which was the truth. He loved history, quirked or pre-quirked, it was all fascinating, and the books on those topics were usually pretty thick just like these ones. The librarian sighed. "All right then, do you have a library card?" she asked him. No? Can I get one though?" he asked nervously. Of course he could always note down the titles of the books he wanted to read and come to the library to read them after school, but it would be so much easier if he could just check them out and read them at home. "Does your mother have a library card with us?" the librarian asked, sounding exasperated. Izuku thought for a moment, But he honestly didn't know for sure. He probably should have asked her before he left. He could have borrowed her card if she did have one. The librarian sighed again. Kid, do you know your mother's name? Oh, sorry. Yes, it's, Midoriya Inko, he answered. All right then, please give me one moment. The librarian began typing on her computer and after a few minutes she clicked on something. There we are, Midoriya Inko, she's been a card holder for 10 years. All right kid, I can issue you a card on your mother's account since you're too young to have one of your own. Sound good? She explained. Yes, thank you so much. Izuku beamed at her. Izuku was asked his full name and within 10 minutes he had a shiny new library card with his name on it. His books were all checked out and he was able to get home 5 minutes before his curfew. His mum had just started cooking dinner when he walked through the front door and she happily greeted him, asking him how the library was. It was great mum. There were so many books, he told her, rambling about how cool the library was for almost 20 minutes before Inko finally sent him to wash up for dinner. It didn't take long for Izuku to develop a routine as he became engrossed in his research. In the early morning he would get up to do some quirk analysis before school and then bring 2 notebooks with him for the day, one for noting down any cool quirks he saw and the other for his research at the library. After school he'd either head home to read the books he'd checked out or he'd head to the library to get more. In the early evening he'd wash up and eat dinner with his mum, then read a bit in bed before it was lights out. Rinse and repeat. During the first 2 months of his library searches most of the books he read were interesting, but ultimately useless. He learned pretty quickly that most spell books for practicing Wiccas were either completely fake or that spells were more like ritual prayers that didn't actually do anything, while the few books he had found regarding psychics were similar in that they didn't offer anything more than party tricks and false promises. Of course, if all of the instructions in these books actually worked then magic and psychics would have been much more common back in the pre-quirk era. Throughout his searches he discovered other powers that were in a similar vein to what he was looking for. Chakra, chi, aura, and something about a third eye in people's minds? There were so many books with vague instructions on how to use these abilities, but none of them worked no matter how much Izuku tried the techniques the books contained. There was one thing that stood out to him though, one thing that many of these books had in common. Almost every single book that contained instructions recommended meditation as a way to help unlock these abilities. That had to mean something, right? So, since there was no harm in it, Izuku added a short meditation to his morning routine and one just before bed for good measure. Although, while it certainly became a useful way to help him clear his jumbled thoughts, it didn't magically make any of the techniques work for him. But he wasn't going to give up. The only other common piece of advice was to be patient. None of these abilities were supposed to be easy to learn, they were an art form that required patience and discipline to master. So he'd be patient. He still had his quirk analysis for the future if he couldn't find a way to use any of the abilities he was studying. After all, there was a good reason these powers were thought to only exist in stories. Over the next year and a half Izuku would become a regular at the Muzutofo library and during that time the librarian, whose name he learned was Nakamura Kasumi, had grown somewhat fond of him as well, affectionately calling him a weird kid and even wishing him happy birthday when he turned 7. Eventually, he had shown enough maturity that Nakamura had allowed him into a special part of the library which housed their oldest and most treasured books. They had been very well preserved during the pre-quirk era and then further restored and preserved by quirks over the years so it was safe to read through them without having to worry that they'd crumple to dust. However, only card holders with special permission from the head librarian could access this area because they didn't want random people or worse kids disrespecting the ancient books. Nakamura had seen how polite and respectful he was of the books though, so despite the fact that he was only 7, she allowed him into the restricted area. He was told in no uncertain terms, however, that those books weren't to leave the library. He was fine with that though, he could just take notes on any techniques that looked like they'd be worth trying. And take notes he did. The books in the restricted section were much more promising than any of the ones he'd read out in the main library. One contained an amazing collection of unexplained supernatural phenomena throughout the years, citing sources and even having photographs of the news articles they were referencing. He was even able to look up some of these instances on the library computer now that he had specific dates and locations to work with. All in all, this one book seemed the most convincing out of any of them that, whatever or whoever was behind these occurrences, there was something supernatural to them. Another book in particular caught his attention after several weeks of perusing the restricted section, a thick, dusty tome that looked like it hadn't been touched in years. It was titled, Aura Manipulation, A Guide for Future Masters, and in its introductory chapter it explained that aura was the life force of all living things, that everyone had aura within them and could train themselves to use it if they had the patience to learn how. The beginner techniques outlined within the first few chapters immediately drew Izuku's interest. Unlike the previous books he'd read with instructions and false promises, this one at least seemed to be a comprehensive guide. It had warnings on almost every page about how dangerous it was to overuse aura and little tips to make learning easier. It didn't sugarcoat how long and hard the training itself would be and seemed to take itself seriously in a way the other books hadn't. If it was a hoax like the others, then it was a really detailed one. He ended up transcribing all of Chapter 1 into his notebook, completely filling it up, not wanting to miss a single detail. The first chapter was mostly breathing exercises and meditation instructions, however the book specified that these were essential for learning the first technique, the ability to sense auras. According to the book, anyone wanting to learn how to manipulate aura needed to first learn how to sense it. Meditation was the best way to accomplish this, as it would help to open up his senses and focus his mind. When Izuku went home that day, he couldn't help the hopeful feeling that accompanied him as he made plans to try out these new techniques. Over the next 2 months he had done as the book instructed, practicing the breathing exercises and attempting to sense his mother's aura. He would leave the library early in order to get home before his mother and would camp out in his room, trying to sense her arriving home from work before she unlocked the door. For weeks he would be jolted out of his meditations by the sudden sounds of Inko opening the front door and announcing that she was home, leaving him disappointed by his failure. But not tonight. After 2 years of researching powers beyond quirks, Izuku felt a pulse in his mind and snapped out of his meditation mere seconds before he heard the telltale sounds of his mother unlocking the front door. He'd known she was there before she'd even made a sound. Did I just? From his position on the floor, Izuku stared at his bedroom door in stunned silence as he heard his mother enter their apartment. Was it just a coincidence, or had he actually sensed her aura? Had he finally found something that worked? "Izuku, are you home?" Inko called out as she knocked on his door, bringing him out of his thoughts. "Yeah, Mom." Izuku scrambled to his feet to greet his mother and found himself excitedly flinging his arms around her. "Whoa, Izuku, careful or you'll knock me over." Inko laughed and returned the hug. "Is everything okay, sweetie? Did something happen?" she asked, continuing to squeeze him tightly. As excited as he was, Izuku knew he couldn't tell her about his breakthrough yet, not when he couldn't be sure if it was real or not, so he simply shook his head and squeezed her back. "I'm just really happy," he told her honestly. Inko smiled at him. "I'm glad you're happy, sweetheart, but I think you'll be even happier when you find out what I'm making for dinner." Jumping out of the hug, Izuku stared at his mum with stars in his eyes. "Katsudon?" "Yep." His mum chuckled, moving towards the kitchen as she lifted up her groceries bags and showed off the ingredients she had bought, knowing that Izuku would follow. "Yes." Izuku cheered as he followed his mum into the kitchen. "Best day ever." With a belly full of katsudon, Izuku bid his mum good night and headed to his room. He was only supposed to read for half an hour and then go to sleep. His mum would always check on him to make sure, but how was he supposed to sleep? He needed to research. He needed to test this new technique again and find out for sure whether what happened earlier was real or just his imagination. Izuku grabbed his notebook and sat down on his bed, flipping to the notes he'd taken on Chapter 2. When first attempting to sense aura, you will find it may take months, possibly years before you are able to open your senses. Don't be discouraged by a lack of progress. After all, this is an art that requires patience and discipline to master. However, once your senses have awakened for the first time, you may feel a tingling sensation or a pulse in your mind when someone is entering your senses range. With enough practice, that sensation will become visual as you will be able to see a person's aura glowing in your mind's eye, allowing you to see them even with your eyes closed. The stronger the aura or the more familiar you are with a person, the easier it will be to sense them. Whereas the weaker the aura, the harder it will be to sense. Much like trying to see the smallest of creatures, you will need to be very close to the weak aura to sense it, and even then you might not be able to if your senses aren't yet strong enough. Izuku noted down the pulse he had felt as described in the book and realized that the pulse hadn't told him it was his mother. It had felt more like a pull in the direction of the front door, but it wasn't a physical pull, more like his attention had been pulled in that direction. Logically, he knew that he couldn't just assume that he'd succeeded in sensing aura. It could have easily been one of his natural senses that subconsciously noticed his mother getting home before his brain could process it. It might have even been his internal clock knowing exactly what time Inko normally gets home, the same way the human body will wake up a minute before a wake-up alarm goes off because it's used to the routine. The only way to know for sure would be to test it again and again until he was certain, starting with tonight. Izuku sat cross-legged on his bed, placing his noise-canceling headphones over his ears, and closed his eyes. He purposely avoided looking at the time before settling into his meditation, not wanting to know how much time he had left until his mum came in and checked on him. He let his breathing even out and tried to focus on finding his mum's aura. He didn't know how long he sat there, his hearing and vision completely cut off while he tried to sense his mother's aura, but after a while he felt that same pulse in his mind directing his attention to where he knew his door was. His eyes snapped open just in time to see his door handle turn and Inko's face peek through the now open door. His mum gave him an amused look as she eyed his notebook. "Come on Izuku, I know you like studying, but you have to go to bed sweetie." Izuku nodded as he placed his headphones and notebook on his desk. "I know Mum, I just really needed to finish this, there's no way I could sleep if I didn't," he explained, excitement seeping into his voice. "But you finished now?" Izuku nodded again, emphasizing that he really was done for the night by tucking himself in underneath his blanket. "All right, I believe you." She came over and kissed him on his forehead. "Good night sweetie," she said as she left his room and closed the door behind her, trusting him to go to sleep. He couldn't deny being tempted to grab his notebook and continue his tests, but he didn't want to get in trouble if his mum came back to check on him again and found him still awake. So, with a little flare of hope beginning to grow within him, he let his head burrow into his pillows and tried to fall asleep, already thinking of more tests he could do tomorrow. Izuku had an entire weekend ahead of him to test whether this aura-sensing ability was real or not, and he couldn't wait to start. He began by meditating as soon as he woke up, knowing his mum would come to get him for breakfast if he took too long getting out of bed, which was exactly what he wanted. Once again, after several minutes of nothing, he felt the pulse and the pull of his senses towards his bedroom door only moments before Inko knocked and called for him to come eat his breakfast. Barely saying a word to his mother beyond thanking her for the food, Izuku wolfed down his breakfast and then immediately returned to his room to write down some of his observations. First of all, he did seem to be feeling something before his mother had made her presence known each time, a pulse and a pull, like something trying to get his attention. However, he only seemed to be feeling that pull when she was right outside his door, barely a warning at all. Still, he'd only done 2 tests, which wasn't enough to prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that he was really sensing his mother, but it was enough to spark his curiosity and give him a reason to keep testing this until he was sure. And that's what he did. Every day, every chance he got for the next several weeks, he'd completely deprive himself of his other senses while he tried to sense his mother's aura. His second observation was proven true, as he was only able to sense her when she got really close and, even though they had neighbors, he wasn't able to sense any of them, only his mother. He hadn't been able to see her aura yet, still only feeling the pulsing sensation in his mind, but, according to the notes he'd taken from the book, that was completely normal. You had to crawl before you could walk after all. Something was clicking in his brain, he couldn't deny that, but it still wasn't enough. He knew his mother too well. He could still be subconsciously predicting her movements without realizing it. He didn't want to get his hopes up only to have them dashed. He needed to be thorough. He needed to be sure. He thought about trying to sense Kaken's aura. He was definitely strong, so he must have a strong aura, and he was familiar too, so if Izuku really was able to sense auras, Kaken would be a good test subject. But what the hell do you think you're doing, Deku? You think you can ignore me? Are you looking down on me? That probably wouldn't end well, so back to square one. He needed to practice on someone familiar or strong. He could go find a hero fight and try to sense their movements, however meditating near a hero fight also wasn't a great idea. So that meant it had to be someone he was familiar with, and he didn't have many people like that he'd also be comfortable meditating around. His classmates would sooner hurt him than leave him to meditate in peace, and his aunt and uncle had Kaken around, so he already knew that was a bad idea. But who did that really leave him with? Nakamura-san. Sure, he'd only known her for roughly 2 years, but that was familiar enough, right? And the library would be a good place to practice too. Most of the library goers wouldn't bother trying to disturb him, and maybe there'd be some stronger auras there that he could try and sense. As soon as school let out the next day, he booked it for the library, just barely managing to evade Kaken and his tagalongs. He'd been too happy at school, and Kaken hadn't liked that. He'd thought Izuku was laughing at him and got really angry about it. Thankfully, he'd avoided the beatdown that Kaken had promised to give him. He'd probably get it tomorrow, but that was a problem for future Izuku. Present Izuku had a theory to test. He walked through the sliding glass doors and waved at Nakamura-san as he passed by the reception desk before he began looking for an isolated spot where he could set himself up. After a few minutes of searching, Izuku found a small corner near the entrance where several beanbags had been nestled between 3 bookcases and the wall, creating a little pocket of privacy. The library had several little spots like this. Some had chairs, some had a couch, and this one had beanbags. It was also the closest to Nakamura. What he did next was a little awkward, but he grabbed a beanbag and then spun around in place with his eyes closed until he had no idea which way he was facing. He waited until he got his balance back to place the beanbag down and sat half on it and half on the floor with his legs crossed. Now that he had no idea which way Nakamura-san was, he'd be able to trust the results of this test a little more. He began by putting his headphones on, then with the breathing exercises he'd been doing each time, and finally he let his thoughts fall away as he tried to focus only on sensing Nakamura-san. He sat there in complete silence for who knows how long before he felt the pull again. Behind him. He quickly turned around, opening his eyes to see Nakamura standing near the entrance to his little corner with a trolley full of books. Hey Nakamura-san, you scared me, he greeted her as he took his headphones off. Nakamura chuckled. Yeah, you seemed like you were completely checked out, kid. She didn't wait for his reply as she entered the little book nook and began shelving the books she'd brought with her. I wasn't checked out, I was meditating. It's totally different. He pouted. Volume kid, she scolded him. Sorry Nakamura-san, Izuku apologized sheepishly. It's alright kid, I'm just teasing you. She laughed, ruffling his hair as she passed him. So, how was your day? Looking up at Nakamura, he couldn't help the excited smile that stretched across his face as he answered, it was really good. He had actually managed to sense where she was. He hadn't been able to see or hear her, he couldn't have known which direction she'd be in, but he'd known where she was. This might actually be real. It took Izuku several weeks of repeatedly testing his newfound aura sense to be fully convinced that it was real, that he wasn't just imagining it, but now he no longer had any doubts. After nearly 3 whole years of researching with very little to show for it, Izuku had almost started to lose hope that he would ever find any proof of the supernatural, much less something he could actually use, yet that was exactly what he had found. For now he could sense auras while meditating, but only if an aura was strong or belonged to someone he was familiar with and they had to be within his range, a 3-meter radius. However, according to the book, this ability would grow stronger if he continued to practice, which meant it wouldn't always be so limited. And that didn't even cover half the things that aura was apparently capable of. He'd read ahead a few chapters and some of the abilities that aura users could tap into would be perfect for heroics. Unfortunately, it seemed like it would take him years to learn how to use them, let alone master them. And he couldn't even begin to try learning any of those abilities until he learned to see aura. He was still limited to only being able to sense aura, and if he wanted to learn more then he needed to be able to see it. And the only way he'd be able to do that was to keep practicing every day, which was easier said than done. Progress was slow, so slow in fact that he'd go weeks, sometimes months at a time without any improvement, and by the time his 8th birthday came around all he'd managed to do was increase his range to a 5-meter radius. After another 3 months went by without any progress, Izuku knew that he couldn't just keep meditating at the library where people rarely came within his range, he needed to find somewhere busier. Izuku spent the next few days trying to find a new location to practice in. He needed somewhere he could meditate without being disturbed, but was also fairly crowded, the more people the better. Eventually, he settled on a nearby park that was fairly crowded in the afternoons and went over as soon as school let out the next day. There were lots of younger kids on the playground when Izuku arrived, their parents sitting on the park benches talking amongst themselves. He also saw a small group of teenagers hanging around and some adults doing yoga together. Thankfully, he didn't recognize any of his classmates amongst the park goers, so he didn't have to worry about being harassed while he was meditating. Looking around, Izuku found a nice, shady tree near the playground and cleared a space for himself before settling into a comfortable position. He closed his eyes and began trying to sense the auras of the people around him. With some luck, at least a few of the adults would have auras that were strong enough for him to sense. Almost immediately though, a feeling of intense pressure caused Izuku to let out a pained gasp as his eyes snapped open and he clutched at his head. What the heck was that? He'd never experienced anything like that before. Sure, using his aura sense could leave him tired after using it for hours on end, but it had never hurt before. The pain quickly subsided and Izuku grabbed his notebook to try and figure out what had just happened. The most obvious explanation he could come up with was that there were too many people around and he'd been overwhelmed by sensing all their auras at once, but that couldn't be the case. He didn't know any of these people and they couldn't all have strong auras, that wasn't possible. The aura guide had stated that strong auras were very uncommon in untrained civilians, so the odds of all of these kids and their parents having strong auras was very unlikely, but the only other explanation was that he'd somehow progressed far enough in his training to be able to sense people with average auras without needing to be familiar with them. Had he really come that far without realizing it? Then again, he'd really only been practicing trying to sense his mom and Nakamura-san. The people he'd managed to sense at the library had been so few and far between that he'd just assumed those random people had stronger auras, but what if he'd actually started sensing people with average auras within these last 2 months? Maybe he wasn't as stuck as he'd thought. For the time being, Izuku decided to shelve the idea of going to the park to train his aura. He had tried to open up his senses again after some of the parents had taken their kids home, but repeatedly trying to sense the 8 people that remained at the park had left him with a throbbing headache for the rest of the day. Too many auras causes sensory overload, he noted down in his journal. The next day Izuku went back to the library, but decided to set himself up in a different location. He already knew he could sense Nakamura-san, and he knew that his little beanbag spot wasn't the most popular given that very few people actually entered his range whilst he was using it, so a location that got more foot traffic seemed like the way to go. After looking around for a bit, he chose a spot in the young adult fiction section, a little corner with a 2-seater couch tucked into it. There were only 2 shelves hiding this spot away, so it was a little more open than his usual spot, however that was fine with him. He knew from Nakamura-san that this was a popular section, so he'd likely have many visitors looking for books from the shelves near him or hoping that the spot was empty so they could have it for themselves. He was practically guaranteed to sense a good variety of auras. Putting his noise-canceling headphones on, Izuku sat cross-legged on the couch and let his aura sense take over. The aura of someone a few meters away pinged in his mind. He remembered passing them on the way to this new spot, a student studying something using their laptop. He knew exactly what direction they were in, but he couldn't picture what they looked like. He hadn't really taken that good of a look. As far as his aura sense was concerned, they were just a pulse. A wave of frustration overcame him. Damn it, this isn't working. Why am I even doing this? I'm not smart enough to finish this dash. Wait, no, that wasn't right. He was making really good progress. He had made a huge breakthrough recently. Why would he think it wasn't working? Izuku's eyes snapped open and the negative thoughts dissipated almost immediately. What the heck, he muttered to himself. A cry of frustration to his left drew Izuku out of his thoughts and he found himself peeking through the bookshelf to see the student he'd passed earlier. The student in question was clutching her head, almost pulling her hair out in frustration as she glared daggers at her laptop. She looked really frustrated. Just like, had he just dash? Holy shit. Izuku hurriedly packed his things and booked it to the restricted section to find the Aura guidebook. He couldn't get to it fast enough. Once he had the book in front of him, he started reading through chapter. He'd practically memorized chapters 1 and 2 after all this time, and neither of them had mentioned anything like what had happened out there, but he'd only skimmed the later chapters. One of them had to have something about what had just happened. He dutifully read each word as chapter 3 continued on about learning how to sense auras until he eyed a small passage right at the end that seemed to describe exactly what he had just experienced. After successfully learning how to sense a person's presence, the next step is up to the user. Some, like what was discussed in the previous chapter, learn to see auras, while others tend to tune into a person's emotions. Both are important parts of aura and, once one is learned, the other usually follows soon after. However, sensing the emotions of others is certainly not an easy thing to handle. When sensing emotions, an aura user must not let another person's emotions overwhelm them. They need to create a mental barrier so they don't lose themselves to the foreign emotions. When you first learn to sense emotions, they will undoubtedly feel like your own, however you must practice keeping other people's emotions separate from your own. After enough practice you'll be able to choose when you feel another person's emotions and when you want to block them out. Unfortunately, when this ability is first unlocked, it is incredibly hard to block out the emotions of anyone within your range while sensing auras. Okay, this was a huge breakthrough. However, the book was basically saying that, until he learned to create that mental block, he'd feel the emotions of anyone whose aura he was sensing. He literally couldn't use his aura sense anymore without also using this new emotion sensing ability until he learned to control it. Which did not sound like fun. It definitely wasn't fun. It was hell. Over the past few months Izuku had felt enough emotions to last him a lifetime. Many of them were emotions he wished he could unfeel. After going back to his new spot in the library and realizing, through some quick tests, that he really couldn't control it yet, Izuku had made the executive decision to not practice at home. He really didn't want to know his mom's inner feelings and emotions. That felt like a massive breach of privacy and, unlike the strangers he was practicing on, he had to live with his mom. He also tried to avoid sensing Nakamura-san's emotions when possible. He might not live with her, but he still felt it would be weird to practice on someone he knew. Unfortunately, feeling what random strangers were feeling was hardly any better. It wasn't like he could avoid the issue and stop practicing. He had to learn how to control this so he could move forward in his training, and he hadn't spent all this time training to give up now. It was certainly tempting at times though. It took Izuku almost 4 whole months to learn how to create a mental block between himself and the emotions of those within his sensing range. His success was overshadowed, however, by the fact that he had a hard time maintaining that block. He could keep it up for only a few minutes before the emotions came crashing through. The other problem was that he couldn't sense a person's emotions at all with his mental shields up. He was supposed to eventually be able to learn how to sense what a person was feeling without actually feeling those emotions himself, however he hadn't had any luck with that part. The only positive to his problem was that he was practicing this now. One day, he'd progressed to a point where he'd be able to use his aura sense without needing to meditate, and he definitely didn't want to experience that without an off switch. Eventually, he'd learn how to control this emotion sensing ability without it having to be all or nothing, but at least for now, he'd keep practicing his mental blocks. Knowing how to tune things out would keep him sane as he continued to get stronger. And he would get stronger, of that he had no doubt. It was just a matter of time. Izuku's 9th birthday kinda snuck up on him. He'd been so focused on training his aura sense and learning to control his new ability to sense emotions that the months had flown by without him even realizing it. He had woken up that morning planning to go to the library like he usually did on a Saturday. However, that plan quickly went out the window when his mum surprised him with a "Happy birthday, Izuku," upon entering the kitchen and the reveal of an amazing-looking breakfast. The two of them usually ate a traditional Japanese breakfast. Though he'd never complained about that, as his mum was an excellent cook and she always knew how to add amazing flavors to a dish. This morning, however, she had really gone out of her way to make a traditional American-style breakfast, the perfect breakfast for an All Might fan. "Thanks, Mum, this looks amazing." He gave her a quick hug before gleefully tucking into the bacon and eggs, choosing to save the toast and then the pancakes for last. Unfortunately, the next birthday surprise wasn't nearly as fun. The Bakugas would be coming over for lunch to celebrate his birthday. Don't get him wrong, he loved his honorary aunt and uncle. Aunt Mitsuki had been his mum's friend since middle school and she'd always been nice to him, even after he was diagnosed as quirkless. And while Uncle Masaru was more reserved in his affection, he was no less nice, he was just the quieter of the two. No, they weren't the problem, Kaken was. They used to be so close. The two of them were practically family. Sure, their parents had originally brought them together, however it was their shared love of heroes that had made them best friends. But that was before Kaken got his quirk and he didn't. At first, Kaken had insisted that Izuku's quirk was just late and had even defended him against the kids who had been teasing him for not having a quirk yet. He'd told Izuku not to worry, that his quirk would come in any day now and that they'd still be heroes together. Obviously, that hadn't happened. The day after his life-changing doctor's appointment, Izuku had approached Kaken at school, intending to tell him the bad news, but Aunt Mitsuki had beaten him to it. Izuku would later learn that the reason she'd told him first had been because she'd hoped Kaken would protect him from the other kids. "Is it true, Zuku?" Kaken asked, his voice trembling with his fists clenched at his side. He nodded with a watery smile. "It's okay though, I'm still gonna be a hero with you, Kaken," he assured his best friend. "No, you can't. You can't be a hero without a strong quirk, Zuku," Kaken cried angrily. From that day, Kaken had been different towards him. Any mention of their shared dream seemed to make him angry, but they had still remained friends, until the accident at the river happened. He didn't understand why offering to help Kaken had angered him so much. Why being concerned about him and wanting to make sure he hadn't been hurt had resulted in Kaken hating him. But that was the day their friendship had shattered. And that was when birthdays stopped being fun. Birthdays used to be a time when their families got together and spent time with each other. With Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru's fashion business keeping them so busy, birthdays were some of the only days in the year when the two families made time to spend together. Now though? Izuku dreaded those days. On his 5th birthday, Kaken had thrown a tantrum and refused to go. When he'd called Izuku a quirkless Deku, both his parents and Izuku's mother had thoroughly scolded him. Come the next birthday celebration, Kaken knew not to throw another tantrum, and Izuku hadn't wanted to upset his mum by saying that Kaken was still being mean at school. So they both lied. At every celebration from then on, birthdays and holidays alike, they both pretended to still be friends. Whenever they were sent off to play in their rooms while the adults caught up in the living room, Kaken would make him sit alone while he played on his own. It was uncomfortable, having to sit quietly while Kaken played his video games, but the only saving grace was that Kaken never yelled at him or hit him around their parents. Mercifully, his last birthday had been peaceful because his aunt and uncle had gotten so caught up in their work that they'd forgotten, and Kaken hadn't bothered to remind them. They had both apologized profusely when they'd snapped out of their work haze and showered him with presents, however he'd just given them a big smile and told them that he understood. It had been one of the best birthdays he'd had in years, and his mother's sunny smile as she began preparing their lunch made his stomach churn with guilt for wishing it could have been just the two of them again this year. As soon as she walked through the door, his Aunt Mitsuki enveloped him in a big hug, lifting him up and squeezing him tightly. "Ooh, look how big you've gotten, Izuku," she exclaimed. Uncle Masaru chuckled softly as he followed his wife through the door, Kaken reluctantly following behind him. "Careful, honey, we don't want to crush the birthday boy." Mitsuki put him down and ruffled his hair before she brought Kaken over to stand next to him. "Oh, I just can't help it. Look how big our brats are getting, Inko, they're gonna be taller than us in no time." His mum smiled as she greeted his aunt with a hug. "I know, they'll be in middle school before we know it." While the adults were busy greeting each other, Kaken took the opportunity to glare at him, but immediately looked away as soon as his mother came towards them. "Come on, brat, stop being a little grump," Mitsuki told her son as she ruffled his hair. "All right, stop it, old hag." Kaken swatted his mother's hands away from his hair and turned to Izuku with an annoyed huff. "Happy birthday Izuku," he grumbled. The near slip of Deku caused his aunt to give Kaken a look, but she didn't say anything about it. With the greetings out of the way, everyone moved to the kitchen dining room to eat the lunch Inko had been working hard on all morning. The conversation was almost entirely carried on by the adults, both he and Kaken only talking when spoken to. If the adults noticed this, then they didn't say anything. Presents were given, and at least Izuku could be happy with the nice things he'd been gifted, though he had a feeling Kaken hadn't actually picked out the one he'd shoved into Izuku's hands. By the time the Bakugas finally left, Izuku was utterly exhausted from forcing a smile onto his face and being so tense. He just wanted to curl up in bed and sleep for a week. Slumped on the couch, Izuku didn't even notice his mother approaching him until her hand came to rest on his shoulder. "Izuku?" He looked up at his mother and his face fell. She was giving him that sad look, the one she always gave him when he talked about becoming a hero, a look full of regret and guilt. "Mom, what's wrong?" he asked. "When did you and Katsuki stop being friends?" Izuku froze like a deer in headlights. How? He'd been so careful, smiling and pretending not to be uncomfortable around Kaken. How had she figured it out? As if hearing his thoughts, or maybe she saw it on his face, maybe he wasn't as good at hiding his feelings as he thought, she said, "I'm not completely oblivious, Izuku." She smiled sadly. "You completely avoided talking to Katsuki and I saw how distant he was being with you too," Mitsuki noticed too. "Sweetie, how long has this been going on?" Aye. "And please don't lie to me, Izuku." He shrunk into himself at how easily his mum had read him. He really didn't want to tell her the truth about how bad things had gotten between them, but he'd never been good at outright lying to her. "We haven't been friends since we were 5, Mum," he admitted, not wanting to look her in the eyes as he left out why they weren't friends anymore. Inko sat next to him on the couch, cupping his face in her hands and gently guiding him to look up at her. "Sweetie, why didn't you tell me? We wouldn't have forced you together if we'd known. I didn't want to make you worry." "Oh, Izuku, don't ever worry about making me worry, it's my job as your mother to worry." She brought him close and hugged him tightly. "Please don't feel like you can't tell me these things, I'm always going to be there for you, Izuku, always." Izuku felt a lump form in his throat as tears started streaming down his face and he began sobbing in his mum's arms. He felt the drip drop of water hitting his hair not long after and knew his mum had begun crying too. In that moment, cradled in his mother's arms, he was tempted to spill the whole truth. It would have been so easy to finally tell her how bad things had truly gotten between him and Kaken, but he couldn't do that to her. He didn't want the fact that he was being bullied to add to her stress. She already worried herself sick over him enough as it was. The next time a celebration happened, to Izuku's surprise and relief, his mum went over to the Bakugus by herself and his aunt and uncle later popped in to say hi without Kaken. He and Kaken might not be friends anymore, but thankfully their parents hadn't let that affect their friendship with each other. Unfortunately, no longer having to see Kaken on holidays or birthdays didn't mean he was free from seeing him at school, and Kaken had been surprisingly angry after finding out that Izuku had spilled the beans about them no longer being friends. He'd thought that Kaken would be happy that they didn't have to spend any extra time together anymore, but he hadn't been. Just the sight of him seemed to piss Kaken off these days, which resulted in Izuku being harassed more often at school and having his things destroyed. He had even started having to back up his notes so he didn't lose all his hard work. Thankfully, he'd gotten so good at outrunning Kaken and his followers that he didn't really have to worry about them catching him after school anymore. He should have known not to let his guard down. Now that he was getting better at sensing multiple people without becoming overwhelmed, Izuku had made the executive decision to start going to the park again to train his aura sense, and so far it was going well. The first few times had made him aware of his current limit before his head would start to hurt, about half a dozen people, but that just meant sitting a little further away from the playground. The usual park goers were generally just within the edges of his range and would come and go as they moved around. Today was different though. Izuku was deep into his meditation, idly paying attention to a small group of toddlers that were playing with each other when he noticed a group of pulses heading straight for him. He didn't think anything was odd about that at first. Kids ran past him all the time to get to the playground, so it hadn't registered as anything unusual. It wasn't until his vision flashed bright orange, in the distinctive shape of Kaken, that his eyes finally snapped open and he was greeted with the terrifying sight of his former best friend stalking towards him. "Did you think you could hide at the park, Deku?" he spat, grabbing Izuku by his shirt and pinning him to the tree he had been meditating next to. "You think you're some kind of hero? You think you're better than me? You think some quirkless Deku like you can be a hero like me?" he screamed, emphasizing his point with his fists. Oh, this was about him stepping in between Kaken and that kid earlier during lunch. There were some adults over on the park benches, but either they hadn't noticed or didn't care enough to interfere. Maybe they didn't even realize what was actually going on and thought it was just a bunch of kids playing rough. Either way, nobody stopped Kaken when he activated his quirk, and no one stopped him when he began wailing on him with his quirk-enhanced punches. His friends helped him by pinning Izuku down while the beating continued. Eventually, they got bored and Izuku was left on the ground, bleeding and burned. "You want to be a hero? You can't even fight back, you're useless, Deku." Kaken kicked him in the side for good measure and then left with his friends to go to the arcade. Izuku had known they weren't friends anymore, but he hadn't really been able to admit it to himself until his mom had forced him to admit it to her. He had hoped he wouldn't have to admit it, had hoped that they'd patch things up and be friends again before his mom noticed that anything was wrong. But now? It was hard to believe that they'd ever been friends with the way Kaken treated him. He didn't understand why Kaken had changed so much, why he'd started being so cruel when he wanted to be a hero. And yet, despite knowing that the way Kaken treated him wasn't okay, he didn't want to give up on his former friend just yet. He wanted to give him a chance to be Kaken again, to be the slightly rough, but still good person he'd been before he'd gotten his quirk. There was a part of him that just couldn't give up on him, the same part that continued to use the nickname he'd given his once friend. He just hoped that Kaken would grow out of needing to beat people up to feel good about himself. Because how could Kaken ever become a hero if he kept acting like a villain? Limping through the front door, Izuku had never been so glad that his mom worked late into the afternoon, because he really didn't have it in him to lie about his injuries at the moment. Thankfully Kaken always avoided his face and hands, so, once he'd cleaned himself up, he could cover up the injuries and his mother would be none the wiser. Izuku grabbed a disposable cloth and sat on the edge of the bathtub as he began to clean his wounds with some of their liquid soap. Most of the wounds were superficial, along with some tender areas that were definitely gonna bruise, but the worst of them was a nasty burn on his left side that stung when he applied the soapy cloth to it. Hissing in pain, Izuku checked over the burn in the mirror and winced at the damage. He wouldn't be surprised if that one scarred. He didn't have many scars, but ones he did have were courtesy of Kaken, the one exception being a small scar hidden on his forehead by his hair, a vain attempt at manifesting a quirk. Reluctantly, Izuku reached into the bathroom cabinet for some bandages. He hadn't wanted to break into the first aid kit, but the burn on his side definitely needed more than soapy water. Maybe I should tell Mom the truth, he thought selfishly. Things with Kaken just kept getting worse, and it wouldn't be the first time he'd thought about telling his mom about the bullying. He'd been thinking about it a lot lately, but he just couldn't bring himself to tell her. It was one thing for her to accept that he and Kaken weren't friends anymore, but it would seriously damage her friendship with Aunt Mitsuki if his mom found out that her best friend's son had been beating up hers, and he didn't want to put her in that position. He knew what she'd say if she found out he was hiding this from her. "Izuku, I'm your mother, it's my job to worry about you." But he worried her enough already and he didn't want to cause her more stress. It's not like they could just move him to a different school, and, even if another district would be willing to take him, he'd experience the same treatment from the kids there as soon as they found out that he was quirkless. At least Kaken and his lackeys were predictable. Moving him to a new school just meant he'd have to learn a whole new set of rules and patterns to avoid getting beaten up as often as he could. No, he couldn't tell her. Once he'd finished bandaging himself up, Izuku went about cleaning up the evidence of his amateur first aid, took a quick shower, and then made his way to his room, wincing when he accidentally put too much weight on his right foot. Walking was going to be a problem over the next few days. Getting regularly beaten up meant Izuku had a pretty high pain tolerance, so he knew that he could force a smile and hide the pain if he needed to, but doing that came with the risk of making it worse, and the longer he spent with an injured foot, the more likely his mom would notice and ask him what the heck had happened. Figuring out how to hide his limp could wait until after a nap though. Izuku could barely keep his eyes open as he crawled into bed and was out like a light the second his head fell onto his pillows. Blearily opening his eyes, Izuku shut them again almost immediately when he was assaulted by the bright sunlight steaming in through his window. Wait, sunlight? Izuku bolted upright and forced his eyes open, staring at his alarm clock in horror when he saw what the time was. I'm gonna be late for school. Correction. Izuku jumped when he saw his mum standing in the doorway. You're not going to school today at all, his mum told him. What? Why? His mum sighed and sat on the edge of his bed with a look of concern. Why? Because when I came home last night you were out cold. I couldn't even wake you up for Katsudon. I missed out on Katsudon? He exclaimed, mentally scolding himself for falling asleep. Sure, there were more pressing reasons to be mad that he'd fallen asleep, but Katsudon. Izuku his mum tried to hide her amusement by covering her mouth with her hand, however he still heard her giggle. Oh sweetie, never change. She chuckled. Moum, he groaned. Inko just shook her head in bemusement. Oh come on Izuku, you know I wouldn't eat your Katsudon just because you fell asleep. It's in the fridge, she assured him. Izuku felt a mixture of relief and embarrassment when he heard that. Of course his mum hadn't eaten his Katsudon, it was silly to have thought so. He blamed his overreaction on the fact that he had just woken up. In all seriousness though Izuku, are you feeling alright? His mum frowned, putting a hand to his forehead. You're usually a pretty light sleeper, I was worried when I couldn't wake you up this morning. Damn it. This was exactly what he had wanted to avoid. Now he had another reason to regret falling asleep. What was he supposed to do now though? If he told her he was fine, there's no way she'd believe him. He could always tell her he wasn't feeling well, but then she wouldn't let him eat his Katsudon from last night. In the end he decided to go with the truth. Sort of. I went to the park after school yesterday and I was just really tired when I got home, he explained. I didn't mean to fall asleep, I was only gonna have a nap I swear. His mum gave him a fond look and ruffled his hair. I'm not mad, I was just worried. You must have really worn yourself out, huh? Why yeah, I guess I did, he agreed, willing his face to not give anything away. But I'm okay to go to school, promise. He wasn't, but it wasn't like anyone would care if he was limping at school and try to call his mum to let her know. She shook her head at him. No, I already called and said you were sick. Even though you're not, I'd rather you stay home and get some rest. She seemed pretty firm on this too, which meant no library today either. Okay mum, he conceded. But I can still have my Katsudon, right? His mum couldn't contain her laughter. Of course Izuku. You can heat it up whenever you'd like. Yes, he cheered, already planning to have Katsudon for breakfast. But since you're not sick, I'll still have to go to work today, Inko admitted. I can't afford to miss a day if you don't need me to look after you. I trust you to stay here by yourself and Masaru is working from home today so if you really need something you can call him. Alright Izuku, she explained as she hopped up from his bed and started heading for the door. Yeah, okay mum. He nodded. It wasn't long after that his mum was dressed for work and passed by his bedroom again to say a quick I love you before she headed to work. As soon as the front door was closed, Izuku cautiously made his way to the kitchen, trying not to put too much weight on his injured foot, his stomach growling at the thought of Katsudon. It was gone within minutes. It took his injuries about 2 weeks to fully heal and during that time he resorted to hiding from Kaken after school because he couldn't outrun him. He also did his best to avoid walking in front of his mother so she wouldn't see his limp and, since she never said anything, he must have succeeded. In those 2 weeks, he wasn't able to go to the library as often as he usually would because, by the time Kaken would give up on hunting him, he wouldn't have enough time left to go to the library and still get home before his mum. Unfortunately, this also meant he didn't get to train his aura senses as much as he usually would since he still refused to practice his aura sense around his mum when he couldn't stop himself from feeling her emotions. But now that he was healed he could go back to training his aura every day. He couldn't let himself slow down when he was making so much progress. And so he once more found himself at the library after school. He had made the executive decision to avoid the park for the time being in case Kaken tried to catch him there. After greeting Nakamura-san, who had been worried during his 2 weeks of not showing up daily, and assuring her that he was fine, Izuku went over to his usual spot. Unfortunately his spot was occupied by somebody else today, so he had to find a new spot to set up. He ended up sitting in a spot with a couch near the comics section. It was a larger couch than his usual spot, but no less hidden. With his headphones on and his legs crossed, Izuku closed his eyes and his vision exploded with color. There were shades of blue everywhere. Some moving, some sitting still. Some seemed to be vibrating with energy and others seemed to be calm and static. Was this aura? The more he looked, the more certain he was that this was aura. Each shade of blue was vaguely person-shaped, some looked like they were sitting and others looked vaguely like they were walking. The shapes fluctuated however. Some radiated off of the person like fire or sunshine while others flowed around them calmly, and at the very center of each aura was a core with a color that seemed unique to the individual. Greens, pinks, purples, reds and many more. And even though he noticed some people with similar colors and patterns in how their aura moved around them, no two were exactly the same. There were so many. Some were fainter in the distance, likely a sign that they were on the edge of his range, but how far was his range? There was no way there were this many people in the library all at once. And there were too many auras that kept moving out of his range. The sidewalk maybe? There was a sidewalk and a road near the wall he was facing, but that was still a good 8 to 10 meters from where he was sitting. Had his range really increased that much without him realizing it? It must have, for there was no other explanation that he could think of for the amount of auras he was sensing. No, not sensing. Seeing, he was seeing auras. The surprise had him opening his eyes. He had been so enamored with all the colors that it hadn't truly sunk in until that moment that he had really been seeing the auras of other people, not just sensing them. The throbbing headache he had afterwards was so worth it. It was a major milestone, no doubt about that, but it was only just the beginning. Seeing auras didn't make him an aura master. Aura masters could shield themselves with their aura, could manifest their aura for physical attacks and could use their aura to heal, among many other things. He couldn't do any of those yet. He still experienced headaches and sensory overload when too many people were within his range, but the aura guide said that would happen less and less as time went on. He essentially had to condition his mind to be able to process all the information his aura senses were giving him without being overwhelmed. Despite the fact that he still had a long way to go, he couldn't believe he'd finally started seeing auras. They were so pretty. Some of the colors were ones he'd never even seen before. He couldn't wait to see them again. Although maybe he'd try at his usual spot, or at least one closer to the center of the building, so that he wasn't overloading himself with all the auras of people passing by the library and driving on the road. When he got home that afternoon, Izuku couldn't help himself. He wanted to know what his mom's aura looked like. He waited for her to get home and, once she had moved to the kitchen to start on dinner, he focused on blocking out her emotions before closing his eyes and letting his senses expand. With his increased range, he could actually see his nearest neighbor's aura too. His neighbor, Yamaguchi-san, had a calm aura that sort of puffed out around her like a fluffy cloud. At its center, surrounded by blue, was a cool purple color. His mom's aura, on the other hand, was constantly fluctuating around her, with a bright green color at its center. It made him wonder what his own aura looked like. However, when he held his hands in front of him, he couldn't see anything. For a moment he was confused, waving his hands around trying to catch a glimpse of his own aura, until he remembered a passage he had recently read from Chapter 4. Much like an aura user can't sense their own presence, they can't see their own aura either when using their aura sight. The only way an aura user can see their own aura is when they physically manifest it. Right, guess he'd have to wait a while before he could see his own aura then. That was okay though, he was just happy he'd finally achieved the ability to see auras. It had taken him over 2 years, but it was well worth the wait. The next step? Learning to use his abilities with his eyes open. In the months leading up to his 10th birthday, Izuku trained with his aura abilities obsessively, even going back to using his aura sense at home again. His ability to put up a mental shield against other people's emotions had come a long way, and so he was no longer worried about accidentally violating his mom's privacy by feeling her emotions. He had also managed to start sensing people's emotions without actually feeling those emotions as if they were his own, though he certainly hadn't mastered the ability. It was a work in progress. Izuku still couldn't use his abilities outside of meditating yet, despite the fact that he'd been practicing every day, but he wasn't too worried. He still had 5 years until the UA entrance exam, and that had to be enough time to learn that ability, right? On the morning of his 10th birthday, a Sunday, Izuku woke up early and decided to quietly watch some hero fights in the living room while he waited for his mom to wake up. His hero notebooks had taken a back seat for his aura training lately, and it felt good to get to analyze some new quirks. There was a new hero who had just debuted, and she had such a cool quirk. At first it seemed like she might have just had a generic speed quirk, but after observing her debut fight, it appeared to be a form of minor teleportation. Based on how little distance she had put between herself and the villain she had been fighting when she teleported, he theorized that she could either only teleport within a certain range or she was limited to teleporting within an area she could actually see. But what was really cool was that she wasn't limited to just teleporting herself. She had little smoke bombs and other cool support items that she'd teleport right into the villain's face. It was so versatile. Her hero name was Shift, which seemed to pay homage to her quirk. So cool. He wondered which hero school she. Morning Izuku, happy birthday. He looked up from his notes and saw his mum standing in the hallway with a smile. Morning, Mum. Morning, sweetie, how long have you been up? She asked as she sat down on the couch and wrapped an arm around him, giving him a little side hug. He twisted his head to look at the clock on the microwave, only an hour or so. Well, that's good. Wouldn't want you to be too tired for your birthday surprise today. Birthday surprise? He asked eagerly. Yep. His mum chuckled. So come on, let's have breakfast, we need to get going if we're going to make it on time. She used the arm she had wrapped around him to pull him up off of the couch with her and lead him to the kitchen. Having leftovers from the night before ready to go, Inko was able to rush them through breakfast before hurrying them out the door and boarding them onto a train bound for Tokyo. Tokyo. Excitement and curiosity had him practically bouncing in his seat. He couldn't figure out where they were going for the life of him. There were so many cool things to do in Tokyo. He had tried to pry his birthday surprise out of his mum, but she had remained tight-lipped. The train took 2 hours to get them to Tokyo, so they had a light lunch at a nearby sushi joint before they got into a taxi to head to their destination, and his mum covered his ears while she told their driver where they were going. Throughout the entire ride, Izuku kept his eyes glued to the window as he tried to spot their destination, mentally checking off places as they got closer to the city center. They passed several restaurants and a shopping district, one of which had a massive hero merch shop that caught his eye for a moment as he wondered if that was his surprise. But nope. They drove right past it. It wasn't until they started slowing down that he realized their destination had been on his mum's side the whole time. He jumped out of the taxi and froze, staring in wide-eyed amazement at the large building in front of him. It was the freaking History of Heroes Museum. The museum had been opened up over 150 years ago when they realized that heroes weren't going away. It had the preserved costumes of some of the first heroes to have ever been licensed. Happy birthday, Izuku! Izuku immediately flung himself at her and gave her the biggest hug he could muster. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. His mum chuckled at his reaction and returned the hug. You're welcome, sweetie. Now come on, we don't want to miss the tour. You booked US on the tour? He screamed excitedly. The tour was notorious for being an amazing experience. It was interactive and it also allowed the tour group into parts of the museum that weren't accessible without a tour guide supervision. Entering the museum caused his excitement to increase tenfold as he caught a glimpse of some of the exhibits in the background. He really wished he had brought his current hero notebook. He would have been able to write so many new entries. The receptionist greeted them both with a light laugh. Got yourself a little hero fan, huh? He asked Inko. Yep. His mum chuckled. He's been obsessed since day one. Gotcha. He smiled knowingly. Given his job, he probably dealt with kids like Izuku all the time. Well kid, you're gonna love this tour. And he did. He really loved the tour. It had started out with the more modern heroes, opting to go backwards in time as the tour went on. It didn't have any of the latest debuts since they hadn't made a name for themselves yet, but it did have an exhibit on Hawks. He had debuted less than a year ago and he was already rising in the ranks super quickly. It was predicted that he'd end up in the top 10 in no time. And speaking of the top 10, their exhibits were up next. The exhibits were mostly centered around Endeavor and, of course, All Might, who had both been in the top 10 consistently for the last 2 decades. Although, unlike All Might, whose rank was unchallenged, Endeavor's rank had fluctuated a lot over the years before settling on number 2. His personality had definitely affected his hero ranking over the years, but after consistently proving his strength and having a record of successfully closed cases bigger than All Might's, he had pretty much cemented his place as number 2. All Might's exhibit actually took up a whole room, a massive love letter to the hero, complete with prototype costumes and some of his official ones. Izuku was itching to take notes and sketch some of the designs. He was about to ask the tour guide if they had any paper and a pen that he could use, when his mum nudged him and revealed his latest hero notebook. I figured you'd want this for the tour, she whispered. Izuku practically beamed at her. Thanks, Mum, he whispered back. Now equipped with his notebook, Izuku began furiously writing down everything he was learning from this tour. From what was known about certain heroes' quirks, to sketching out their costumes. And when the tour reached the section that only guided tours can go through, Izuku finally understood why that section was off-limits to random members of the general public. The room contained many displays of hero costumes and weapons, but the difference between these ones and the ones in the main museum is that these were the originals. Not just any originals either, but the ones that had once belonged to the first ever heroes. Or rather, what was left of them. Many of the weapons were rusted and most of the costumes had been carefully displayed in cases where they were laid out flat, since there wasn't enough left to be able to hang them on mannequins. Not to mention, a good number of these artifacts had clearly been recovered from battlefields, most likely even from some of the bodies of those heroes. Not something they'd want random people and their kids touching without supervision. Each case had a sign next to it, describing everything that was known about the heroes that had once worn these suits and used these weapons. Some had frighteningly little detail since, back then, heroes were serious about keeping their identities secret. Nowadays masks were more of a gimmick than a necessity, and heroes were way too lax about protecting their identities. The ones with more details, like their names, were the ones that had been identified through autopsy. It certainly painted a gruesome picture. Many of these heroes had died nameless, their bodies far too damaged to be able to be matched to their civilian identities, their friends and families likely never knowing why they'd suddenly disappeared without a trace, or not being able to claim the bodies without exposing their identities as people with affiliation to those heroes. Thankfully, there were some that explained that the names had been redacted at the request of the families or even the hero themselves. Which was something at least. It was definitely an eye-opening experience, but it just made Izuku more determined to be a hero. He wasn't just going to keep civilians safe, he was going to protect his soon-to-be fellow heroes as well. After the tour finished at 3:30 p.m., a horrified Inko and a bouncing Izuku walked out of the museum. While Izuku had overall enjoyed the tour and had managed to fill up his entire notebook with notes during that time, Inko had left completely terrified for her son. She'd always thought that her son's dream was one destined to end in heartbreak when he realized it wasn't possible without a quirk, but that tour had made one thing very clear to her: heroes all die, and they usually die young. This was what her baby wanted to sign up for? All those other heroes had at least had quirks to defend themselves, and they'd still died. And Izuku wanted to try being a hero without one? It was practically suicide. She didn't want to ruin his birthday, and she wouldn't, but she had to try and steer him towards a less deadly career before he got himself killed. For his birthday dinner they went to a restaurant that was famous for having heroes stop by and eat. Its walls were covered from floor to ceiling in hero memorabilia and merchandise, most of it was signed too. Because of the presence of heroes who didn't want to be accosted while they ate, though most usually were willing to indulge their fans after they'd finished their meals, the place was highly regulated, employing quirk-authorized bouncers at the doors along with requiring a reservation and ID to even get in. Not to mention it was super expensive. "Mum, how'd you get us a table here?" His mum chuckled conspicuously. "You can thank your aunt and uncle for that." Oh, he definitely would, this was the best. He had already spotted two heroes that he recognized at a nearby table, and it took all the manners his mum had taught him, and the threat of being kicked out, to stay at their table instead of running over and begging for an autograph. The menu was awesome too. Each dish was named after a famous hero. Of course he had to go with the one named after All Might. It wasn't even a question. He didn't know which hero his mum's dinner was named after though, he had been a little too distracted staring at everything in the restaurant. When the waiter brought their food out, he found out that his mum had ordered a delicious-looking pasta dish, while he had a giant steak placed in front of him with a side of roast vegetables and mashed potatoes. It occurred to him that this probably wasn't intended to be eaten by a 10-year-old, but he'd give it his best shot. In the end, they both left the restaurant with containers full of leftovers. Quirk-enhanced containers no less. The restaurant owner had the coolest quirk. Well, he thought all quirks were cool, but still. He could enhance any object by giving it a simple command. He couldn't do anything extreme with it, but he'd put it to good use in his restaurant. Most of the plates had the command, "Stay warm" in the middle, to keep the food from going cold, with the opposite command for plates that served cold dishes. Their takeaway containers had the command, "Keep contents fresh," so their food wouldn't go bad. He'd even managed to get the autographs of the two heroes he'd seen earlier, and his mum had taken pictures of him with them. This was literally the best birthday ever. Unfortunately, they still had the 2-hour-long train ride back to Mizudafu to get through, but that definitely didn't take away from how awesome his birthday had been. During the train ride Izuku entertained himself by going through his notes and adding more details to them based on what he remembered. He hadn't been able to write down everything in the moment, so he'd written as much as he could and then some dot points to remind him of what he hadn't written down later. It made the train ride go faster, and they were both back in Mizudafu before he knew it. It was 8:30 at night by the time they got off the train, and they had been the only ones to get off at their stop. His mum had tried to get them a taxi ride home, but hadn't had any luck. Unfortunately, taxis were really hard to get this late at night in Mizudafu. It was only a short walk back to their apartment though, a little less than 2 kilometers. His mum was visibly nervous about having to walk home at night, but they didn't really have much of a choice. At least the paths were well lit. It was eerily silent though. They were the only two people out on the streets, and Izuku could hear their footsteps echoing around them. They passed many alleyways on their walk home and his mum had hurried him past each one, not wanting to stay near them, for they both knew that dark alleyways should be avoided at night. As they approached the next alleyway though, Izuku could have sworn he saw a blue light flash for a brief moment, but when he looked again it was gone. He rubbed his eyes. He must really be tired if he was seeing things. But when he looked back at the alley he saw it again. A flash of blue light and then it was gone. What was that? He felt a pull towards the alley and found himself stopping in front of it. And then he saw the blue light flash again. No, it wasn't flashing, it was pulsing, almost like a heartbeat. He heard his mum call his name behind him, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from the faintly pulsing blue light. He took a step forward and then another and as he got closer the blue light began to form a shape. A human shape. It hurts. What? What hurts? Why did it hurt? What's going on dash? Oh. He took his final steps into the alley and froze in place. He finally knew what the blue light was. It was aura, the aura of a woman lying on the ground in the alley. And there was so much blood? The eerie silence of Mizutafu's empty streets made Inko's skin crawl. Her entire body was tense, eyes darting around to try and catch anything or anyone that might be moving around in the shadows. The sooner she and Izuku were back home safe and sound, the better. They were getting closer to a particularly dark street, its lights either flickering or broken, and Inko reached out to pull Izuku closer to her, only to grasp empty air. For a single, terrifying moment, Inko's worst fears had her in stranglehold as she frantically tried to locate her son and she nearly collapsed with relief when she saw him just a few meters behind her, standing at the mouth of an alleyway, staring straight ahead at something. Oh thank God. She sighed, clutching her chest to calm her racing heartbeat. Izuku? Come on, let's keep moving, she called out to him urgently. But he didn't answer. Instead, he started walking into the alley. Izuku! Inko rushed to get to him so she could pull him out of the dark alley and get them the hell out of there, but when she reached him he wouldn't move. Izuku? What's wrong? She asked, fear seeping into her voice. He was just staring into the alley, petrified. What are you looking at? Inko reluctantly brought her gaze to what her son had been staring at and regretted it immediately. Oh my God. There was a woman lying in a puddle of her own blood, slumped against a dumpster. And she wasn't moving. Izuku. Inko tugged on her son's arm, willing him to step away from the body. Sweetie, we need to go. We'll call the police when we get home, she insisted fearfully. The killer could still be there and Inko didn't want either of them to become their next victim, but Izuku wouldn't move. Izuku please, she begged tearfully. She's still alive. What? There was no way, not with all that blood, no one could survive that. But Inko would never forget the desperate and determined look her son gave her when he finally tore his eyes away from the body. We have to help her. Izuku didn't know how long he had spent just staring at the woman's fluctuating aura and the blood that was continuing to pool around her. He wanted to move, he wanted to help, but his body just wouldn't listen to him. Come on, move. You want to be a hero, don't you? She needs help. It wasn't until his mum suggested leaving the poor woman that he felt his limbs start to obey him again, the fear and panic that had kept him frozen turning into determination. She's still alive, he told his mum numbly. His mum's disbelief was understandable, the woman certainly didn't look alive, but he could see her aura, weakly pulsing, and knew that she was still fighting to survive and they were the only ones who could help her. We have to help her, he told his mum resolutely, desperate for her to agree with him instead of trying to pull him away again. His mum didn't respond, but her grip on his arm loosened enough for him to pull himself free. He didn't wait for an answer, they didn't have time to waste, he needed to help her now. The first thing he did was put up his mental barriers. His own fear and panic was bad enough, but he couldn't afford to have his mum's panic or the dying woman's pain overwhelm him too. He just had to block everything out and focus on helping this woman. He could do this. He had to do this. He scanned her body, trying to locate the injury through all the blood. Blood that he was now kneeling in. Don't think about it, Izuku. He shook his head and continued looking until he finally noticed the source, a rather large stab wound right through her stomach. Right. Now he needed to stop the bleeding. Okay Izuku, think. How do you stop the bleeding? He'd read some basic first aid books in order to learn how to patch himself up, but he'd never had to patch up anything this bad before. He didn't even have a first aid kit. But, he did have a jacket. Wasn't it a good idea to put pressure on an injury to get it to stop bleeding? Izuku distantly heard his mother talking on the phone with emergency services as he shrugged off his jacket. He bunched up the fabric, making sure that the zippers weren't going to be digging into the wound, before pressing it against the woman's stomach. The woman ummed in pain and shifted slightly as he began applying pressure. That was good though, right? If she could feel pain then she wasn't too far gone? He hoped that was the case. Damn it, Why couldn't he have learned to manifest his aura already? There was a healing technique in the book that would have really helped here if he could only use it. But he couldn't. All he had was his jacket, and he had to hope the paramedics got there soon, because pressing his jacket to her wound wasn't going to keep her alive forever. He could see her life force fading away, the slow pulse of her aura getting weaker and weaker by the minute. He didn't know how long he sat there, blood soaking through his jacket as he kept pressure on the wound, until he finally heard sirens in the distance. His mother flagged them down and, before he knew it, a hand was on his shoulder and Inko was telling him to stand back and let the paramedics do their jobs. His mother pulled him away from the alley as the paramedics took his place, and he watched as they lifted the woman up onto a stretcher and wheeled her into their ambulance. A police car had already pulled up next to the ambulance and 2 officers stepped out. They spoke to the paramedics briefly before they approached Izuku and his mother. The ambulance, meanwhile, turned on its sirens and left. The police were talking to his mother, but he couldn't hear what they were saying. Every word sounded fuzzy and his head was starting to hurt. He didn't protest when his mum led him to the police car, and he could barely muster a reaction when the car pulled up to their apartment. As his mother walked him to their front door, Izuku heard the police car leaving, and, once they were inside, he felt himself being led to the bathroom where his mother had him strip down to his briefs and sit down on a chair. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the bundle of bloodied clothes that he had been wearing and blanched. His mother began dabbing at his hands with a wet towel, and he looked down to see that they were stained with blood. He felt bile in his mouth as everything came flooding back all at once and scrambled to the bathtub to throw up everything he'd eaten that day. Izuku didn't remember getting cleaned up. One moment he was sobbing in his mum's arms, the next she was wrapping him up in a blanket on the couch and handing him a hot chocolate. Despite how much he'd already cried, he could still feel tears welling up when his mum curled up on the couch next to him and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a warm hug. "I know, sweetie, that was a lot," she consoled him. He sniffled, hand trembling as he took a sip of his hot chocolate, warmth spreading through his body. Is she gonna be okay?" He hiccuped. His mum seemed to hesitate. "I don't know, sweetie, but the officers are going to come see us in the morning to ask you some questions, and I'm sure they'll tell you if you ask them," she told him gently. "What about school?" It seemed silly to ask, but if the officers were coming in the morning, then they'd have to come pretty early or they'd make Izuku late for school. "Sweetie, I'm not making you go to school after all that." She sounded almost insulted that he'd even thought for a moment that she'd let him go to school in the morning. "We're both going to take tomorrow off, maybe the next day too." "Okay," he mumbled. The 2 of them sat cuddled on the couch, neither wanting to be alone after everything that had happened. His mum put the TV on at a low volume and they both quietly watched a Disney movie until they finally drifted off to sleep. The smell of coffee was the first thing Izuku noticed as he woke up, and he blearily opened his eyes to find himself still on the couch, wrapped up in a blanket. "Morning, Izuku." His mum brought her coffee with her and, once again, joined him on the couch. "Morning, Mum," he mumbled and nestled into her side. "Hey, how are you feeling, sweetie?" his mum asked as she began running her fingers through his hair. How was he feeling? He didn't really know. After literal years of practice, he'd finally managed to see someone's aura with his eyes open. He wanted to be excited about his achievement, but the image of that woman lying in a pool of her own blood kept flashing through his mind, and when he looked at his hands he could still see the blood that had stained them. Had his aura sight awakened in time? Did it even make a difference? Was that woman still alive? Or, had he taken too long to find her? Do you think the police will tell us if she made it?" he asked quietly, his voice hoarse from all the crying he had done last night. Placing her mug on the coffee table in front of them, his mum pulled him closer and wrapped her arms around him. "I'm sure they will, sweetie," she assured him as she gave him a gentle squeeze. Izuku stayed on the couch in his mum's arms as long as he could, however they eventually had to get up and get dressed for when the police would arrive. The 2 of them ate their heated-up leftovers for breakfast mostly in silence, and within minutes of putting their dishes away, they heard a knock at their front door. His mum answered the door and, as expected, the 2 officers from last night were on the other side. Inko greeted them and invited them in, leading them to the lounge room where Izuku was sitting on the couch. The first officer, with an obvious cat mutation quirk, introduced himself as Tamakawa Sansa. The second introduced himself as Detective Kimura Takashi. Izuku and his mum sat on the couch together while the 2 officers sat in the armchairs on either side of them. A recorder was placed on the coffee table by Officer Tamakawa and he pressed the record button. "Interviewing witnesses, Midoriya Inko and Midoriya Izuku, can you confirm your names for me?" The 2 Midoriyas answered yes, and both repeated their names for the recording. "Sorry about that, just ignore the recorder, it's gotta be there to collect your official witness statement," Officer Tamakawa told them. "That's fine," his mum replied, but before we start, could you tell us, is she okay?" she asked. Izuku turned his attention to the officers and held his breath as he waited for their response. Well, she's alive, though she hasn't woken up yet, Officer Tamakawa told them. The doctor told us that if she'd gotten there any later then she wouldn't have made it. You should be proud of your kid, Midoriya-san. You saved her life, kid, he added with a smile. Tears blurred Izuku's vision as a massive wave of relief washed over him when he heard the good news. Really? That's. I'm so glad. He cried happily. They were, thankfully, understanding enough to wait until he'd calmed down before asking their questions. Detective Kimura cleared his throat and addressed Izuku. So, we got a witness statement from your mother last night, but since you were the one to initially find her, we just need to ask you a few questions, he explained gently. Just let me know if you feel uncomfortable at any point and we'll stop, okay? He added with a kind smile. Okay. Izuku nodded. All right then. Detective Kimura got his pen and paper ready to write down his own notes. Your mother said that you were the one to find her. Could you tell us how you found her and if she was moving at all when you found her? Izuku took a deep breath. He could do this. So. I was walking home with my mom and we were walking past the alley when I saw her. He knew he couldn't really tell them that he'd seen her aura when he was registered as Quirkless and had no proof of his ability, but he tried to stick as close to the truth as possible. I didn't really know what she was at first. But then I walked into the alley and saw all of the bee blood, he explained shakily as he recalled the gruesome sight. Oh, and she wasn't moving when I found her, he added. Detective Kimura nodded as he noted something down. Okay, and did you see anyone else or anything moving in the alley? He asked. Izuku shook his head. No. The questions mostly continued like that. They were essentially just trying to clarify certain details and see if there was anything they had missed that could help them identify the culprit. Once they were done, they shut off the recorder and stood up to leave. All right then, thanks for your time, Officer Tamakawa thanked them. When the two officers were finally gone, both Midoriyas relaxed into the couch with matching sighs of relief. Izuku felt like he could cry, but a happy cry. He'd finally used aura without needing to meditate and it had saved that woman's life. This was the whole reason he'd wanted to learn how to use aura in the first place, to save people. Izuku? When he turned his gaze to his mom, she looked conflicted. Why Mom? He asked hesitantly. You're not going to stop trying to be a hero, are you? She asked, sounding almost resigned. Why was she asking him this? Was she going to forbid him from becoming a hero? Had last night been the final straw? Was she going to stop pretending that his dream to be a hero didn't exist and finally tell him it was hopeless? Mom, I want to be a hero more than anything, he told her tearfully, willing her to understand that he had to become a hero, that he didn't want to settle for something else. I know, sweetie, she admitted. And until last night, I didn't believe you could be a hero. Wait, what? Does that mean? His mom gently tilted his chin upwards to make eye contact with him. I'm so sorry, Izuku. When you didn't get a quirk, I stopped believing in your dream. I let my own fears hurt you and I never supported you. But last night, you saved that woman's life. And you did it without a quirk. Izuku felt tears streaming down his face. Back then, what he'd wanted her to say. What he'd wanted more than anything for just one person to say. The one thing he'd needed to hear. Izuku, I know you're going to be a great hero one day. Izuku felt the dam break as he began sobbing and collapsed into his mom's arms. His mom believed in him. He was going to be a hero. There was no doubt in his mind now. When he was little, Izuku used to be really close to his mother, but that had changed after his quirkless diagnosis. She thought his dream of becoming a hero was hopeless, impossible without a quirk, but he'd continued to strive for it and that had created a wedge between them, an unspoken distance that only got worse with every sad look she gave him and the ever-growing list of things he kept hidden from her. But then he'd saved a woman's life and, finally, his mom acknowledged his dream. Finally, she believed in him and now she was doing her best to make up for all the years that she hadn't. She started by encouraging him to do his quirk analysis in the living room and she had even started participating, offering her own thoughts and theories about certain heroes' quirks. He'd always known he'd gotten his intelligence from his mom, but it was so cool having her analyze quirks with him. She had also started looking at self-defense classes for him. Unfortunately, most of the classes were either full or outright refused to take him as a student because of his quirklessness. Some had at least tried to be polite about it, but others had simply said that they didn't want to waste the space on a quirkless kid. Inko hadn't been deterred though, she'd simply crossed those places off and kept looking. In the meantime, she decided to take them both jogging on the weekends so he could start building up his stamina. She had promised to buy him some light weights so he could start building up some muscle as well, but nothing too extreme. He was still only 10 after all. As of right now, Inko's plan was to prepare him as much as she could for the UA entrance exam. If she was going to support his dream, then she was going to make sure that he had the best possible chance of succeeding. And Izuku was beyond grateful to her for that. It would take 3 months for his mother to finally find a self-defense class that was willing to accept him as a student, but Izuku didn't just spend that time waiting around and twiddling his thumbs. After processing the events of that fateful night, Izuku had been very eager to finally explore his new ability. It took him a few attempts to figure it out, but he soon realized that he needed to really focus in order to use his aura sense with his eyes open. He theorized that the reason his aura sense had been triggered that night wasn't at random, but due to the paranoia and anxiety of walking home in the dark. He also noted that his abilities weren't as strong with his eyes open. Whilst meditating, his range had increased to 15 whole meters, but with his eyes open it was only about half that. Sensing emotions, on the other hand, well, that was a whole different story. It became apparent rather quickly that he didn't really have to be focusing in order to sense a person's emotions. However, it usually only happened when he was talking to someone. Thankfully, his mental shields were strong enough to stop him from actually feeling other people's emotions. Well, most of the time at least. If the emotions were super intense, then it was a lot more difficult to block them out, and, unfortunately, that was something that he'd found out the hard way. Naturally, the sight of 2 police officers leaving their apartment caused his aunt and uncle to rush over to ask what was going on. They showered him with praise once his mom had explained everything that had happened to them, and he couldn't help the beaming smile that refused to leave his face afterwards. But unfortunately they also ended up telling Kaken when they went home, and he came after Izuku a few days later at school. The very instant that classes were over for the day, Kaken dragged him behind the school building and slammed him against the wall, leveling him with a vicious glare as he did so. "You think you can act FING high and mighty 'cause you saved someone?" he mocked. "You didn't save anyone. Auntie was the one that saved that extra's life, not you, you shitty Deku," he screamed. Izuku startled when he realized he could feel all the anger that Kaken was projecting. It wasn't the only emotion he felt though. He sensed some insecurity and jealousy of all things, but the raging anger overwhelmed him. "Are you jealous, Kaken?" he spat. "Are you jealous that I actually managed to be someone's hero when all you've ever done is act like a villain?" Kaken let him go, shocked that Izuku had actually snapped back for once, and that split second of shock was enough for Izuku to snap out of it and stop feeling his anger. "What the F did you just say to me, Deku?" Scrambling away before Kaken could grab him again, Izuku blurted out, "Sorry Kaken, gotta go," before running away as fast and as hard as he could. He didn't think he'd ever run faster in his life than he did in that moment, and Kaken had still almost caught up to him. He had run the whole way home, sensing Kaken behind him like a massive wave of rage coming towards him. Thankfully, Kaken would never attack him in their building, so he had been safe once he'd crossed the threshold. Izuku was more than a little terrified of going back to school after that incident. He knew that he hadn't really meant what he said, that he'd just been channeling Kaken's anger and had thrown it back at him, but he couldn't exactly tell Kaken that. He hadn't wanted to admit to himself that there just might have been some truth in what he'd said. It was finally time for Izuku's first self-defense class, and to say he was nervous would be an understatement. Out of all the defense classes in Muzurafu and the surrounding prefectures, this was the only one that didn't outright turn him away. The ad Inko found listed lessons for twice a week after school, with the first one being free. There was even a message at the bottom in big bold letters stating, "I don't care what your quirk is, you won't be using it here," which was definitely promising. Since the first lesson was free, his mom saw no reason not to give them a try, but if this place turned out to be quirkless too and refused to teach him, then their only remaining option would be to hire a private instructor, and those were really expensive. As they walked up to the gym where the lessons were taking place, his mother kept a comforting hand on his shoulder and flashed him a reassuring smile. The two of them entered the building and were quickly greeted by a kind receptionist. Inko told the receptionist that they were there for the self-defense class, and, after verifying that Izuku had been signed up online, they were both guided to the room the class was being held in. It turned out that they were the first ones there, as evident by the empty room they were brought to. Well, empty save for the old man doing pull-ups in the corner of the room. The man finished his last pull-up and turned to greet them. "Ah, you must be here for my class, yes?" he asked them. Inko put both of her hands on Izuku's shoulders and gently pushed him forward. "My son is, yes," she confirmed. "You got a name, kid?" the man asked. "Midoriya Izuku, sir," he replied nervously. The man nodded. "I'm Bushida Kenji, you may call me Bushida-sensei, or just sensei." "Nice to meet you," Izuku said. His mum stepped forward. "Listen, Bushida-san, before everyone else gets here, I need to ask dash." Bushida put his hand up as he interrupted Inko. "If you're about to ask that I give your kid special treatment, then save your breath. I don't do special treatment," he told her firmly. Inko glared at him for interrupting her, but took a calming breath and tried again. Quite the opposite in fact, she told him. I just wanted to make sure you're going to treat my son just like the rest of the kids and not treat him differently because he lacks a quirk. Bushido raised his eyebrows and looked down at Izuku. You're quirkless, he asked. He seemed curious more than anything and Izuku didn't sense anything negative coming from him so he nodded. Yes, sir. The man seemed to think for a moment, before he frowned. And I take it you're asking me to treat your son nicely because the other classes in the area didn't? They wouldn't even let my son sign up, Inko informed Bushido. The man pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed in frustration. Great, more idiots that think quirks are all that matter. He turned to face Izuku. Those other instructors are idiots, kid. As long as you're willing to learn and put in some effort, then you're gonna be fine here. The only thing I don't tolerate is slackers. I could care less whether you have a quirk or not, he explained matter-of-factly. And with those words, Izuku could easily say that this was the best teacher he'd ever had, and he hadn't even been taught anything yet. I'm glad, that's a relief to hear, his mum said. Don't mention it. Bushido huffed. The conversation ended as the rest of the students began trickling in. Most of them were around Izuku's age, give or take a year or so, but a couple of older kids had shown up too. Before the lesson started, Bushido-sensei made sure to lay down some ground rules. No quirk usage, PRD, no exceptions. Do not use what you learn to hurt people, self-defense only. Listen to Bushido-sensei like his word is law. Because it is. Bushido told them plainly that he worked on a 3-strike system, break a rule and you get a strike, get 3 strikes and you're kicked out of his class. He definitely knew how to be intimidating. Once everyone had agreed to the rules he began demonstrating some moves, using one of the dads that had chosen to stay and watch as his first victim. The man's kid was easy to pick out from the rest because he was the only one laughing each time his dad got flipped or pinned. The demonstration was to show the kind of things that they'd be learning, but they weren't going to be trying any of those moves today, much to the disappointment of many. Bushido placed mats on the floor and spread his students out so nobody would accidentally hit someone, then began showing them how to throw a proper punch that wouldn't break their fingers and the proper form so they wouldn't overbalance themselves while trying to throw said punch. By the time the 1.5-hour class was over, Izuku was both sore and buzzing with energy. He couldn't wait for the next one. It was safe to say, Izuku's life had never been better. His mum not only believed in his dream, but was helping him achieve it. He was steadily making progress with his aura senses, and he had finally begun taking some significant steps towards his dream of becoming a hero. Time began to fly even faster than it usually did once he settled into his new routine. He would go to school, and then afterwards he'd either go somewhere to practice his aura or he'd go to his self-defense classes on Tuesdays and Fridays. On Saturdays he would go jogging with his mum, which upgraded to include short runs as well after they'd both built their stamina up. On Sundays he would have a rest day with his mum where they'd usually camp out in the living room, playing games and watching movies. Rinse and repeat. Before he knew it, his 11th birthday had come and gone and, thankfully, it hadn't been as eventful as his 10th birthday. It wasn't long before he could say that he'd been taking self-defense classes for a whole year. A whole year in which he'd had his arse handed to him more times than he could count. Bushido-sensei was an awesome teacher, however he definitely didn't coddle them. His training was absolutely brutal and several kids had dropped out because they couldn't handle the pace. Izuku had found out that the reason his sensei was so tough was because he was a retired underground hero. He had started these classes so he could teach kids how to protect themselves if a villain tried to hurt them. His number one lesson? If you can, run. There is no shame in running. These defensive techniques are for when running isn't an option. And he had definitely put that into practice when it came to Kaken lately. On the aura side of things, he hadn't really made any progress on actually manifesting his aura, however he had definitely improved his range and was getting better at using his abilities more naturally. His range while meditating had grown to 20 meters with his range being about 10 meters with his eyes open. Overall, he was pretty happy with his improvement, especially regarding his ability to sense emotions without being overwhelmed by them. The incident with Kaken had certainly been enough motivation to get better and fast. There had been a couple more incidents of him accidentally channeling Kaken's anger, though thankfully none as bad as the first one. Kaken was always especially mad at him after those incidents, not that Izuku could blame him, he had been quite rude. However, every milestone Izuku reached had given him a sense of pride in himself and a bit more confidence in being able to achieve his dream. He wasn't a hero yet, not even close, but he was well on his way to becoming one. Less than 4 years until the UA entrance exam, then his skills would finally be put to the test. Izuku was almost 13 when he manifested his aura for the first time. Sitting in his room, doing his usual meditation before he went to bed, he had been trying the exercises that the aura guide recommended for manifesting aura. He had been about to end his meditation for the night when he felt a tugging sensation in his chest and saw a flicker of blue coming from where he had his hands resting in his lap. Slowly, Izuku lowered his focus to his hands, trying to catch another glimpse of the blue light he had seen while keeping his eyes closed. Amidst the darkness, a small flicker, like a blue flame, was hovering just above where he knew his hands were. Izuku hesitantly opened his eyes, willing it to still be there when he did, and it was. Cupped in his hands was a small amount of aura, barely the size of a coin. It flickered and wisped at the edges like a little flame. Whoa! He spent who knows how long just staring in amazement at the little flame of aura, his aura. He didn't dare move, scared that if he moved even an inch that it would disappear. Even as darkness began creeping into the edges of his vision, he still couldn't bring himself to move or look away. A sharp, painful throbbing in his temples was the first thing Izuku noticed as he woke up, but when did he fall asleep? Sitting up slowly, wincing as the movement aggravated his headache, he saw that his pillows were not behind his head like they were supposed to be but were by his feet instead, and his notebooks were right next to them as they had been last night. Did I pass out? It didn't take him long to come to terms with the fact that he had indeed passed out, and it took him even less time to figure out why. Aura is connected to a person's life force. The Aura Guide book had not only mentioned this, but had given dozens upon dozens of warnings in every chapter he'd read so far. Using aura in moderation is fine, your aura will regenerate with enough rest, however pushing yourself past your limits will get you killed. When using aura you must always keep your energy levels in mind and stop when you feel yourself getting tired. If you ignore your body's warning signs to stop, then, at best, you will pass out, and at worst you will be going to an early grave, and I will find you in the afterlife and wring your neck for ignoring my warnings. Most of the author's warnings read more like threats. They had clearly been dead serious about making sure that whoever taught themselves from the book they had written didn't make any stupid mistakes. And Izuku had still screwed up. He'd have to be more careful in the future. The next time Izuku manifested his aura, he decided to enforce a time limit. He would manifest his aura, count to 10, and then let go. It was easier said than done though. He just couldn't help marveling at the sight of his own aura in the palms of his hands and the way it reacted to his excitement by bouncing energetically. After 20 seconds though, he reluctantly let go and the small, flicking aura disappeared. He flexed his fingers, trying to figure out if he had enough energy to try again. He did feel a little tired, but it was just before his bedtime. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this right before bed, he thought to himself. There wasn't really anywhere else he could practice though. If he tried to practice in public then it would be seen as quirk usage and they'd never believe him if he tried to say that it wasn't a quirk, so he would just get reported for public quirk usage and he'd risk his chances of getting into UA. At nearly 13 years old, public quirk usage wasn't seen as, ha, kids will be kids. He was expected to know better and he did know better, so that wasn't an option. He could practice in the morning, but that would leave him with less energy for the rest of the day. Of course, if he was planning to use his aura at UA then he'd have to get used to manifesting his aura, and to do that, he needed to practice. Being a little tired during class wouldn't hurt, would it? Yeah, no, this was a terrible idea. He had practiced manifesting his aura for a few seconds a couple of times in the morning before school the next day and he'd ended up falling asleep in class. His teacher hadn't even noticed. Izuku was usually ignored if he was being quiet, but Kaken had noticed and so had his friends. Much like Izuku, Kaken was very much aware that adults were less lenient about public quirk usage the older you got, which meant that Kaken no longer tried to chase or attack him outside of school. Unfortunately, Kaken also knew that the teachers of Aldera would let him get away with just about anything and took advantage of any opportunity during school hours to put Izuku in his place. And Izuku had gone and fallen asleep, making himself a very obvious target. An explosion near his ears jolted him back to the waking world and left his ears ringing. Kaken and his goons were laughing like they just told the funniest joke. Izuku didn't think it was funny. He gathered his things, noting that some of his pencils had been broken, and ran as fast as he could until he was safely off school grounds. Kaken yelled after him, but gave up the chase once Izuku was out of his sight. Morning aura practice was definitely not a good idea, at least, not while he was still so new at it. The Aura Guidebook emphasized building up stamina and strength in order to increase the amount of aura that he could use at any given time. It made sense. All of the pro heroes he'd seen since developing his aura vision had decently strong auras, and that was most likely due to all the training they had received. He knew that if he wanted to get to a point where he could actually use his aura in the entrance exam, less than 2 years away now, then he needed to up his training. And he knew only one person who might actually be able to give him some good pointers. Izuku wrung his fingers nervously as he waited for the other students to leave so he could ask Bushida-sensei for some tips on how to improve his training regime. When the last student had finally left, Bushida-sensei stopped putting away the training mats and told Izuku to stop standing in the doorway and just ask whatever it is you stayed behind to ask. Alright UM.SO, you were a pro hero.SO. I was wondering if you had any training tips for getting stronger? Izuku asked. His sensei was silent for a few moments before looking straight at him. So you want to be a hero then, huh? He huffed. Why yes, more than anything. Izuku told him. I see. Izuku sensed some sadness coming from Bushida-sensei and pity? I can't help you, kid, he finally answered. Izuku felt his hope plummet. Is it because I'm quirkless? He asked, feeling an ugly bitterness twisting in his gut. He'd thought his sensei was different, that he hadn't cared about Izuku's quirklessness, but maybe. No, Bushida said firmly. It's because you're just a kid, Midoriya. Huh? Bushida sighed, gesturing for Izuku to come and sit with him on one of the benches that lined the wall. Look, I teach these classes because I want to make sure you kids can defend yourselves, but I'm not going to help you train to become a child soldier, he explained, sounding bitter. But I'm not trying to be a child soldier. Izuku exclaimed in confusion. I just want to be a hero. Kid, Bushida sighed, sounding weary, they might as well be the same thing. But. Bushida put a hand up to interrupt Izuku. I know you don't think so, but that's what it is. You're 13 years old and you'll be 15 by the time you start the hero course. That's way too young for anyone, no matter their quirk, to decide that heroics is the path they want to take. Izuku could sense some anger coming from him, but the most prominent emotions were sadness and pity. You're quirkless, so you know how harsh the world can be, but you haven't seen the worst of humanity, not even close. The heroics industry makes it seem cool and grand to be a hero, but it doesn't prepare you at all for what you're getting yourself into when you sign up to be one. Bushida exhaled shakily. It doesn't prepare you for the trauma of not being able to save someone, of seeing dead bodies, of seeing dead children. It doesn't prepare you for when you see your comrades die. The lifespan of a hero is very short, kid, and all those hero hopefuls that get into the hero course have no way of understanding the consequences that come with this lifestyle because they're too young, he emphasized, trying to get his point across. So no, I'm not going to help you train to be a hero, just so you can get yourself killed a few years after graduation. Izuku didn't really know what to say to that. He felt the bitterness, anger and resentment towards the heroics industry coming off Bushida in waves. He felt the sadness and pity towards kids like Izuku that wanted to be heroes. But he didn't understand. Bushida was so bitter at the industry he'd been a part of for 40 years, but he must have found something rewarding about it or he wouldn't have kept being a hero for so long, right? And it wasn't like Izuku wasn't aware of how dangerous hero work could be, but that was why he needed to train. So he could get strong, both physically and with his aura, so he could increase his chances of making it as a hero. It didn't change how he felt. I am still going to become a hero, no matter how long it takes, Izuku told him, not letting his determination falter. Bushida seemed to expect this answer and sighed. I'm sure you will. Don't say I didn't warn you though. With nothing more to say, he got up from the bench and walked away, leaving Izuku alone with his thoughts. He knew that going after Bushida-sensei was a lost cause. The emotions he'd sensed coming from the old man weren't going to be changed just because Izuku really wanted his help. He was back to square one. Izuku ended up going online to research the best ways to train his body and wrote down anything that got repeated across multiple different workout suggestions. He figured if multiple websites recommended an exercise then it had to be at least somewhat decent, right? Eventually, after a couple of weeks of research, he had compiled a list of workouts with and without weights that he could use to develop more muscle and stamina. Most of the websites also suggested changes to his diet in order to account for all the calories he'd be burning. He wouldn't be able to successfully build up muscle if he wasn't eating enough of the right foods. Once he had a comprehensive plan in place, he approached his mom with it and asked if she'd help him. Almost immediately though, Ink told him that if this was what he wanted, then she'd pay for a professional to make a specialized diet and exercise plan for him so he could get the best results. He hadn't even thought of that. Despite the fact that it had been 3 years since his mom had sworn to help him with his dream in any way she could, he still had a hard time remembering that he could actually go to his mom for help with things like this. Within another 2 weeks, his mom had found a reputable professional to make an exercise program for him and another to make diet plans for the both of them that would be easy to follow. The plans he'd been given were, admittedly, a lot better than his spliced-together mix of random exercise and diet plans. Over the course of the next year, Izuku and his mom followed the plans they'd been given and the results certainly spoke for themselves. It wasn't a drastic change, however he knew he could definitely lift more heavy weights than he had been able to a year ago, just over double his original weight limit. Granted, it wasn't as impressive when considering that he hadn't been very strong in the first place, but it was still progress. His mum on the other hand looked a lot healthier and happier. She had already slowly been losing some weight since they'd started jogging together, but since adding the diet plan in as well she was starting to look a lot like she had looked when he was a toddler. It probably helped that she wasn't stress eating the way she had been a few years ago either. Seeing his mum looking happier and less stressed was nice, and it even showed in her aura. Where her aura once constantly buzzed with nerves and anxiety, it was now much calmer. There was still a little bit of a nervous buzz, but that was more a reflection of who she was as a person rather than her nerves being so intense that her aura constantly reflected that like it used to. His own aura had changed too. What once was a tiny flame, barely the size of a coin, had grown to about the size of a golf ball. He still couldn't do anything with it, but it was certainly progress. He needed to be better though, he needed to learn how to actually use his manifested aura. He only had 1 year left until the UA entrance exam. With 10 months left until he was finally able to take the UA entrance exam, Izuku's whole life essentially evolved around training both his aura and his body. He had skimmed through the many chapters of the aura guidebook to try and find a shortcut, anything that could help him use his aura more effectively in time for the exam. At the rate he was improving, there was no way he'd be able to use his aura in the exam, so he needed to find a workaround. After a week of searching, he had found 2 options that could work. One was learning how to channel his aura into a weapon, making it stronger and thus allowing it to do more damage. This technique focused more on control than power, so it would be easier to practice, but the downside was that he'd need permission to bring a weapon into the exam. While it was possible he could find something during the exam to use as an improvised weapon, that involved leaving things up to chance, and Izuku wasn't willing to take that risk. So that left Izuku with the other option he'd found, clear quartz crystals. According to the aura guide, crystals could be used to store aura and create a small reserve that he could keep on hand for emergencies, with clear quartz being able to store more aura than any other crystals. Apparently this technique was commonly used by healers in order to have enough aura to heal their patients, but for Izuku? It would be a nice little cheat that he could use to start learning more advanced techniques while his aura was still growing. Using some of his savings, Izuku had bought himself a bracelet with chunky clear quartz crystals on a reinforced string. With almost 24 crystals strung together, Izuku was confident he'd be able to store enough aura to do something with them. Sat at the back of class, one hand covering his bracelet, Izuku channeled some aura into the crystals. Just a small amount. He had been slowly building up his little reserve of aura for the past few days and only half the crystals were full, glowing a bright blue. He was so focused on his task that he hadn't been paying attention to his teacher. Until Izuku heard his own name and cringed. Midoriya, don't you want to apply to UA too? Oh geez. The entire class burst into laughter, even his teacher was chuckling as he looked at his clipboard. They all laughed at him, saying that there was no way he could get in without a quirk. He could try and defend himself, after all UA was the only hero course that accepted quirkless students, but what was the point? They'd take anything he'd say and use it as another reason to mock him. The only way to prove them wrong was to get in. Kaken wouldn't let it go that easily though. Explosive palms slammed onto his desk, creating a shockwave that sent him hurtling into the back wall of the classroom. Deku? Kaken screeched. You seriously think you can get into UA? UA is for the best of the best, like me. Not quirkless wannabes like you, Deku. You'd FING die in the exam, he spat. Izuku sighed, but said nothing. This was an argument they'd had many times over the years and Kaken had never budged on his stance. Without a quirk Izuku was useless and had no chance of becoming a hero, so much so that it was an insult to Kaken that he'd even attempt to apply to UA. The teacher soon called for the class to calm down and return to their seats, even though Kaken was the only one that had been standing while Izuku was forced to pick up his things and sit at his now crooked desk. And class went on just like it always did. At the end of the day, Izuku was gathering his things so he could make a quick getaway when Kaken and 2 of his lackeys blocked him from leaving. We're not done, Deku. Kaken growled. Oh, this wasn't going to end well. You know Deku, most top heroes show potential early on, people just look at them and know they're destined for greatness. I'm gonna be the only one from this shitty school to get into UA and then people will start talking about me like that. That's not me being arrogant, I just know I'm that good, he bragged. With a false smile, Kaken took a menacing step forward and placed a hand on his shoulder. A searing pain erupted from the point of contact and Izuku flinched away instinctively, but Kaken's grip was too strong. Let me give you some advice, nerd, don't even think about applying or else. After waiting to make sure his threat had sunk in, Kaken released his shoulder, but the pain was still there. Izuku had no doubt that this one would scar. As Kaken began to leave, Izuku just stood there while Kaken's friends mocked him for not fighting back, but what good would fighting back do? Izuku would just get into trouble and he'd risk getting a black mark on his record. He couldn't afford to ruin his chances at UA, not when he was so close. You know, Kaken paused, if you want to be a hero so badly, you could pray for a quirk in your next life and take a swan dive off the roof of the building. He laughed. What? What the hell? Anger like he'd never felt before bubbled within Izuku as he glared at his former friend. They might not have been close anymore, but suicide baiting? That was way over the line. You got a problem? Kaken threatened, his hands sparking as a warning, and Izuku's anger gave way to shock. What? Did he really not understand that what he'd said wasn't okay? Immediately, Izuku opened up his senses, trying to find anything that indicated that Kaken was remorseful for what he'd just said, but there's nothing. No remorse. No regret. Not even a hint of concern that Izuku might actually take his horrific advice. He barely noticed as Kaken finally walked away, leaving Izuku to grapple with what had just happened. What was he thinking? What if I actually jumped? He'd be responsible for my death. Suicide baiting isn't a joke. He'd never jump, of course, he'd never hurt his mum like that, and he still had a shot at his dream. He had everything to live for. But for Kaken to tell him to. Deep down, he'd hoped that Kaken was still a good person, that he would grow out of his need to beat others down in order to feel good about himself. Even after Izuku had begun sensing emotions and had felt how much Kaken enjoyed beating people up, he had hoped that he would get better. But now? Kaken had crossed the line. Kaken had been his best friend once, but there wasn't anything left of him in Bakugo Katsuki. Bakugo Katsuki was a bully. And Izuku could no longer pretend he was anything else. For the first time in a long while, Izuku took the direct route home. As much as he didn't want to skip one of his library days, he needed to get home and treat his shoulder before his mum got off work. Why am I still protecting him? He wondered angrily. Why was his first instinct to just hide his injuries like he usually did? Katsuki had made himself pretty clear. He didn't care if Izuku killed himself. So why should Izuku care if he finally gets in trouble for acting like a villain? Katsuki wanted to be a hero, but he had no problem hurting Izuku. Could a person like that really be a good hero? It wasn't as if Katsuki didn't know that hurting people was wrong. He'd always avoided breaking bones or aiming for people's faces because he knew full well that injuries like that would result in him getting blacklisted from UA and losing his dream. But what if he didn't have a dream to lose? What would Katsuki do then? Izuku didn't want to think about what Katsuki would be capable of if he had nothing to lose. Maybe it would be better for everyone if all of Katsuki's violent tendencies were directed towards beating up villains and helping people. Would he actually help people though? Fear. Desperation. Bloodlust. He looked around the tunnel he was passing through, trying to find the source of the emotions he was sensing, but he couldn't see anyone around him. No, wait, they had just passed underneath him. Izuku frantically looked behind him, only to see a sewer lid in the middle of the tunnel burst open, revealing a mass of sludge with a face. Izuku paled. A villain? After only a moment's hesitation, Izuku's self-defense training kicked in and he began running away. Hopefully he could get out of sight before the villain noticed him. "Hey, get back here, kid, you'll make a perfect skinsuit for me to hide in," the villain yelled from behind him. Or not. The villain was faster than Izuku, and was gaining on him. He sensed the villain lunge for him and Izuku leapt out of the way, tucking and rolling right back onto his feet to keep his momentum going. "Come on, kid, stop running, it'll only hurt for a second, I promise." The villain tried to convince him to give up. "No thank you," he yelled back. Being someone's skinsuit sounded like an awful way to die. Izuku dodged another attempt to grab him and doubled back towards the tunnel as he tried to remember anything from his lessons that could help him escape with his life. His aura senses were helping him predict the villain's movements without having to look back at him, but he couldn't keep this up forever. Eventually he'd tire out and the villain would get him. Come on, Izuku, think. He couldn't let the sludge villain catch up to him. None of his self-defense techniques would work against someone who was literally made of sludge, but he couldn't keep running either. He had to find a way to put some distance between them, but how? Aim for a weak spot. That's right, Bushido-sensei was always saying to aim for a villain's weak spot. One good hit would give him enough time to get some distance between him and the villain. He's made of sludge though, does he even have a weak spot? Izuku panicked. The villain had a face though, right? And faces had a lot of weak spots. His eyes. Izuku realized with an internal cheer as a plan quickly formed in his mind. Without really thinking it through, Izuku used the speed he'd built up to turn on his heel and swing his backpack at the villain's eyes, praying that his aim was good. He didn't hesitate to turn back around and keep running, but he almost cheered when he heard the villain scream in pain. He managed to get to the other side of the tunnel before the villain began chasing him again, but he was noticeably slower. This was Izuku's chance to get away. He almost stumbled when he felt another presence appear. "Fear not," a great booming voice yelled out. "Everything will be alright now. Why? Because I am here." Holy crap, is that? Izuku chanced to glance back at the villain and, sure enough, standing between him and the talking pile of sludge was All Might himself. "Holy crap, it's All Might!" Izuku internally screamed. With a single punch that nearly knocked Izuku off his feet, All Might had splattered the sludge villain all over the tunnel. And then he randomly began gathering up the sludge into 2 plastic bottles. It was somewhat surreal to watch the #1 hero just scoop up parts of the villain into such an unorthodox method of containment. Once the villain had been contained, All Might picked up Izuku's backpack and brought it over to him. "I'm sorry you got caught up in my villain catching, young man. Turns out the city's sewer system is pretty hard to navigate." He laughed a booming laugh. "Can I get an autograph?" Izuku blurted out without thinking. "Haha, sure thing." All Might agreed. Izuku panicked and fumbled with his backpack until he found his notebook along with one of his pens. He handed them to All Might and marveled at how small they looked in his hands. With a few quick strokes of the borrowed pen, All Might signed his notebook and handed it back to him. "Thank you." Izuku frantically bowed over and over. All Might gave him a thumbs up. "No problem. Now, I must get this scoundrel to the police." Izuku didn't even get a chance to ask All Might anything else before he took off, leaving Izuku alone to process everything that had just happened. Izuku stumbled through his front door and immediately went about taking care of his shoulder, numbly going through the familiar motions of treating a burn as he tried to sort through the events of that afternoon. He had almost been killed. If All Might hadn't shown up when he did. Sure, he'd bought himself some time by successfully hurting the villain, but he'd still needed to be rescued. All his self-defense training, all his aura training, and all he'd been able to do was stall. Izuku didn't get much sleep that night. Over the course of the next few days, Izuku continued to store aura into his bracelet, his near-death experience being a pretty damn good motivator to get more serious about his training. He was preparing to start learning some more advanced aura techniques, but before he could, there was something he had to do first. He'd thought about it and really, at this point, he had no reason to keep lying. And so, when Saturday came around, Izuku asked his mum to accompany him to the library. He greeted Nakamura-san, got permission to bring his mum into the restricted section, and pulled out the book that had started it all. "Mum, I need to show you something." The plan had always been to tell his mum the truth once he had enough proof of his aura abilities, but that didn't make Izuku any less nervous to finally do it. He spent the entire walk to the library literally shaking with anxiety. What if she didn't believe him? What if she was angry that he'd kept this from her all these years? What if she was really hurt that he hadn't trusted her sooner? When they finally arrived, he greeted Nakamura-san at the front desk with a tense smile and he heard Inko offer a polite, "good morning," as well before he asked if he could bring his mum into the restricted section to show her some of the books he'd been reading. Thankfully, Nakamura-san said yes. Technically he didn't need the book to reveal the truth to his mum, but it would be a lot easier to explain his aura abilities if he had the book to show her too. With a high-pitched, "thank you," Izuku grabbed his mum's hand and led her to the restricted section. Once inside, he pulled the aura guidebook from its shelf. "Mum, I need to show you something," Izuku said as he held the book out to her. His mum let out a little chuckle. "An old book? With how nervous you looked, I thought it was going to be something serious. Don't scare me like that." He could tell that she was using humor to cover up her confusion. Still, he pushed the book into her hands. "Just please read the first chapter, it's important." She seemed to realize that he was being serious and stopped chuckling. "Okay, Izuku." He watched with bated breath as she sat down and began reading, her eyebrows raising in confusion as she finally read the title. He felt her confusion grow as she got a few pages in, but to her credit, she didn't pause to question why he'd asked her to read this, she just kept reading. Chapter 1 was mostly introductory, it had a lot of warnings and lectures about patience, but its description of aura and its many uses was quite comprehensive. It would certainly do a much better job of explaining what aura was than he could, and he needed his mum to know about aura first before he actually showed her. Within maybe 20 minutes his mum had finished the chapter. "So, why did you want me to read that, Izuku?" she asked him curiously. Izuku bit his lip. This was it. No more secrets. "Because," he held out his hand, "I wanted to show you what I've been learning at the library all these years." And he manifested his aura. Inko hadn't known what to think when her son had nervously asked her to come to the library with him after breakfast. She had agreed to go with him because he looked pretty serious, but no matter how many times she tried to get an answer out of him, he remained tight-lipped. When an ancient-looking book was placed in her hands and he had asked her to read the first chapter, her worry turned to confusion. Why was Izuku acting so serious about a book? Regardless, she indulged her son and read the chapter titled An Introductory to Aura. It was a fascinating concept to be sure, but she still couldn't fathom why he was so anxious for her to read it. Surely he knew that this wasn't real, right? Nonetheless, she persevered through the chapter and, upon finishing it, she closed the book before asking her son why he'd wanted her to read it. Nothing, however, could have prepared her for the moment her son held out his hand in front of him and produced a small ball of blue light, energetically hovering over the center of his palm. What the hell? Izuku, what is this? She asked uneasily. It looked like a quirk, but that was impossible. She had gone to multiple appointments with him and all of the doctors had confirmed that it would be impossible for him to ever develop a quirk. It's aura, her son answered with a soft smile. Aura? Inko glanced down at the book in her hands. But how is that possible? I don't understand, how? Then Izuku asked her if she remembered when he was 5 and he had asked her if she thought there was any truth to the old legends and stories of things like magic, and things started clicking into place. I do remember that, yes, she answered softly after thinking for a moment. It had been the first time after his quirkless diagnosis that she'd seen him smiling again. She hadn't thought much about his question at the time, she had just been happy that he seemed to be acting more like himself. Well, I got curious, her son continued. I wanted to see for myself if I could find something real amongst all the stories. I thought that if I could find something real, then maybe I could use it to become a hero. It took me a few years, but I found this book and I've been using it to teach myself aura ever since, he explained, holding the book almost reverently as he gently took it from her hands and replaced it on the bookshelf. A book that he had apparently been using to teach himself something that should be impossible. It seemed much more likely to her that Izuku had miraculously developed a quirk instead of somehow discovering how to use magic, but her son was hardly a prankster and she knew his serious expressions too well to think that he was joking, which meant that this was somehow real. Somehow, Izuku had managed to actually find a book capable of teaching him something that he could pass off as a quirk. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Inko couldn't help but ask. She could understand Izuku not telling her in the early days, back when she hadn't been very supportive of his dream, but why not sometime during the last 4 years? Why wait until now? Did he not trust her? I didn't think you'd believe me, he admitted. Oh. That hurt, she couldn't deny that. Of course I believe you, sweetie, she insisted. I mean, this is a lot to take in, but how could I not believe you after you did that little ball of light trick right in front of me? That seemed to be the wrong thing to say, however, as her son sighed and nodded, like he had expected that answer. But I couldn't do that until recently. Would you have really believed me if I had told you a couple of years ago without being able to prove it to you? And Inko didn't have a good answer for that. It was easy to say that she believed her son now, after being given some proof, and she wanted nothing more than to tell him that she would have absolutely believed him no matter when he had told her, but Inko had always been more of a seeing is believing type of person. She loved her father and his many wise quotes, including the one she'd shared with Izuku all those years ago, but there was definitely a difference between being somewhat open-minded and being expected to believe something without any proof. Would her son's words have really been enough? A wave of guilt washed over her as she realized that, no, they probably wouldn't have been. Don't feel guilty, Izuku told her. I probably wouldn't have believed me either without some proof. I mean, I spent months making sure that I wasn't crazy and I was the one actually using aura. The way he said it made her think that he was trying to make her feel better about the whole situation, but it just made her feel worse. He'd been figuring this out all alone for almost a decade at this point. She was his mother, she should have been helping him all these years, but instead he'd felt like he had to keep it to himself like a shameful little secret. But no more. Tell me everything. Izuku had expected his mom to feel angry or hurt, not guilty. It wasn't her fault that his story sounded so fantastic, it was understandable that she wouldn't have believed him without proof. But still, it felt amazing to be able to share everything with her. From his abilities, to how he discovered each of them, he left out nothing. It was so freeing to get to show off all his progress and actually talk to her about all this aura stuff. She'd even mentioned possibly buying him some more clear quartz jewelry when he got to that part of his explanation. They had talked and talked, even getting out the aura guide again so he could show her certain chapters, all the way up until the library closed. Nakamura-san had knocked on the door and politely kicked them both out. Their walk home was much more pleasant than the walk to the library had been, with Izuku describing the colors of people's inner auras as they walked past and pointing out random stray cats as they went. There was even one cat that he had seen a homeless-looking man approach and essentially kidnap with food and pets as bribes. It was a funny sight to see a grown man lure a cat to him like that. Aura certainly made him notice things that most people would overlook, something his mum had pointed out. It was quite possibly the best reaction he could have hoped for, and Izuku couldn't help the slight bounce in his step as they walked, feeling so much lighter now that he no longer had to lie to his mum about his abilities. The next few weeks were a bit of an adjustment period for the both of them as Inko did her best to learn about Aura and what her son was capable of. The concept of Aura itself was a lot to wrap her head around, and Izuku had corrected her when she naturally called it magic. Aura isn't magic, Mum, it's your life force, every living thing has aura, he had explained patiently. It was strange to think that she had aura too, that she could learn how to control aura as well if she really wanted to. Being able to know where people were and if someone was approaching her certainly sounded useful, but feeling the emotions of anyone near her sounded like it would be more trouble than it was worth. Her own emotions were more than enough. Still, regardless of Inko's reluctance to become an aura user herself, she fully intended to read through all of Izuku's notes so she could at least understand her son's powers and how best to help him train. One of the first things she did was book a quirk-proof training room at Bushida-san's gym. Apparently her son planned to learn how to use aura offensively, and their apartment was hardly the best place to practice. Unfortunately, the training rooms tended to get booked out weeks in advance, but there wasn't much Inko could do about that, so he'd have to be patient and work on other things in the meantime. The next thing she did was buy him a PVC pipe when Izuku showed her his notes on channeling aura into a weapon. There was no way she was getting him an actual weapon, but she wasn't unreasonable, so a compromise was made. Izuku, thankfully, hadn't put up much of a fight when she'd said no to getting him a knife, and they'd been able to agree on some ground rules fairly quickly. He was allowed to practice channeling aura into the pipe at home, but if he wanted to actually use it, then he'd have to wait until a training room was available. It would be at least another couple of weeks before Izuku could properly start the next stage of training his aura, but that would give Inko the time she needed to ask her son a question she'd been wondering about since he revealed his abilities to her. How does Izuku plan to explain his abilities? Most people would just assume they were a quirk, so it would make sense to have his abilities registered as one. However, Izuku hadn't once mentioned any intentions to get his aura powers registered as a quirk. Was he planning to just let people assume it was a quirk? Or would he actually try to tell the truth? She couldn't see that ending well. It wasn't until a couple of weeks later, though, when she saw him filling out his UA Hero course application at the table after breakfast, that she knew she had to bring her concerns up with him, especially when she saw what he was putting under quirk on the printed form. Izuku, are you sure it's a good idea to put quirkless on your application? I mean, how are you going to explain your abilities to your teachers if you don't pass them off as a quirk? I'm going to tell the truth, he answered without missing a beat. I mean, now that I can manifest my aura, it'll be easy enough to prove. Inko frowned and shook her head. They won't believe your word alone, sweetie. Anyone who sees your aura will just think it's a quirk. But it won't be just my word alone. I mean, you'll back me up, right? Inko swallowed uneasily. Oh, of course, but dash. And I'm still quirkless. I just have to prove that I have the extra toe joint, and if that's not enough, I can get a quirk doctor to prove that I don't have a quirk factor, he explained. Inko's unease grew at her son's worryingly naive plan. Izuku, I don't think you've really thought this through. Of course I have, dash. Have you? She cut him off harshly. The way he flinched at her tone of voice made Inko's heart ache with guilt, but she needed him to be realistic about this. I'm sorry, Izuku, but what happens when you start working as a hero and people start asking questions? Are you just going to tell everyone that asks that you're actually quirkless? And even if you do convince them that you're telling the truth, what do you think will happen afterwards? How do you think they'll react? I don't want you to get hurt. You think people might try to hurt me? He asked quietly. I don't know. And that was the scariest part of all this. There was no way of truly knowing how people would react once the truth was out, and there would be no way to put this particular genie back in its bottle if things took a turn for the worse. I don't know, but what I do know is how people reacted to quirks when they first started appearing, how people still react to certain quirks. Or the lack thereof. Do you really think that's how people will react to aura? He asked, his fists trembling in his lap, and Inko could tell he was finally taking her concerns into consideration. I think it's a possibility you should be prepared for, she told him honestly. There were so many unknowns that this decision could lead to, people were unpredictable, and there were so many ways this could end in her son getting hurt. She just wanted to put her foot down and tell him that he was getting his abilities registered as a quirk, end of discussion. And yet taking that choice away from him would be crossing a line that she couldn't uncross. So, despite the fear that gripped her heart, Inko gently took her son's hands into her own and smiled at him. Izuku, I love you, and if telling people the truth is what you really want to do, I'll support you no matter what, but please think about this first before doing something you can't take back. I don't think you've really thought this through. But he had though, hadn't he? It wouldn't be easy, but using his aura to become a quirkless hero had always been the plan. How do you think people will react? How would they react? He'd never really thought much about that. He'd always assumed that the hardest part of telling the truth would be proving that he wasn't a liar. To say that people hadn't reacted well to quirks when they first emerged would be an understatement, but would people really react to aura the same way their ancestors had reacted to quirks? Was his mum right to be worried? Or was she just being paranoid and overprotective? As much as he wanted to write off her concerns, to tell her that people were much more accepting of the extraordinary these days, he couldn't stop that little nagging voice in his head that reminded him of the discrimination that certain quirks still faced. Being quirkless, Izuku was no stranger to being discriminated against. People always assumed that the quirkless were weak, that they were useless, less evolved, just less. However, he knew that was nothing compared to the discrimination that mutant quirks faced. Izuku got beat up because he kept standing up to bullies, but someone with a mutation quirk could get beaten up just for how they looked. Then there were villainous quirks, people that got labeled as villainous just because of their quirk. Would that be how they treated Izuku? Would they think he was a monster or a villain just because he had a power they didn't understand? Would they feel threatened if a quirkless nobody suddenly proved that he wasn't so powerless? Throughout the many chapters of the Aura Guide book, there were mentions of previous aura users, how they had once used their abilities to help people wherever they were needed. But when magic and other such powers started being regarded with fear and hatred, many aura users went into hiding to avoid being burned at the stake. They had chosen to continue using their abilities though, helping from the shadows and being discreet. Was he being selfish for wanting to tell the truth? Would he be able to save more people by pretending to have a quirk instead? While becoming a quirkless hero had been his only choice for all these years, he couldn't deny the burning desire to prove that the quirkless could become heroes too. But, above all else, Izuku wanted to be a hero. And being a hero was about saving people, not proving a point. I think you were right. I think we should get my abilities registered as a quirk. Are you sure, Izuku? His mum replied with a conflicted expression. The thought of lying, of pretending his hard-earned abilities were just a quirk, made his gut churn with uneasiness. He'd grown up wanting to be a quirkless hero, wanting to give hope to other quirkless kids like him and prove that being quirkless didn't make him worthless. But over the last few days he'd done as his mum had asked and really thought about what it would mean to tell the truth about his aura abilities, and the more he thought about his mother's concerns, the more he really thought about what would happen if aura became common knowledge. Many times he'd imagined other quirkless kids learning how to use aura to become heroes like he had, but looking at how society had changed with the emergence of quirks, Izuku couldn't imagine a scenario in which people only used aura for good. It was inevitable that aura-wielding villains would begin to show up and, unlike quirks, aura couldn't just be suppressed. While quirk-suppressing technology and drags were still rather limited because they had mostly come about as a result of illegal testing during the Quirk Wars, at least there were ways to suppress or limit a villain's quirk to keep them in prison. And that was what it really boiled down to in the end. There was no telling how many innocent people would be hurt by aura if just anyone was able to learn it. If all Izuku had to worry about was himself, then he'd be willing to risk it, but how could he knowingly risk the safety of other people and still hope to call himself a hero? I'm sure. It had been a difficult decision for Izuku to make, and he'd be lying if he said he didn't have any doubts, but the process of actually getting his abilities registered as a quirk? Well, that had been surprisingly easy. As it turns out, showing up wielding something that looked exactly like a quirk when you're supposed to be quirkless was a very quick way to get the quirk registration office to bend over backwards to help make things right, since being falsely diagnosed as quirkless was very serious and could lead to lawsuits given how the quirkless got treated. They were obligated to make up for such a grievous error. It was actually kind of funny watching them run around like headless chickens trying to register his new quirk as fast as possible. He would have felt bad for deceiving them, but they had been about to kick them out on principle when they'd seen his quirkless ID. They weren't even going to let him try and prove that he had a quirk. They had immediately assumed that he was a liar. Which, technically he was, but there was no way they could have known that. It had felt good to see their faces turn to horror when he'd created a little ball of aura in his hands. They had immediately changed their tunes after that. It still felt wrong though. All these years of being quirkless, of being treated like he was worthless, of having people ignore him or hurt him just for how he was born. It felt like cheating to suddenly have an out. To suddenly be free of that label when it wasn't true. He was still quirkless. That wasn't what his new ID said though. Quirk, aura manipulation. Quirk. It didn't feel right. But maybe it would just take some getting used to? The next day, his mum invited Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru over to share the good news with them. They'd both been thrilled for him, congratulating him and asking for a demonstration, which he had happily given them. However, despite being happy that he could freely use his abilities now, he couldn't help feeling guilty for lying to them. Katsuki had, thankfully, been left at home, the adults all understanding that maybe Izuku didn't want to share this with him just yet. Which he didn't. He knew it was just delaying the inevitable, but he was still glad to be able to have a moment to just breathe and get used to no longer being legally quirkless before Katsuki found out and made it all about him, like he usually did. Going back to school had definitely been a very strange experience. He had been called into the principal's office to be congratulated on his new quirk, and the principal had even apologized to him for how he'd been treated up until now. Despite the pleasant smile on the principal's face, he could sense the insincerity coming off of him in waves. Insincerity and greed. But really, it made sense when he thought about it for a moment. Aldera let Katsuki get away with everything he did because they knew that his quirk would get him into a decent hero school, and they didn't want to miss out on the chance to boast about how a hero had come from their school. Obviously, with Izuku's grades and fitness levels, his new quirk meant that they now had another hero hopeful that actually had a chance of succeeding about to graduate from their middle school, so the principal was sking up to him. But no amount of flattery or fake apologies would ever make him talk fondly about Aldera, not after the principal and his staff had spent the last 2.5 years ignoring all the bullying he'd been subjected to. Izuku simply smiled and nodded though. Maybe this meant that he could at least finish middle school in relative peace. No such luck. His teacher had immediately announced his updated quirk status to his class, to the disbelief of his classmates. Some had laughed, thinking it was a joke, and others had looked at him curiously, wondering if it was true. Katsuki, on the other hand, had been suspiciously quiet, and that was never a good thing. Izuku spent the whole day avoiding him and dodging his classmates' requests to see his quirk, but unfortunately his luck ran out after school when Katsuki grabbed him by the wrist and dragged him outside behind the building. He pinned Izuku to the brick wall with a feral growl. "Deku, I don't know how you convinced our shitty teachers that you have a quirk now, but I know you're a FING liar. If you were gonna get a quirk, you would have gotten it when we were kids." Katsuki was right, of course. He'd zeroed in on the truth right away. Izuku didn't have a quirk, it was impossible, but that didn't mean Izuku owed him the truth. I don't owe you an explanation, Katsuki. Like hell you don't. I told you not to apply for UA, instead you decided to try and cheat your way in by pretending you have a quirk, he yelled angrily, slamming Izuku against the wall violently. And since when did you FING stop calling me that stupid nickname? Izuku felt himself getting angry as well, but he couldn't tell if he was just channeling Katsuki's anger or if the anger he was feeling was his own. I stopped calling you Kakin the day you told me to kill myself, you JRK. Izuku grabbed Katsuki's wrists and twisted them, forcing him to let go, and pushed him away, freeing himself from being pinned against the wall. I can't stop you from calling me Deku, but I won't be your punching bag anymore. Izuku flared his aura, channeling it into his fists. He was done letting Katsuki beat him down. Deku was supposed to be a weakling, a pebble in his path and nothing else. He was just a quirkless loser that kept chasing an impossible dream because he was too stupid to give up. But here Deku was, wielding a FING quirk, a quirk that he was not supposed to have. How the F did he get a quirk? Has he been hiding it this whole time? That had to be it. There's no way he just randomly got a quirk at 14. He must have been hiding it this whole time. Probably laughing at him behind his back. Deku, he growled, igniting the sweat on his palms. You're dead. He lunged at the shitty nerd with an explosive right hook, aiming for his shoulder. He didn't know what the new rules were now that the teachers knew about Deku's stupid quirk, but he wasn't going to risk getting in trouble because he broke the nerd's nose. He definitely wanted to punch that smug BSTRD in the face, but he wasn't risking his future for it. Somehow, Deku managed to dodge to the side and avoid being hit, so he opted to throw another punch at him, but Deku dodged again. Stop FING dodging, you coward. You have a FING quirk, so use it, he yelled. But Deku just wouldn't fight back. Fine, Deku like dodging so much? Katsuki would make him regret that. He aimed another punch at Deku's shoulder, and when Deku predictably tried to dodge, he aimed an explosion at his other shoulder. Deku seemed to realize that he'd fallen for Katsuki's trap and tried to adjust mid-dodge, but he just wasn't fast enough. Katsuki grinned when Deku cried out in pain as the explosion hit its mark. You're not even gonna use your quirk to fight back, Deku? Or is it as pathetic as you are? He lashed out with another explosion and grinned. Maybe that's why you hid it all these years, a useless quirk for a useless Deku. He laughed. I'm not useless. Deku stood his ground, putting his fists up again. Izuku had been trying not to fight, to just dodge, but he was pretty sure this counted as self-defense and he wasn't going to let Katsuki beat him into the dirt like he usually did. Katsuki aimed another explosive fist at him, but this time Izuku grabbed it and used the momentum to swing Katsuki over his shoulder, smashing him into the ground and knocking the wind out of him. As Katsuki lay on the ground, trying to get his breath back, Izuku grabbed his backpack and ran. There was no point to finishing this fight, it had been a pointless one from the beginning, but Katsuki had never been great at just talking out his feelings and Izuku didn't think he'd start being reasonable today. When Izuku finally got home, he took his shirt off and checked his shoulder, wincing as he accidentally pulled on the tender skin. He knew his mum would be home in less than an hour. If he started cleaning up now, he could be done just before his mum got home and she'd be none the wiser. But, I don't want to protect him anymore. Izuku honestly had no idea why he kept making excuses for him. It had become second nature at this point to hide his injuries, even after Katsuki had crossed the line and suicide baited him. But he just couldn't justify it anymore. Even as he sat on the couch cleaning his burned shoulder, a part of him recoiled at being in the living room. It wanted him to go hide in his room like he usually did, but he was just so tired. He was tired of pretending like Katsuki hadn't been hurting him all these years. He was tired of protecting him. So when his mum finally came home from work that day, he didn't try to hide in his room, he simply returned her cheery greeting. And waited for all of his lies to come crashing down. When Inko arrived home that day, she hadn't expected to see her son's mop of green hair peeking out from the living room. Izuku was usually in his room when she got home from work, but she'd never complain about getting to spend some more time with him, so she called out a cheerful greeting. Maybe they could watch something together before she started dinner? Izuku returned her greeting with a half-hearted, "Hey mum," almost like he was distracted, but Inko didn't think anything of it. It was pretty common for Izuku to get caught up in his quirk analysis or his aura training after school, so she just assumed that was why he sounded so distracted. But, once she entered the living room, Inko felt her heart stop cold in her chest at the sight she was greeted with. Her son, her baby, was sitting on the couch cleaning up a third-degree burn on his shoulder like he'd done it 100 times before and, judging by the scars all over his torso, he probably had. Izuku. What? She got a closer look at him and noticed a scar on his uninjured shoulder that was distinctly hand-shaped, a burned scar. Izuku. Who did this to you? She asked, horrified that someone would hurt her child this badly. Katsuki, Izuku mumbled in reply. Katsuki? Surely not. She must have heard wrong, right? Katsuki wouldn't hurt Izuku like this, right? She knew that they hadn't been friends in years, but surely he wouldn't go as far as to burn his own handprint into Izuku's shoulder? Katsuki. Did he really? Izuku, please tell me he didn't really do this, she begged. Her son sat there silently for a few moments before he shook his head. I'm sorry, Mum. I don't want to lie to you anymore, he murmured with a look of resignation. He went on to tell her about the beatings, about how it had escalated as they got older. He told her about each of his scars and how he'd gotten them, 7 in total, but it might as well have been more with how big they were. And finally, he told her about what had happened earlier after school. Inko felt like she was going to be sick. Katsuki. Her nephew. How could he do this to her son? What had Izuku ever done to him? She had been his auntie since the day he'd been born, she'd held him as a baby and had watched him grow up. He'd always been so polite to her, so why? Anger boiled within her as she remembered all the times she'd visited the Bakugas recently and how he'd smiled at her, called her Auntie Inko, when all the while he'd been hurting her son. How dare he? Izuku grabbed her arm with his free hand and gave her a knowing look. Mum, don't. She shook his hand off of her and glared at him. I'm not letting him get away with this, Izuku, she told him, absolutely seething. Izuku didn't try to stop her as she stormed out of their apartment and made her way over to the Bakugas. Bakugo Mitsuki didn't scare easily, but seeing her best friend storm through her front door, looking ready to kill someone? Now that was a terrifying sight. Mitsuki pitied whoever had set off Inko. And silently prayed that it hadn't been her. Hey Inko, where's the fire? She joked. Where's Katsuki? She asked angrily. Mitsuki blinked in surprise and disbelief. What the hell had that brat done to PSS off Inko of all people? Katsuki, get your arse out here now, she yelled in the direction of her son's room. Whatever he'd done, he was going to own up to it and apologize. Katsuki came stomping out of his room with a glare on his face. What do you want, you old hag? He scowled before he noticed Inko. Oh, hey auntie, he added, looking less angry. Inko, on the other hand, looked absolutely furious. How dare you call me auntie after what you did to Izuku, she shouted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Wait. What? Mitsuki whirled around and leveled her son with a furious glare. What the hell did you do, Katsuki? A mix of emotions flashed across Katsuki's face before he settled on anger. I didn't do anything, hag, he yelled back. Inko didn't seem to like that answer. Don't you dare lie to me, Katsuki. I saw all the burn scars on his chest and the third-degree burn on his shoulder. Mitsuki felt sick. Katsuki had hurt Izuku that badly? Katsuki, you better have a good explanation for this. Mitsuki glared at him sternly. Katsuki glared back at her intensely. It's Deku's fault. He hid his quirk from me all this time. He's been pretending to be weak this whole time just to make me look bad, he yelled, sounding frustrated. Mitsuki's next words died in her throat. What the hell kind of logic was that? She had raised her son to be smarter than that. There's no way he actually believed that bullshit, right? So that makes it okay for you to burn your handprint into his shoulder? Inko practically growled, taking a menacing step towards Katsuki with her hand raised. Masaru, clearly seeing that Inko was about to slap Katsuki, stepped in and grabbed Inko's arm before she could hit their son. Inko, I understand you're angry, you have every right to be, but please don't strike my son, he told her gently. Mitsuki watched as the anger drained out of Inko's face and was replaced by horror. Inko wasn't a violent person, she'd never forgive herself for striking a child. Even if Mitsuki thought that Katsuki would have deserved it. Katsuki, for his part, just looked shocked that Inko would even think of slapping him. Mitsuki hoped that this meant that her brat was actually realizing how badly he'd effed up. Masaru carefully released Inko's arm and wrapped his own around her shoulders in an attempt to comfort her. Alright, how about you and Mitsuki go take Izuku to the hospital and I'll deal with Katsuki. Oh hell no. No way, our brat and I need to have a little chat about how to treat family. Mitsuki clenched her fists. Katsuki was going to be grounded for the rest of his life if she had any say in the matter. And that's exactly why you should go with Inko. You need to calm down and Inko shouldn't be alone right now. I can handle Katsuki, her husband told her firmly. Mitsuki would have usually gone back and forth with him on something like this, but he'd played dirty by reminding her that if she stayed there to scold Katsuki, then Inko would have to go to the hospital alone. Reluctantly, Mitsuki took Inko from her husband's arms and began guiding her friend back to her apartment so they could take Izuku to the hospital. She'd just have to trust that Masaru would give Katsuki enough of a scolding for both of them. Inko barely remembered Mitsuki bringing her back to her apartment, but she did remember her horrified gasp when she finally saw the damage Katsuki had inflicted on Izuku. Mitsuki had rushed them both to her car and sped all the way to the hospital. Izuku was taken from them to be seen by a doctor almost immediately and the two of them were left sitting in a waiting room. Inko felt a lump in her throat as the dam finally broke. How could she have missed this? Her son had been getting bullied for almost a decade and she just hadn't noticed. She felt arms encircle her as Mitsuki tried to comfort her. Come on, Izuku is going to be fine, Inko, he's a tough kid. He shouldn't have to be. She trembled as more tears flooded down her face. I'm such a terrible mother. She cried. No you aren't. Mitsuki pulled away from their hug and gave her a stern look. This isn't your fault, you couldn't have known about this. How could she have not known about this? Oh, right. Mitsuki didn't know the whole story yet. Mitsuki, this has been going on since they were kids. Inko admitted tearfully. 10 years of bullying and bruises and injuries that Izuku hid from me, but I should have noticed. She heard Mitsuki let out a shaky breath. 10 years huh? She muttered. Yeah. Inko let out a bitter laugh, and the thing is, I remember Izuku coming home with bruises when he was younger, he used to just say that he tripped Mitsuki. That's the oldest excuse in the book. How did I not realize what was really going on? Inko cried. She was a complete failure of a mother. Hey now, maybe we both should have noticed, but playing the blame game isn't going to help either of them. How could she not blame herself though? Her son had been hiding injuries from her, hiding the fact that he was being bullied by one of the few people he should have been safe with, and she hadn't even suspected that anything was wrong. If she had just looked more closely, if she hadn't let him isolate himself so much from her, then maybe she could have done something sooner. Maybe she could have stopped all this. I'm looking for Midoriya, Izuku's guardian? Inko frantically got up from her chair. I'm Izuku's mother. Is he okay? He's going to be fine, Midoriya-san, the doctor assured her, but I would like to talk to you about how he got burned like that, he said with a serious expression. The two of them explained what they knew to the doctor and he nodded, confirming that their story matched with what Izuku had told him. The doctor then tried to encourage both her and Mitsuki to report the incident, even after learning that it was Mitsuki's son who'd burnt Izuku. Ma'am, with all due respect, your son is dangerous. If this is what he does to a family friend when he loses his temper, I can scarcely imagine what he'd do to a random person on the street, the doctor had said, sounding quite grave. Mitsuki had assured the doctor that she wouldn't be letting her son get away with this, but that she wanted to talk to her husband first before they decided how to proceed, and Inko had agreed with her. The doctor let them take Izuku home with the promise that they'd keep this from happening again, which had been an easy promise to make. Neither of them would let Katsuki get anywhere near Izuku again. They'd make sure of it. Mitsuki had been nice enough to buy takeout for both Inko and Izuku, seeing as neither of them had had dinner yet. Inko tried to refuse when she'd insisted on paying, but Mitsuki wouldn't let her, saying that it was the least she could do given the circumstances. After reluctantly, but gratefully, accepting the food, Inko ate dinner with Izuku while Mitsuki went to check on Masaru and Katsuki. Izuku went to bed not long afterwards, utterly exhausted, but Inko just didn't feel like she could sleep after everything she'd learned that day. She sat on the couch, her head in her hands as she tried to process all the emotions she was feeling. Her whole body shook as she let herself cry. It would be easy to blame Izuku for not saying anything to her, but she was the adult, she was his mother, she should have paid more attention to her son. She should have known. She should have asked Izuku more questions when she'd figured out that he and Katsuki were no longer friends. But she didn't. And her son had paid the price for her ignorance. A knock at her door had her wiping her eyes as she went to answer it, finding Mitsuki on the other side. "Hey, how are you holding up?" Mitsuki asked wearily. Inko couldn't even find the words to describe how she was feeling at that moment, and so she simply shook her head. Mitsuki wrapped an arm around her and gently guided her back to the couch. "I know today's been a lot, but there's something Katsuki told Masaru while we were at the hospital that you should know." There was more? Inko didn't know if she could handle another revelation right now. What did he say?" she asked, her voice hoarse. "Aldera knew." Mitsuki looked absolutely disgusted. "The teachers and the principal knew, and they just let the bullying happen right in front of them," she ranted. Inko wanted to be surprised, but was it really that surprising after everything else she'd learned today? Why not add in his teachers being discriminating pieces of garbage? "Inko, give me the word and I'll have my lawyer sue Aldera into the ground," Mitsuki offered with a feral look in her eyes. Sue Aldera? It was certainly tempting. She wanted those BSTRDS to pay for just standing by and doing nothing, but... "Mitsuki, you know that if we sue Aldera, Katsuki will most likely get into serious trouble as well?" Inko wanted Katsuki to face the consequences for his actions, but getting the law involved would mean that whatever consequences he received would be out of their hands. Did Mitsuki really understand what she was suggesting? "I appreciate the concern, but Masaru and I have both agreed that Katsuki needs to learn that his actions have consequences," she admitted seriously. "Since he's only 15, they'll probably go easy on him, but he needs a major reality check and he's not going to get it if we just put him in therapy." She really had thought this through then, huh? Well, if she was sure. "All right then, let's take Aldera down." When Izuku had finally told his mother about the bullying, he hadn't really known what to expect. He certainly hadn't expected his mum to team up with Mitsuki so they could sue Aldera. The lawsuit itself was going to be able to go to trial within a few months thanks to how hard the lawyers had been working and, based on Aunt Mitsuki's cackling and his mother's scary smiles whenever they talked to their lawyers, Aldera was screwed. These last 2 months since the lawsuit first began had been kinda insane. For starters, both him and Katsuki had been immediately pulled out of Aldera. His mother had refused to let him go back there and Katsuki needed to go to a school that wouldn't enable him. Uncle Masaru had also taken Katsuki and moved them both into a new apartment just outside of Muzurafu in order to separate him and Katsuki. Izuku had protested such an extreme move on his behalf, telling them that Katsuki had never tried to hurt him in their shared apartment complex because Katsuki knew their parents wouldn't have let him get away with it. But that only seemed to make things worse. The adults had all shared a look and he had felt a mix of anger and something akin to dread coming from them afterwards. Mitsuki and his mother had both been hesitant about Masaru taking Katsuki away, but after telling them what he'd told them, they had completely agreed with his uncle's plan. Aunt Mitsuki had decided to split her time between the two apartments, spending half of her days with his mother to help with the lawsuit and the other half at the new apartment with her family. He couldn't help feeling guilty about the situation, but none of the adults would let him apologize for it. And, despite his guilt, he couldn't deny that these last 2 months without Katsuki had been nice. Unsurprisingly, getting his schoolwork done was a lot easier when he didn't have to worry about Katsuki blowing up his desk whenever he got offended by something Izuku did. His mother had given him the option to go to a new school or to be enrolled in an online school. He'd chosen the online school. The idea of being able to work at his own pace, which would allow him to finish his schoolwork more quickly and would give him more time to practice his aura, had been incredibly appealing, and that had ultimately been the deciding factor for him. Inko was disappointed that he wouldn't be around people his own age for the next 8 months, but she'd understood his reasoning. All in all, he was pretty happy with his progress so far. He hadn't finished middle school early or anything crazy like that, but he was definitely ahead in most of his classes. If he kept up his current pace, he knew he'd be finished a couple of weeks early, which would give him more time to focus on preparing for the hero course entrance exams. Plural. One of the benefits to no longer being legally quirkless was that he could apply to more than just UA's hero course. As much as he wanted to go to UA, he had to be realistic about his chances, and it was always smarter to have backup options. Only 7 months to go. Between the lawsuit, adjusting to online classes, and training his aura, Izuku's 15th birthday kinda snuck up on him. After managing to get all of his schoolwork done before lunch, he had gone to get himself some food and was surprised to see his mum in the living room with his aunt and uncle. "Happy birthday, Izuku," the 3 adults cheered, all smiling at him. "It's my birthday," he wondered aloud. Inko chuckled, unsurprised. "I had a feeling you'd forget. Now come and sit your arse down so we can give you your presents." Mitsuki grinned at him. Feeling his cheeks stretch into a smile, Izuku made his way to the living room where he noticed some small presents laid out on the coffee table. "You didn't have to get me anything," he mumbled. "You're already spending so much money on the lawsuit." He didn't really know how much money was going into the lawsuit, but he knew it had to be a lot with how many lawyers they were paying around the clock to push their case through as soon as possible. Aunt Mitsuki moved closer to him and lightly flicked his forehead. "Nah, none of that," she told him. "The lawsuit has nothing to do with your birthday. You're getting a present whether you want one or not, none of that guilt crap." When his mother and his uncle both nodded their heads in agreement, Izuku knew that this wasn't an argument he was going to win. "Okay," he agreed. "All right, open mine first, sweetie." Inko told him with a smile as she picked up a small present from the coffee table and held it out to him. He gently took the present from his mum's hands, saying a small, "thank you," as he sat down in the armchair next to her and began carefully peeling the wrapping paper off of his present. Once he'd successfully removed the wrapping paper, he found himself faced with a black box that had a very familiar logo branded on its lid. Having a fairly good idea of what exactly his mum had bought him, Izuku lifted the lid and his suspicions were confirmed when he was greeted with the sight of clear quartz crystals. He picked them up, thinking they might be a necklace, but instead found that they were actually bracelets. 4 in total, identical to the one currently around his right wrist. "Mum, this is amazing, but..." "Nope," Inko cut off his protests. "Don't think about the price, just think about how you can use them to help you become a hero. If it makes you happy, then I don't care how much it costs, Izuku," she told him firmly. Izuku felt a lump form in his throat as tears began blurring his vision. He leapt at his mother and enveloped her in a big hug, muttering, "Thank you," as many times as he could. "Ah, come on, don't cry or you're gonna make me cry." Inko let out a watery chuckle, letting him know that she had indeed started crying too. It took them both several minutes to stop crying, but he couldn't stop smiling once he had. For more bracelets meant that he could store up way more aura than before. His mind was already racing with the possibilities. Did he charge all of them up and try some really advanced techniques? Or did he keep training in the basic techniques that he'd been trying to learn, but now he could have a bigger reserve so he could train for longer? What if he... "Oi, come on. You can think about training with those bracelets later. Open our present now." Mitsuki interrupted his stream of thoughts as she held out a box that was about half the size of the one his mother had given him. He could sense a lot of excitement coming for her, so he had a feeling that she had gone overboard for his present this year if she was this excited to see his reaction. "Okay, Aunt Mitsuki," he agreed, taking the present from her hands. Like with his mum's present, he carefully removed the wrapping paper, which left him with a small rectangular box in his hands. This box had the logo of his aunt and uncle's company on it, but it was too small to be an article of clothing. Had they just used a box from their company for convenience? Curiosity piqued, Izuku opened the box and looked at the contents. A blank piece of paper? Izuku picked up the piece of paper so he could get a closer look at it. Was his Aunt Mitsuki trying to prank him? He turned the paper over and saw writing on the other side. It had their company logo at the top and the writing said, "Is this for real?" He internally screamed. He looked up at Mitsuki and Masaru, who were both smiling at him, then he looked back down at the piece of paper in disbelief. "This coupon is good for 1 complimentary hero suit, courtesy of Bakugo Mitsuki and Masaru." "This is way too much," he finally said. "I'm really grateful, don't get me wrong, but..." "No buts," his aunt huffed. "Come on kid, you're a broken record, just accept the gift." It wasn't that he didn't want to, he really did, and he didn't want to sound ungrateful. It was an amazing gift, but a whole hero suit? He knew his aunt and uncle also made hero costumes as part of their fashion business, but he also knew how expensive those hero suits were to make. But, I haven't even gotten into the hero course yet, he exclaimed. Which is why it's a coupon, Masaru chimed in. You still need to come up with a design and then we will need to go over it and work with you to refine it until it's functional. The process itself can take several weeks to several months, and that's not including actually making your suit. We'd also need to find someone willing to make any support gear you'll need as well, he explained. Not to mention, we'll be too busy with the lawsuit to start right away, Aunt Mitsuki added. So, by the time we're ready to actually make the suit, you would have taken a couple of entrance exams and you'd know if you had gotten into a hero course, alright? Uncle Masaru finished. Yeah, that makes sense, he admitted, still feeling a little uncomfortable accepting such an expensive gift. But what if I don't get into a hero course? It would be a waste if they put in all that effort into designing a suit for him and he didn't even get in. Then we'll make it your vigilante suit, his aunt winked at him. His mum gave Mitsuki a light shove. Please don't encourage my son to become a criminal. Oh come on. He's taking 11 different hero course exams. There's no way he isn't getting into one of them. His aunt laughed. Statistically speaking, she was right, he was likely to get into at least one of the hero courses he had applied to, which is why he'd applied to so many. It still wasn't guaranteed though. Thousands of hero hopefuls like him applied to the various hero courses all over Japan every year and only 1 in every 100 of those applicants actually passed the exams. I'll definitely try my best. Having his aunt and uncle willing to custom make his hero suit definitely added another layer to his motivation to get in. I know you will, his mum gave him a short hug before she got up and headed to the fridge. Now, how about some birthday cake? All in all, it was a great 15th birthday. The day of the trial came 2 months later and Izuku found himself wishing that he didn't have to go, but unfortunately, as the main victim of Aldera's neglect, he needed to be at the trial as a witness. Thankfully, the lawyers had assured him he'd probably only be asked a few clarifying questions since the majority of their evidence was video surveillance that they'd gotten from Aldera's security cameras. Most of the incidents of bullying had been caught on camera, even though the angles sometimes weren't the greatest, but it was enough for Aunt Mitsuki's lawyers to be incredibly confident in their ability to win the case. Still, this would be the first time Izuku had been in the same building as Katsuki since he'd told the truth. And he wasn't exactly looking forward to seeing him again. As Izuku entered the courtroom with his mother, he tried to make himself as small as possible. He could feel anger being directed at him from many of his former classmates and teachers who were also in attendance. Inko directed him to a seat on the front bench near the rail, and as he sat down he could feel eyes staring at him. He chanced a glance and saw Katsuki sitting with Masaru on the opposite side of the public benches giving him a death glare. Well, he'd kinda expected that from Katsuki. In a messed up way, Izuku understood why Katsuki was so mad at him. They'd had an unspoken agreement that neither of them would tell their parents about how bad their relationship had gotten, and Izuku had broken that agreement. And yet he honestly couldn't regret his choice because these last 4 months had been some of the best of his life, and that was mostly because Katsuki hadn't been around to make him miserable. The sudden absence of chatter drew Izuku out of his thoughts as the judge's arrival was announced and everyone's attention was directed towards her. It was time for the trial to begin. It was almost embarrassing how badly Aldera's lawyers were trying to grasp at straws in order to get the case dismissed. They kept blaming everyone but themselves for the bullying that had taken place right under their noses. First they tried to accuse the parents for not noticing the injuries and, when that failed, they tried to blame Izuku for hiding his injuries and the other kids for not speaking up. His mother and aunt's lawyers were quick to latch onto their accusations by asking, "Does that mean you're claiming that the teachers and principal of Aldera were unaware of the bullying that was happening?" And Aldera's lawyers had been stupid enough to fall for that trap by agreeing with them. Everyone at the plaintiff's table was grinning ear to ear as one of the lawyers asked if they could play some parts of the surveillance tapes that they'd put together for the court. The judge had agreed and a compilation was played of all the times the teachers had seen bullying happening and either ignored it or actively encouraged it. Izuku recognized himself in many of the clips, but there were many other clips of students both from his former class and from other classes that showcased just how negligent the teachers truly were. Aldera's lawyers had tried to claim that the footage was doctored, but their lawyers had been several steps ahead and had gotten their footage authenticated before the trial had even gone to court. They called the man who'd authenticated their footage to the stand and Aldera's accusations had quickly been dismissed. The judge had made her judgment pretty swiftly after that. "When I got up this morning, I had expected this to be a case of an entitled parent trying to sue a school. I had not expected to find myself having to pass judgment on an entire faculty of disgustingly negligent teachers." The judge sighed wearily. With a swing of her gavel, she proceeded to strip all of Aldera's teachers of their teaching licenses. Aldera would be shut down and the students sent to other schools, the tuition paid for by Aldera. New teachers would be screened and brought in by the new school year. Now, in regards to the students, a social worker will be reviewing all of this footage and will be talking with both the students and their parents about therapy and other necessary measures to prevent this level of bullying from happening again. To those of you that participated in the bullying and thought you got away with it, I can guarantee that the bullying will be noted on your school records. The amount of anger Izuku felt from his former teachers and classmates when the judge made her decision was overwhelming. He could see Katsuki literally steaming in his seat as Uncle Masaru kept a tight hold on him, likely being the only reason that Katsuki hadn't lost his temper at the judge. When people began to get up to leave, Mitsuki went to her family and Inko came straight to him. The two Midoriyas hugged and went home to enjoy a nice movie together to celebrate this victory. The same could not be said for the Bakugas. 1 week after the trial, Mitsuki answered a knock on the door of their new apartment. The social worker that the judge had promised would be visiting was on the other side and Mitsuki let the woman in with a resigned sigh. She had a pretty strong feeling that Katsuki wouldn't be getting out of this visit with his dream intact. Katsuki had been raging when they'd gotten home after the trial. He'd completely destroyed his room and punched a hole through one of his walls, which had been a real eye-opener for her and her husband. They knew their son had a temper, but they'd never seen him lose it that badly before. He had not taken the fact that he'd be getting several black marks on his record for the bullying and abuse he'd committed against his classmates and Izuku very well. She called Katsuki from his room and waited for the sheet to hit the fan. And she hadn't needed to wait very long. The three of them sat down on their couch while the social worker, Ms. Orayuki as she'd introduced herself, chose to sit on one of their armchairs. "I'll be honest," Misora-san began, "if your son was an adult he'd be going to jail. I'm not a FING villain," her brat yelled, his fists clenched at his sides and sparking. Mitsuki elbowed Katsuki in the side. "I'd shut up if I were you," she whispered sternly. Misora-san sighed and wrote something in her notebook, most likely a note about Katsuki's outburst. "I'd beg to differ. Physical assault, destruction of property, assault with a quirk, public quirk usage, discrimination, verbal abuse, harassment, suicide baiting," she listed. "Each one of these on their own is bad enough, but all together? You'd be spending a long time in jail and something tells me you wouldn't be getting out on good behavior," she told him factually. Misora-san paused for a moment to let her words sink in before continuing. "Fortunately for you, you're only 15 and we don't believe in destroying a 15-year-old's future just because they have gone down the wrong path." The woman pulled a clipboard out of her bag and handed it to Mitsuki. "I'll need both of you to give your signed permission for the steps I'd like to take regarding your son." Mitsuki held the clipboard out so her husband could see it too and began to read. There was a legal contract clipped to it that effectively gave the social worker permission to enforce certain restrictions on Katsuki until he finished mandatory therapy and anger management sessions that the courts would be forcing him to attend. Unfortunately, Katsuki had also been reading over her shoulders. "Quirk suppressing cuffs?" he yelled angrily. "No FING way, I'm not wearing those." "I'm sorry, but that's not up to you," Misora-san told him blankly. "If your parents both agree to this then you won't have a choice in the matter," she explained. Mitsuki looked at Masaru and she knew that he was thinking the same thing that she was. "How long would Katsuki have to wear these cuffs if we agree to this?" she asked. Katsuki looked at her in shock. "Don't tell me you're actually considering this? Come on, this is FING insane." "Katsuki! That's enough," Masaru scolded him. Misora-san went on to explain that Katsuki would be wearing the cuffs until he finished his anger management course and his therapist deemed him no longer a threat to the people around him. Katsuki kept protesting the use of quirk suppression cuffs, but Mitsuki couldn't help thinking that it was actually a good idea. A glance at her husband and she knew that he agreed with her. If Katsuki had just been hurting Izuku, she could rationalize that he wouldn't just attack random people on the streets, but she knew that wasn't the case. She'd watched the footage of her brat attacking other kids as well. Anyone who set him off or got in his way was fair game to him. It was Mitsuki's job as a parent to protect her son, even if that meant protecting him from himself. With a heavy heart, she and Masaru both signed the contract, despite Katsuki's vehement protests, and the cuffs were quickly fastened to her son's wrists. He had tried to fight them when they'd gone to put the cuffs on, but they'd managed to get them on after Misora-san threatened him with a juvenile detention facility instead. Mitsuki knew this wouldn't be easy for him, but hopefully this would make her brat a better person. Not having access to his quirk felt FING wrong. He might as well have been quirkless. How the hell was he supposed to demolish the UA entrance exam without his quirk? Not even a second-rate hero course would let him in if he couldn't use his quirk. Who the hell did that social worker think she was, treating him like a FING villain? He'd tried taking the stupid cuffs off, but nothing he did worked, and when his stupid anger management counselor saw the scratch marks, they'd told him there'd be consequences if he kept trying to break them. It was FING bullshit. The stupid therapist kept wanting him to talk about his feelings, and it was getting on his nerves. He just wanted this stupid punishment to be over already so he could get back to training to be a hero. "Katsuki, there's a letter for you," the old man called out after knocking on his door. Katsuki opened his door and snatched the letter from his hands before slamming the door in the old man's face. He looked at the writing on the front of it and frowned. "A letter from you, eh?" He felt a pit of dread forming in his stomach as he opened the letter and began reading it. "Bakugo Katsuki. Several months ago you sent in an application to our school. We appreciate your interest in our hero course, however our school has a very strict anti-bullying policy and, in light of recent events, we have decided to reject your application. We wish you well in your future endeavors, however, if you choose to show up at our entrance exam regardless of this letter, you will be escorted off the premises immediately. Sincerely, Principal Nedzu." Chapter text. While their lawsuit against Aldera had ended in a complete victory for them, the aftermath had been rather bittersweet for both the Midoriyas and the Bakugas. 1 week after the lawsuit, Mitsuki had visited the Midoriya household to tell them that she would be permanently moving into her new apartment with Masaru and Katsuki. Mitsuki had let them know that she planned to lease the old apartment out eventually, but for now it would remain empty. Both Inko and Izuku understood her reasoning when she'd explained that she needed to be there for Katsuki while he was facing his punishment, but Inko had still been saddened to hear that her best friend would no longer be living right across the hall from her, and Izuku knew that this meant he wouldn't be able to see his aunt and uncle as often with this new distance between them. Despite Mitsuki promising that she and Masaru would visit over Christmas, it still felt like a loss. It had been almost 5 months since Izuku purchased his first quartz crystal bracelet, and now, with the additional 4 bracelets his mother had gotten him for his birthday, he knew he could store up some serious power. However, charging just one of his bracelets took 4 days of pouring just about everything he had into them. To charge all 5 it would take him 20 days, which meant he couldn't use all the bracelets at once or he'd only be able to train once every 3 weeks. And so Izuku had made a plan. He'd spend 4 days a week charging one bracelet, then he'd spend the 5th day partially charging another bracelet so he could slowly charge them all up. That left him with only 2 days to actually train with his aura each week, but it would leave him with all 5 bracelets fully charged by the time the hero course exams began. Up until recently, Izuku had only been training himself to channel aura into the PVC pipe his mum had bought for him. He'd then use the training dummies in the quirk-proof training rooms at Bushida's gym and would see how much damage he could do. The dummies were equipped with smart tech that could withstand a lot of force and would tell him how powerful his attack was in numbers, which was great for seeing how much of a difference his aura made. Initially his pipe had only been marginally stronger when boosted by his aura, but now his aura could boost its strength by roughly 25%, making it about as strong as a metal pipe. He had also figured out that he could channel aura into his limbs in order to increase his natural strength and speed, giving him the ability to essentially mimic a minor speed or strength quirk. He couldn't keep up either ability for very long though. At full power he could only keep it up for 2 minutes continuously, but if he used less power or used his full power in short bursts, then he could make it last for roughly 7 to 15 minutes. With his aura bracelet he could push that time limit up to half an hour if he used his reserve conservatively. Today though, he wanted to start trying to learn how to create an aura shield. The guidebook said that the larger the shield, the more aura it would take, so his plan was to try and put up only a single wall instead of shielding himself completely. However, his mother had reservations about how he intended to practice this technique. "Izuku, I'm not throwing these at you," she objected. "They're just marbles, Mom, come on," he pleaded. There wasn't any equipment that he could use to launch projectiles at himself, so he needed someone to throw things at him, and he didn't really trust a random stranger at the gym to do it. "They'll still hurt if they hit you," she argued. Well, his mum wasn't wrong, but he wasn't going to make any progress if he didn't practice, and if he wanted to practice then he needed something to actually shield himself against. Of course, once he'd actually managed to convince his mother to help him train, Izuku had to keep reminding himself that he'd asked for this. Creating a wall of aura that was solid enough to stop something from hitting him was a lot harder than he'd thought it would be, and his mother's aim was so good that she hit her mark almost every single time. There were definitely going to be marble-shaped bruises all over his body in the morning. For several weeks Izuku continued to be pelted with marbles without much success. Summoning some aura in the form of a shield was the closest he'd gotten, but he still couldn't make it strong enough to actually stop the marbles. If it was this hard to try and block something as small as a marble, then would he even be able to use it in the heroics exams? Izuku wouldn't stop practicing though, even if he might not be able to use it in the exam, it was still a useful technique to learn. Funnily enough, his failure to shield himself had given him the chance to practice another technique. With all the bruises that would cover his body the day after training, he could practice using his aura to heal them. Healing open wounds, broken bones or more serious injuries would take a lot of aura and, according to the aura guide, required a certain amount of knowledge about how the human body worked. However, bruises were just about the easiest thing for him to practice healing, and he'd actually managed to successfully heal all of his bruises right away. Of course he'd passed out right afterwards, but that wasn't the point. Being able to heal people was something he'd wanted to learn since he'd saved that woman in the alley, but it was easier said than done, so he'd prioritized more combat-oriented skills. If Izuku wanted to learn how to heal people, then he'd need to study medical textbooks and human anatomy, which would require a lot of time dedicated specifically to studying, and that would cut into his training time. Or I could sleep less, he considered. Did he really need 7 hours of sleep? He could cut that down to 5 hours and have an extra 2 hours a day to study whatever medical texts that he could find at the library. Inko had been apprehensive of pelting her son with marbles at first, but the determination that she'd seen in his eyes had convinced her to go along with it. At least she knew she could stop herself from actually hurting him, whereas a random stranger might not realize when Izuku was reaching his limits. Watching him train so hard left Inko with nothing but pride for how determined her son was to achieve his dream. However, after 2 months of this new schedule that Izuku just seemed to keep adding to, Inko was beginning to notice how tired he was all the time. When he began passing out on the couch at least once a week, she'd tried to get him to cut down on certain things so he could get some more sleep, but he just waved off her concerns by explaining that it was just a consequence of using his aura and that he was fine. But how was that fine? Even while eating breakfast, Izuku was trying to read a book on human anatomy and he could barely keep his eyes open. Enough was enough. Inko grabbed the book from him, much to her son's protests. "Izuku, you can't keep training like this isn't healthy," she pleaded. Izuku shook his head. "There's less than 3 months left until the hero course exams, I can't stop now." She could see how desperate her son was. She knew how much he wanted to be a hero, but what kind of mother would she be if just let him continue to neglect his own health? "Izuku, you won't pass the exams if you keep pushing yourself like this," Inko told him bluntly. Izuku tried to plead with her to understand why he had to keep pushing himself, but she remained firm in her stance. Letting him burn himself out wasn't going to help him become a hero, but she knew he wouldn't agree to just stop trying so hard. Inko had a feeling that if she forbade him from studying or training at certain times of the day, he'd just find a way to sneak around and hide it from her. So maybe she'd have to reach a compromise with him? Alright, let's figure this out. The two of them began working out a new schedule for Izuku that would make sure he got enough sleep and didn't overwork himself. When he explained his current schedule to her, it became very clear to Inko why her son was passing out so much. He was using his aura every single day. Inko had read some chapters of the Aura Guide book in her spare time so she could understand her son's powers a bit more, and just about every single page had warnings about overusing aura. Using aura drained a person of their energy, and by using so much of it every single day, he wasn't giving his aura enough time to regenerate. Inko had firmly told him that Sunday would be his mandatory rest day from now on. They'd still go jogging together, but he needed to have at least 1 day per week where he wasn't exhausting himself. She'd told him point blank that if she caught him trying to overwork himself, then she'd confiscate his aura notes and ask Nakamura-san to ban him from accessing the Aura Guide book. It was harsh, and Izuku had looked pretty upset at the restrictions she'd put in place, but it was necessary and Inko wasn't going to budge. Just charging his aura bracelets was an exercise in aura control, and his Saturday training sessions were always rather intense. A rest day where he could spend his time focusing on studying his medical textbooks instead of trying to squeeze in extra studying during the week would make a huge difference, she was sure of it. The schedule was still tougher than Inko would have liked it to be, but it was the best compromise they'd been able to reach. Inko could swear she was starting to get gray hairs after all this. "It's so cold." Her old school uniform offered very little warmth as it had begun to collect little holes and frayed at the edges. Instead of hugging her nicely like it had a few months ago, it was now loose on her ever-shrinking frame. The alleyway she'd found herself in stunk of rotting food and garbage, but it was better than sleeping out in the open. The smell of rain clung to the air, and she knew that she wouldn't survive the night if her only clothes got soaked through. The sound of rustling drew her attention to a rat scurrying around near the dumpster she was huddled against. Her throat felt so dry, she was so thirsty, she found herself lunging at the small creature before she could even form a thought. The rat squealed in fear as she managed to grab it, squeezing it tightly. Her breath came out in short gasps as she held the squirming creature up to her mouth and bit down. Blood filled her mouth and relieved the dryness in her throat. Ignoring the weakening squeals of the rat, she kept drinking and drinking until no more blood would come out of the wound she'd made. Releasing the rat from her bite, she cradled its body in her lap as some of the fog cleared from her mind. Tears blurred her vision as she carefully tucked the rat into some newspaper on the ground and began to sob. Why couldn't I have just been born normal? The past year had gone by so quickly, it was hard to believe that Christmas was less than a few weeks away. Izuku had been counting down the days until the hero course exams, but had somehow completely forgotten about Christmas. When Izuku realized that he would need to go buy some Christmas presents, Inko had insisted that he went during the week instead of on Sunday, his rest day. She'd explained that the shops wouldn't be as busy during the week, whereas Sunday would be the day when a lot of people would be getting their last-minute Christmas shopping done, though Izuku suspected that she just didn't want him running around getting Christmas presents on his rest day. Izuku, I've seen your class schedule. You're so far ahead, taking one day off isn't going to make you fall behind, she insisted. It might have taken some convincing, but once he'd actually set out to start his Christmas shopping, he knew his mother had been right. The streets weren't very busy and the shops were much the same as most people were still at work or at school. He didn't really know what he was looking for, but Izuku figured if he just went to enough shops then he'd eventually find something. Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru, and his mum were the only people he needed to buy presents for, same as usual, so it wasn't like he was going to be buying a lot. He just needed 3 perfect presents. It didn't take Izuku very long to find his mother a present that he knew she'd love. She was a relatively easy person to buy for. His aunt and uncle, on the other hand? Well, they preferred smaller, more personal gifts, and had all but forbidden the Midoriyas from spending too much on them for birthdays or Christmas. For several hours, Izuku searched the local shops of Muzurafu with no luck until he eventually decided to expand his search and took a train to Hosu. The sun was setting and the streets were starting to become more lively by the time he'd finally settled on a joint present that he was sure his aunt and uncle would like, but at least now he had his Christmas present sorted. As Izuku began making his way to the train station, his stomach growled loudly at him and a nearby sushi shop caught his eye. He really shouldn't. It was almost dinner time and his mum would have plenty of food waiting for him at home, but his stomach growled again and his resolve to wait crumbled. Thankfully, there was no line in front of the sushi shop so he was able to purchase a single roll and immediately resume his walk back to the train station. He must have been more hungry than he'd thought though because he finished the sushi roll in seconds, but he only seemed to be getting hungrier as he kept walking towards the train station. Maybe he should turn around and get some more sushi? Surely one more roll wouldn't ruin his appetite for dinner, especially if he was this hungry? No, he sighed to himself. He'd promised his mum that he'd be back before dark and he was already going to be pushing it to get back in time so, reluctantly, he kept walking. However, with each step Izuku took towards his destination, the gnawing hunger just kept getting worse. Why do I feel so hungry? It didn't make sense. Izuku knew that he'd had breakfast this morning and he'd eaten a decent-sized lunch in the Muzurafu shopping district, not to mention the sushi he'd just eaten. He should have been fine until dinner. And yet the hunger continued to grow with every step until it began to actually hurt, leaving him feeling weak and lightheaded as his body screamed at him that it was starving. After a few more steps, Izuku stumbled into an alley, clutching his stomach and collapsed to his knees, unable to stay standing. This had to be some kind of quirk effect. He wasn't sure when he'd been affected, but he couldn't think of anything else it could be. This wasn't normal. Thankfully, by some miracle, he felt the presence of another person in the alley with him. As much as he didn't want to bother a random stranger, Izuku knew he needed to get himself checked out by a doctor to make sure the effects weren't permanent and he didn't currently have the strength to get out of the alley on his own so he called out to them for help. But whoever was in the alley with him didn't respond. They didn't even move, standing only a few meters away and remaining completely silent. Why were they just standing there? Didn't they realize that he needed help? Or maybe they're some kind of criminal that's planning to rob me while I'm weak. With no small amount of effort, Izuku forced himself to look up at whoever was standing in front of him, only to find himself face to face with a teenage girl. Probably not a criminal then. Hey, do you think you could help me? He asked cautiously. But she didn't answer him, she just continued to stare at him blankly and that gave Izuku a moment to actually get a good look at her. It was just his luck that he'd stumbled across someone who probably needed more help than he did. The school uniform she was wearing was tattered and dirty, and the girl's body, at least the parts that he could see, looked practically skeletal. She was also shaking badly. When he got a good look at her face, he could see all the dirt that clung to her skin and her eyes were dull, unfocused. Without warning, the girl's blank face warped into a crazed expression and she lunged at him with a rusty knife he hadn't noticed before. Panicking, Izuku moved his hands out in front of him and poured as much aura as he could into creating an aura shield, praying it would be strong enough to stop the girl's attack. The girl collided with the shield and, mercifully, bounced off of it with a pained cry, but the force of the impact shattered the shield, leaving Izuku defenseless. The shield had completely drained his aura bracelet and he didn't have enough aura to put up another shield that strong. He couldn't even stand up long enough to try and run. He wouldn't be able to defend himself if she tried to attack again. However, instead of trying to stab him again, she dropped the knife with a horrified look on her face and began blubbering out apologies. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. What? Confused by her strange behavior, Izuku decided to use his aura to get a read on her true emotions, and the first things he felt from her were guilt and remorse, but that wasn't all that he sensed. He could also sense how hungry she was. A ravenous hunger that felt very similar to what had led him to collapsing in this alleyway in the first place. Frowning thoughtfully, Izuku raised his mental shields and nearly sagged with relief when the gnawing hunger that he'd been feeling immediately dulled, confirming his suspicions, though the fact that he could still feel it even in a diminished form was concerning. How had she even mustered the strength to attack him when that same painful hunger had brought him to his knees? Hey dot, are you okay? He asked tentatively. Perhaps he shouldn't be asking the girl who tried to stab him if she was okay, but he'd felt how hungry and weak she was. He couldn't just walk away knowing that she was literally starving. I'm sorry, she mumbled in reply, staring blankly at him as if she wasn't even seeing him. It's okay, I know you're hungry, but if you wanted money you could have asked, I would have given you some, he told her honestly. Why do you care? She muttered, her voice cracked and bitter as some awareness returned to her eyes. Because, you look like you need some help. The girl looked at him like he'd grown a second head. I tried to stab you. Yeah, I know, he acknowledged. But even still, I want to help you. He gave her what he hoped was a reassuring smile, just like All Might would do, as he reached out his hand to her. I'm Midoriya Izuku, what's your name? Himiko couldn't help but stare at the boy whose hand was stretched out, waiting for her to shake it and introduce herself. Midoriya Izuku. Why was he being so kind and understanding after she'd tried to stab him? If he hadn't used his quirk to stop her, then she probably would have killed him. Did he not realize that? Even now, she could feel the urge to stab him growing again. Her throat was so dry and her body was screaming at her to drink some blood. He was so close, if she just... No. Himiko scrambled away to put some distance between them. Just go, please, or I'll try to stab you again, she warned him, shaking with the effort it took to keep her disgusting urges at bay. He was being so nice, but she could feel herself slipping away again. If he didn't leave soon, then she might actually end up hurting him. I can tell that you don't actually want to hurt me, so I'm not leaving. The way he said it, he sounded so sure of it. And yes, Himiko didn't want to stab him, but that didn't mean she wouldn't eventually lose herself to her cravings for blood again. Did somebody use their quirk on you? He asked, sounding concerned. No. Himiko replied, It's my quirk, she muttered bitterly. She wished she could blame someone else for how much of a monster she was, but it was all on her. Her parents had tried to make her normal, but she could never truly be normal. Not when she constantly wondered what her classmates' blood tasted like, not when she killed innocent animals because she saw them bleeding and couldn't help herself. So, your quirk makes you want to stab people? He asked abruptly, interrupting her spiraling thoughts. No, my quirk makes me want to drink blood. Himiko snapped. That seemed to take him by surprise as he let out a small "oh." And now that he knew the truth, that she was a disgusting freak who drank blood, there was no way he'd help her. So Himiko closed her eyes and waited for the inevitable sounds of his footsteps leaving the alley. A blood quirk? Of all the things he'd thought she might say, he hadn't expected that, but at least it explained why she seemed so certain that she was going to try to stab him again when he could feel how horrified she'd been with herself after her first attempt. How long had she been starved of blood to be this desperate for it? Izuku wouldn't call himself an expert, but he had a decent idea of what depriving someone with a blood-based quirk of blood would do to them. The medical textbooks he'd been reading had a section on quirks that forced the user to adhere to a specific or specialized kind of diet and how not meeting their quirk's dietary requirements would negatively affect not only their bodies but also their minds. Her having a blood quirk explained the second-hand lightheadedness and shaking he'd experienced. She was probably severely anemic. It also meant that if she didn't get some blood soon, then she'd probably try to attack him again, as she was likely in the late stages of quirk-induced madness. And if he left her here, then whoever came across her next would end up her victim instead. His next choice wasn't really much of a choice at all. You need blood, right? If you promise not to stab me, then I don't mind giving you some of mine. Izuku could feel her confusion when she looked up at him. She seemed to be processing his offer with no small amount of skepticism. He couldn't really blame her for that, blood quirk users got labeled as villains more often than not, she probably didn't have people offering to let her drink their blood very often. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why?" I just want to help," he answered honestly. To prove that he was serious, he shuffled himself closer to her, then rolled up the sleeve of his jacket and held out his arm towards her. "You've got fangs so you can bite me if you want. I think your knife might give me tetanus if we used that." She gave him an incredulous look as she tentatively reached for his offered arm. "You really mean it? I can really?" "Yeah," he nodded. She gently held his arm and brought his wrist closer to her mouth. "Thank you. My name's Himiko." And without much more of a warning, she pressed her fangs against his skin and bit down. Izuku flinched at the sharp pain as Himiko began drinking his blood. It wasn't the worst pain he'd experienced though, so he was able to adjust to it after a moment. He saw tears slide down her pale cheeks as they slowly became flush with color and her shaking body grew more steady. With no way to tell how much time was passing, Izuku had no idea how long she spent drinking his blood, but once he started to feel lightheaded he knew he'd given her all he could afford to and gently tapped her on her shoulder. "Hey, you need to stop now," he told her. But she didn't stop, she didn't even seem to hear him. Crap. Trying not to panic, Izuku pinched her arm as hard as he could to make her let him go and... Thankfully, after a few tense seconds, Himiko let go with a cry of pain. She rubbed the area that he'd pinched with a grimace of pain. "You didn't have to pinch so hard." "Sorry, but you weren't letting go," he said as he used a small amount of aura to stop his wrist from bleeding. "Do you feel a bit better now?" Himiko nodded and gave him a wide, fanged smile. "Yeah. Well that's Izuku felt his phone buzz in his jacket pocket. "Oh crap, that's probably my mom. I'm supposed to be home by now." He checked his phone and, sure enough, it was a worried text from his mom asking him why he wasn't home yet. Not wanting her to worry anymore, Izuku sent her a quick message to let her know that he was okay and that he'd be home soon. "So that I guess you have to go home now, huh?" Himiko asked, sounding resigned, like she expected him to just abandon her. But he couldn't just leave her in this alley all alone. Drinking his blood had certainly helped, but she clearly still needed some actual food and it was supposed to rain tonight. She'd freeze if she slept outside in her tattered school uniform. An idea began to form in his head, but it would only work if his mother agreed to it. He messaged back and forth with his mum for a few minutes to get her permission. Before he asked Himiko what she thought of coming home with him. Himiko didn't understand how she'd managed to run into someone so hellbent on helping a complete stranger. The offer of a warm bed and a hot meal was so tempting. It had been months since she'd had either, but it would be so hard to go back to sleeping on the streets and eating out of a dumpster after getting a small taste of normalcy. She almost said no, but the rain ended up making her decision for her. Even if his offer seemed too good to be true, it was a lot better than freezing to death in this alley. When she said yes, Midoriya practically beamed at her as he shrugged off his jacket and offered it to her. "Why are you giving me your jacket?" Well, I'm sure you're really cold, but also you, kind of stand out like a sore thumb," he explained awkwardly. "Oh, right," she murmured in response, glancing down at her dirty and blood-stained uniform. Most people ignored her in the alleyways that she slept in, but if she went into a more public area looking the way she did she'd likely draw some unwanted attention to herself. Hesitantly, she accepted the jacket from him and slipped it on, immediately finding relief from the bitter cold. With the hood covering most of her uniform and her disheveled hair, she could almost pass for a normal teenager and the two of them were able to make their way to the train station without any trouble. Midoriya spent most of the train ride texting his mother, occasionally looking up from his phone to check on her. Thankfully the trip from Hosu to Muzutafu was mercifully short as there had been way too many people on the train with them. She was beyond relieved when she was finally able to hop off and get away from the evening crowd. When they finally arrived at Midoriya's apartment complex, Himiko's heart hammered nervously in her chest with every step she took as they walked inside. What if Midoriya's mother tried to send her back to her parents? What if she called the police to report her as a runaway and they arrested her for what she did to Saito? "Hey, you don't need to be scared, my mom's really nice, I promise," he told her with a smile as he stopped and pulled out his keys. How did he do that? How did he seem to just know what she was feeling without her having to say anything? Midoriya opened the door to his apartment and they were both greeted by a green-haired woman. This must be his mother. After giving Midoriya a big hug, the older Midoriya turned to Himiko with a kind smile that matched her son's. "Hi there, I'm Midoriya Inko, what's your name, sweetie?" What was with these two? Why were they being so nice to her? Himiko, she murmured in reply. "Well, Himiko, would you like to take a shower?" Midoriya-san offered. "I've put a towel and some clean clothes on the bathroom counter if you want to wash all that dirt off." Oh. A shower actually sounded really nice right now. Himiko shyly nodded her reply and Midoriya-san proceeded to show her where the bathroom was. When she closed the door behind her, she also locked it, then took a moment to look around. When was the last time she'd been in a bathroom that wasn't a public toilet? It smelled so nice, like flowers, and it was so clean. Shrugging off her borrowed jacket and her filthy uniform, she turned the shower on and hopped in, letting the water wash away all of the dirt and grime of the last few months. After what felt like hours of scrubbing, her skin finally felt clean and the smell of jasmine body wash filled the air. The water was so soothing and warm, she didn't want to get out, but a knock on the door reminded her that she couldn't stay in there forever. "Himiko, sweetie, when you're done I've heated up some katsudon for you," Midoriya-san called out. Without replying, Himiko reluctantly left the warmth of the shower and dried herself off. She inspected the clothes that had been left out for her and noted that it was just a plain t-shirt and a pair of loose tracksuit pants. They were a few sizes too big for her, but they were also much warmer and more comfortable than her uniform. When she finally left the bathroom, the delicious smell of pork made her mouth water and she found herself following the scent until she reached the kitchen, where Midoriya was sitting at the table eating some katsudon and his mother was washing some dishes. Midoriya noticed her the moment she entered the room and gave her a kind smile. "Hey, this one's yours." He gestured towards the other bowl of katsudon on the table. "But what about Midoriya-san? Wasn't that bowl hers?" "Don't worry about me," the older Midoriya said. "I've already eaten, that one's all yours." "Sweetie." With a hesitant smile, Himiko thanked her for the food as she sat down in front of the offered bowl and began to eat. Was this a dream? Was she still in the alley and simply having a really good dream? That seemed more believable than being found and taken in for the night by such a kind and lovely family like the Midoriyas. The katsudon was also nice, really nice, but she found herself feeling full after only eating about half of it. She didn't want to waste the food, but she also didn't think she could stomach another bite. After recognizing her dilemma, Midoriya-san told her it was okay if she couldn't eat anymore and placed her leftovers in the fridge, letting Himiko know that she was welcome to finish eating them later if she felt hungry again. However, when the older Midoriya sat down at the table with them, looking serious, Himiko was sure that this would be the end of the nice dream she'd found herself in. "All right, tonight," Midoriya-san let out a weary sigh, "tonight, you're going to sleep in Izuku's room and Izuku, you'll take the couch," she told them. "Tomorrow we'll figure out how long you'll be staying with us." "Wait, what?" She stared at the woman in disbelief. "Why, you're not going to make me leave in the morning?" "Look, I don't know how this is going to work, but you're welcome to stay as long as you'd like. We'll figure the rest out in the morning after we've all gotten some sleep," she explained with a warm smile. Soon after, Himiko was shown to Midoriya's room and, before she knew it, she was tucked into the warm covers of a bed and drifting off to sleep. "If this is a dream, please don't make me wake up." Inko loved her son, she really did, but did he have to keep giving her gray hairs like this? What was she supposed to do with this girl? Clearly she had been living on the streets for a while given the state of her when she'd arrived, and the fact that Himiko hadn't told them a family name caused a sinking feeling in her gut. Had her parents abused her and kicked her out? Or had she run away from home herself? There were too many things they didn't know about this girl, but at the same time, she couldn't be much older than Izuku, and the idea of sending her back to the streets to fend for herself left a bad taste in her mouth. With a heavy sigh, Inko pulled out her phone and dialed a familiar number. "Mitsuki? Hi, I know it's late, but I could really use some advice. You won't believe what Izuku did today." The ground beneath her felt so soft, so comfy, and she couldn't smell any rotten garbage. Himiko couldn't remember the last time she'd slept so well. "Wait, is this a bed?" As she blearily opened her eyes, she was rather startled to find herself surrounded by All Might's grinning face. What the hell? It was like she was in some kind of All Might shrine. Sufficiently weirded out, Himiko crawled out of the bed and cautiously opened the bedroom's door, only to smell something really yummy that made her stomach growl. Following her nose to the kitchen, Himiko found the older Midoriya cooking some breakfast and noticed that the couch where Midoriya had slept last night was empty. Good morning." "Oh." Midoriya-san jumped, startled. "Good morning, Himiko, how'd you sleep?" "Really good. So good in fact, that if it hadn't been for the weird All Might shrine, she probably would have buried herself in the covers and gone back to sleep. But who could sleep with All Might's face staring at them from all angles? I'm glad." She smiled. "Now, why don't you take a seat? I'd like to talk to you before Izuku gets back from his morning run." Himiko nervously sat down, wondering what Midoriya-san wanted to talk to her about. Had she changed her mind about letting her stay? The older Midoriya turned off the stove, dished up 2 servings of the breakfast she'd made and sat down at the table with her, placing one of the plates in front of Himiko. "I know this might be hard for you, but I'd like you to tell me how you ended up on the streets." Himiko felt her heart freeze in her chest. She couldn't tell the truth. Midoriya-san would call the police on her and she'd go to jail and… Hey, it's okay, just breathe. Her voice broke through Himiko's panic, and when she met Midoriya-san's eyes, Himiko could see they were full of concern. Himiko, whatever happened, I'm not going to make you leave, the older Midoriya assured her. I want to help you, but to do that I need to know what your situation is. For example, did you leave on your own or were you kicked out? Monster. She attacked Saito. What kind of freak drinks blood like that? Why can't you be normal, Himiko? I left. Himiko admitted. Not that it really made a difference. Her parents would have kicked her out as soon as she'd gotten home from school that day. All she'd done was leave before they could make her leave. Midoriya-san nodded. All right, and why did you leave? Were your parents not hurting you? Or was it something else? Hurting me? Something in her recoiled at the thought. No, her parents had never hurt her. All they'd ever done was try to help her. They had tried so hard to help her be normal. It wasn't their fault that she couldn't help being a freak that drank blood. Something else, Himiko replied softly. Midoriya-san seemed surprised by her answer. Does that mean your parents might be looking for you? She asked. No, Himiko answered immediately. If her parents were looking for her, then it wouldn't be to bring her home, it would be to help the police throw her in jail and lock away the key. Himiko, if your parents aren't the reason you ran away, then why wouldn't they be looking for you? She asked sadly. Because I'm a monster. Himiko cried in frustration, unable to handle Midoriya-san's kindness anymore. It was better to rip the band-aid off and let her see what a monster Himiko was before she wasted any more time on her. I want to drink blood all the time and I attacked Saito. I tried to attack Izuku too. I don't think you're a monster, Himiko, and if your parents think that then they don't deserve you, Midoriya-san told her firmly. Why? Why are you being so nice to me? Himiko felt her breath catch in her throat and began coughing as tears blurred her vision. What was wrong with these two? Both of them knew what a freak she was and they still kept treating her like a normal person, but she wasn't normal. She was a demon child just like her parents said. She liked drinking blood and she couldn't stop herself from wanting it. The sudden feeling of arms wrapping around her made her freeze. What is this? She could feel Midoriya-san rubbing soft circles into her back and it actually felt kind of nice. Warm. Because you are not a monster, Himiko. If you were, you wouldn't be feeling so guilty. A lump formed in her throat. But No, Midoriya-san cut her off. Izuku already told me that you tried to stab him. What? She had known this whole time? And she had still taken Himiko in and let her stay the night? Midoriya-san pulled away and Himiko could already feel the absence of the warmth that her arms had offered. And believe me, I'm not thrilled about that, but Izuku also told me that you were starving when he found you and that people with blood quirks need blood in their diet to be healthy or their cravings will eventually get so bad that they end up attacking someone, she explained, looking equal parts sympathetic and furious. That's what happened to you, isn't it? Saito was bleeding. And I couldn't stop myself. Himiko remembered how good his blood had tasted. In the moment it had been bliss, like water in a desert, but then she'd come to her senses and the horrible realization of what she'd done had set in. And then you ran. Yes. Himiko nodded guiltily. I heard people calling the police and I don't want to go to jail. Warm arms wrapped around her once again and held her close. Don't worry, I'm going to make sure that doesn't happen. Inko spent the next 3 days making a plan with Mitsuki to clear the charges against Himiko and make sure she wouldn't have to go back to her parents. After using the details Himiko had given her, it hadn't been very hard to look up the incident and find an interview with her parents claiming that she was a demon child. If Inko and Mitsuki had any say in the matter, those sorry excuses for parents would be getting thrown in jail, but their lawyers had said that if they wanted to guarantee that Himiko wasn't forced to go back with her parents, then they might have to offer them a deal to get them to sign over custody. The idea left a sour taste in her mouth and Mitsuki had sworn up a storm, but after the Aldra case they both knew to trust their lawyer's judgment. In order to give their case a leg to stand on, they needed to get Himiko to a hospital so a doctor could give her a checkup. However, the police and other proper authorities would be alerted as soon as they did that and Himiko was terrified of the police. It had taken several more days to convince Himiko to go to the hospital. They'd promised they wouldn't force her to go, but had let her know that if she wanted to stay with them on a more permanent basis then they'd have to do it legally or Inko risked getting into trouble with the law. Himiko was a hair's breadth away from having a panic attack the entire ride to the hospital, but she was trying to be brave and Inko could hear Izuku comforting her in the back seat. The doctor that ended up treating her expressed some serious concerns about her condition. 1 week of consistent meals wasn't enough to erase the months of malnourishment she'd experienced. Not to mention the fact that she was diagnosed as anemic thanks to how little blood she'd been drinking. Inko and Izuku had both given her small amounts of blood while she'd been staying with them, but the doctor said that she'd need at least 1 pint of blood per day while she was recovering. The other disturbing discovery that had been made was when the doctor had looked up her medical file and found that her parents had definitely known that Himiko needed blood in her diet. The quirk counselor they had taken her to would have told them as much, seeing as he was the one to note it in her medical file. No matter the outcome, Himiko's parents would not be keeping custody of her after that little discovery. Himiko hadn't minded the doctor, he'd been nice and understanding, but after several hours in the hospital the police eventually showed up looking for her. The doctor and older Midoriya had spoken to them outside her hospital room for several minutes before they came in to ask her some questions. The questions themselves had mostly been the same as the ones Midoriya-san had asked her. The doctor had also given them a copy of his medical report, and by the end of the visit she had been deemed innocent. She couldn't believe it had been that easy. All that time she'd spent worrying that the police would lock her away without even trying to help her. And all it had taken was an hour of questioning to be cleared. Of course, her living situation still had to be sorted out. Her parents still had legal custody of her, and if they didn't willingly sign over their rights to Midoriya-san, then they'd have no choice but to send her to a foster home. Midoriya-san promised that if that happened then she'd go through the process of becoming a foster parent herself so she could legally take care of her as a foster kid, but that process would take months, so she hoped that didn't happen. Thankfully, she didn't need to worry. When her parents had been served with a legal agreement to transfer custody of her to Midoriya-san, they'd gladly signed it, happy to be rid of their demon child. It stung, actually it more than stung, it hurt that her parents truly didn't want her, that they hadn't even tried to fight to keep her. They'd been her parents for 15 years, had they really not loved her that whole time? Or did her quirk disgust them so much that they just couldn't love her anymore? It was a bittersweet moment for Himiko when she was discharged into the care of Midoriya Inko. Why couldn't her own parents have cared for her like this? The first week of officially living with the Midoriyas had been rather chaotic, mainly because they'd spent most of their time moving all their belongings to the apartment across the hall. Apparently Izuku's aunt owned that apartment and it just so happened to have an extra room that the Midoriya's current apartment didn't. So Izuku's aunt and mother had legally switched the deeds of their apartments so Himiko would be able to have her own room. After all, she couldn't just permanently kick Izuku out of his room and Inko, "You're going to be living with us now, no need to be so formal," refused to just let her sleep on the couch forever. Himiko's new room was pretty barren at the moment, furnished with only a single bed and a set of drawers, but Inko had promised to take her shopping for some things of her own after Christmas. It was strange to think that, only a few weeks ago, she'd been faced with the possibility of freezing to death on the streets, but now she was cozy and warm in her new bed, in a house where she didn't have to be normal. Asking his mother to take Himiko in for the night had been a rather impulsive decision on Izuku's part. He hadn't really thought about what would happen afterwards. The next day he'd come home from his morning run to find his mother holding a crying Himiko, and he had felt the protectiveness coming off of her in waves. Whatever they'd been talking about must have been pretty serious, because that night his mother had come to him and asked what he thought about trying to get custody of her. "Would I have to keep sleeping on the couch?" he'd asked jokingly. His mother had let out a little laugh and ruffled his hair. "Don't worry, we'll figure something out, neither of you will be sleeping on the couch." That something had ended up being the Bakugo's old apartment. It had one extra room and a bit more space than their current apartment, so moving in had been the obvious solution. Well, obvious to his mom and aunt at least. Izuku had been taken a bit off guard by that particular decision. After legally switching apartments, it had only taken a week to completely move all of their stuff into the Bakugo's former apartment, and they'd also bought Himiko her own bed during that time. His mother had obviously taken the master bedroom, which left Katsuki's old room and the spare room that the Bakugos had once used as a home office. Himiko had insisted that he get the bigger room since they were going through all this hassle for her, but Izuku had decided to take the smaller one and let Himiko take Katsuki's old room. It just would have been too weird for him to sleep in that room. The room he ended up with was still roughly the same size as his old room, if a slightly different shape, so it's not like he was getting a downgrade or anything. He couldn't really complain. Plus it gave him a good excuse to organize his room and all his hero merchandise. Christmas came and went pretty quickly. Aunt Mitsuki and Uncle Masaru stopped by for an hour to quickly exchange presents, but they'd mostly spent the day watching movies and playing games. Izuku and his mother had both agreed to let Himiko pick the first movie of the day and let her go through their collection. However, instead of a Christmas movie, she'd chosen a horror movie. With how excited she seemed, neither of them had the heart to tell her no, and so, their first movie for Christmas Day was a horror movie with lots of gore. Boxing Day saw Izuku and his mother taking Himiko to get some things for her room along with some clothes. She couldn't exactly keep wearing his old clothes after all. His mum sent them both off with about 20,000 yen to get Himiko some clothes while she went to get some other important things. The two of them ended up looking through a bunch of second-hand stores so Himiko could make the most of the money she'd been given, and Izuku found himself being used as muscle to carry any purchases she made, not that he minded too much. Even though she'd managed to purchase a full wardrobe's worth of clothes and some shoes, she still had about 5,000 yen left to spend, so Izuku suggested that maybe she could get some hero merchandise. I mean, you don't have to, he backtracked when he saw her frown, but I know my mum, she won't let you give that money back, he told her. Himiko thought about it for a moment before she asked, do you know any good stores? Izuku nodded enthusiastically and guided her to one of his favorite stores. They have all the big-name heroes, but this store also has merch for lesser-known heroes too. There's even a small selection of merch for underground heroes. He rambled. Himiko chuckled softly, you really like heroes, huh? Izuku smiled sheepishly, yeah. I mean, All Might's my favorite, but I think they're all really cool, don't you? Himiko stayed silent for a few moments, seeming conflicted, before she responded, I don't know. I mean, most of them seem like they're just doing it for popularity and not because they actually want to help people. Oh, do you? Not like heroes? He asked hesitantly. I do like some heroes. I just don't like the ones that are only in it for the fame and money, Himiko explained. Well, at least she didn't hate all heroes. That would have made things kinda awkward if he made it into a hero school. Do you have a favorite hero then? He asked curiously, wondering if it would be a spotlight hero or an underground hero. There's a couple that I really like, but my favorite? It's definitely Vlad King, she answered, looking starry-eyed. Vlad King. That makes sense. I mean, he's got a blood quirk like you do, and he does a lot of charity work to help people who experience quirk discrimination, Izuku muttered, remembering an entry he'd written a few years ago. Maybe he should update his Vlad King entry? Yep. Himiko nodded enthusiastically, that's why he's my favorite. Thinking about Vlad King's quirk, Izuku couldn't help but wonder, what is your quirk, by the way? I mean, I know it's a blood quirk like Vlad King's and his lets him control his own blood, but what does yours do? He was surprised he hadn't already asked her. Oh, well, my quirk is called Transform. She told him somewhat nervously, I can transform into someone if I drink their blood. A blood-based transformation quirk, huh? That's amazing. Your quirk would be perfect for underground heroics. He exclaimed excitedly, thinking of the many ways her quirk could be used. She could solve cold cases by drinking blood samples from suspects, or she could gather information by transforming into other people to blend into her environment. Good for heroics, really? Himiko stared at him in shock, as if she hadn't expected him to like her quirk that much. Yeah. Your quirk would be great for infiltration missions. Oh, and using your quirk during interrogations would be useful too. You could also drink blood samples at crime scenes and you'd be able to turn into whoever the blood came from. Izuku rambled, itching to write this information down in one of his notebooks. I've never really thought about becoming a hero before, Himiko murmured thoughtfully. Oh, sorry, my mind always jumps to heroics when I learn about new quirks, he explained sheepishly. It wasn't like he'd been lying, her quirk would be great for heroics, but maybe she didn't want to be a hero? Himiko waved him off with a laugh, it's okay. It's nice actually. Her eyes grew distant and misty. My parents always told me that my quirk was disgusting, that I had to hide it. To be despised simply for how you were born. Izuku knew what that was like. Some people were just plain cruel. No matter what you do to try and make them see you, they'll only see your quirk. Or lack thereof. Your parents were wrong, you know, Izuku assured her. I think your quirk sounds really cool, he added with a soft smile. Returning his smile with one of her own, she said, Thanks, Izuku. When the two of them finally made it to the hero merch store, Izuku eagerly took Himiko over to the section dedicated to Vlad King. Their conversation turned to much lighter things than before as they perused the different items that were for sale. In the end, a coffee mug and a t-shirt, both depicting Vlad King in his full hero costume, were added to Himiko's purchases, and they began making their way to the previously agreed upon meeting point. When reunited with Izuku's mum, she revealed that she'd bought Himiko a computer and a phone. She'd understandably been shocked and had tried to refuse the gifts. Inko-san, I don't. This is too much, she'd stammered. But his mother could be quite stubborn, he should know, he got his stubbornness from her after all. You can, she insisted, you're going to need a computer to catch up on your schoolwork, and the phone is so I can contact you when I need to, she explained, using logic to convince Himiko to accept the gifts, even though Izuku knew she would have bought those gifts for their new family member regardless. His mother's logic ended up winning in the end as Himiko reluctantly accepted the generous gifts, and the three of them began making their way back home. For the next few weeks, Izuku had been tasked with helping Himiko catch up on her studies so she'd be ready for the high school entrance exams, and he'd be lying if he said he wasn't just a little bit frustrated that helping her study was cutting into his training time. Having another person in the house was already a big adjustment. For one, being able to sense another presence in the apartment when he woke up kept giving him a minor heart attack until he remembered that Himiko lived with them now. There was also the strange smell that always lingered in the kitchen when she heated up the blood his mother bought her. Izuku really didn't mind her drinking blood, he really didn't. She'd been drinking his during her first few days with them after all, but the smell of heated up blood made his stomach turn. Not to mention having to get used to having another person using the bathroom or the lounge room. But cutting into his training time? That was what bothered him the most out of these changes, and he hated that uncomfortable feeling of annoyance that he felt every time Himiko interrupted his training to ask for help with her schoolwork. It wasn't her fault, she'd been on the streets for months, and if she wanted to pass the high school entrance exams then she needed to actually finish all the schoolwork she'd missed during that time. And of course it fell on Izuku to help her since he knew all of the material she'd missed, whereas his mother was only able to help with her Japanese and maths classes. But what if cutting back on his training to help her resulted in him not getting into the hero course? Every time his training got interrupted, the claws of anxiety sunk in deeper as his fear of failure grew stronger, until eventually he ended up snapping at Himiko, "Can't you figure it out yourself? I'm busy." A look of hurt crossed her face before she retreated into her room, and Izuku went right back to his workout, trying to ignore the pit of guilt forming in his stomach. Himiko hadn't interrupted him again for the rest of the day, even once he was finished with his physical training and had moved on to his medical textbooks. Despite the feeling of guilt that had plagued him since he'd snapped at her, he'd done a pretty good job of ignoring it until his mother came to him later that night, giving him the mum look as she asked him what was wrong with him. "Izuku, why did you snap at Himiko? She thinks you don't want her around anymore." "What? No, it's not like that. I just he paused, wincing as he remembered how harsh he'd been. "She kept interrupting my training and I don't want to fail the entrance exams. I didn't mean to snap at her," he mumbled guiltily. "Izuku," she started, sounding both amused and exasperated, "you're the most heroic person I know. If the hero courses don't think you're good enough then they're wrong," she told him firmly. "The reason your training keeps getting interrupted is because you're helping Himiko, the girl you saved from living on the streets," she spelled out for him, causing the guilt he was feeling to grow. Somehow his mother knew just the right words to make him feel both better and worse at the same time. "I screwed up, didn't I?" He was the one to bring Himiko home. He'd told his mum that he was okay with her staying here, and then he'd snapped at her. What if she wanted to leave because she thought he didn't want her there? "You did screw up," his mother let out a sigh as she sat down on the bed with him and pulled him into a side hug, "but I'm not surprised, it was bound to happen at some point." "Huh? Why?" "I don't understand," Izuku admitted. "Izuku, this is a big change and you don't get used to living with another person overnight." "God knows I didn't. When I was living with Mitsuki back in high school we were constantly getting on each other's nerves," she chuckled fondly. "But you guys are so close?" He couldn't imagine his mom and his aunt fighting constantly or snapping at each other like he'd snapped at Himiko. "Yes we are," she smiled, "but back then? Well, we were still pretty close, but there's a big difference between staying over at each other's houses for a night or two and actually living together." She explained, "I was grieving my parents and we were having to get used to spending almost every hour of the day together. It was a miracle we didn't kill each other after a few months." His mother let out a soft laugh at whatever she was remembering, and for a moment, he could actually picture it. Younger versions of his aunt and his mum yelling at each other over something stupid that was clearly just the catalyst for all the other issues that had been building up between them. Himiko's parents might not be dead, but she still lost them and she's grieving in her own way. She gave him a squeeze, "And don't forget, she's having to get used to living with us too," she reminded him. The pit of guilt in his stomach grew and Izuku found himself hopping off his bed. "I'm gonna go apologize," he told his mum as he left his room to go knock on Himiko's door. After knocking on Himiko's bedroom door, he received a soft, "Come in," as a reply. Upon entering her room, Izuku found her sitting on the upper half of her bed with her computer and a small stack of papers situated towards the lower half of her bed. He didn't need to sense her emotions to tell that she'd been crying. Her red-rimmed eyes and tear-stained cheeks were a pretty obvious giveaway. I'm sorry," they said in unison. "Himiko, you don't have to apologize," he told her. "But I kept annoying you," she mumbled shyly. "Mum always says I'm bad at saying no, and she's right," he admitted. "I don't like being interrupted when I'm training and I should have just told you that." He used the manners his mother had taught him and bowed to Himiko. "I'm sorry for snapping at you." Apology accepted? Just please stop bowing," Himiko told him nervously. Okay, and as he lifted his head, his eyes caught a familiar logo printed on the top of the stack of papers on her bed. Wait, is that a UA application? He blurted out. Himiko's cheeks reddened. Oh, yeah? I decided to apply to UA and Shiketsu's hero course. Really? That's amazing. He exclaimed excitedly. What made you decide to become a hero? He asked curiously. I kept thinking about what you said, that my quirk could be great for heroics and Vlad King, maybe I can be like him and show people that having a blood quirk doesn't make me a villain? Her smile was wide as she described how she hoped to help people with quirks like hers. That sounds amazing, Himiko, Izuku told her honestly. She beamed at him and the two of them soon began discussing the entrance exams, mainly what Izuku knew about them and what they'd need to do to pass. They continued to talk and make plans for the exams until Izuku's mother came and told them both to go to bed. It was 6 in the morning and Izuku was sitting at the kitchen table, nervously making sure that he had everything he needed for his first hero course exam. The anxious bounce of his leg made it harder to double-check his backpack, but he couldn't stop it if he tried. He couldn't afford to fail this first exam. UA may be his goal, but if he couldn't pass what was arguably the easiest of the hero exams he'd signed up for, then what chance did he have at the top 3 hero schools in Japan? Not even the smell of his mother's cooking could calm his nerves as she placed down a plate of food in front of him. The utensils trembled in his hands as he tried to eat what he could, his stomach rebelling against every bite. He managed to get through about half of his breakfast before he just couldn't stomach anymore. Hopefully it would be enough to keep him going during the exam. Before Izuku left to catch his train, his mum enveloped him in a hug and wished him good luck. He was definitely going to need it. Tadashi Academy was a fairly small hero school, with their main draw actually being their support department. Most of the heroes that had graduated from there utilized support gear and gadgets more than other heroes did. As much as he wanted to go to UA, Izuku could hardly say he'd be disappointed if ended up going there instead. Of course, he'd have to get in first. Izuku took a deep breath and steeled himself as he began to walk inside the building. Only to startle violently when his phone suddenly buzzed in his pocket. He fumbled with his phone and found that it had been Himiko texting him. She must have finally woken up, he thought to himself as he opened up the text. Himiko. Kick everyone's butts Izuku. Well, he'd certainly try. The moment Izuku set foot inside the exam room he froze. It felt like there was a crushing pressure against his chest. No matter how much he tried, he couldn't get enough air and why was he trying so hard? He had no hope of passing the exam, he hadn't even studied. No, that wasn't right, he had studied. Why was he suddenly feeling so, This wasn't the first time he'd experienced something like this and, looking around at the other students, it wasn't hard to figure out that his ability to sense emotions was to blame for the sudden onslaught of anxiety he was feeling. For several heartbeats, Izuku remained frozen in place, fighting against the foreign emotions he was feeling while he worked on raising his mental shields until, finally, the overwhelming anxiety released him from its grip and he was able to breathe normally again. Holy crap, that was intense. Once he'd calmed himself down, Izuku made his way to his assigned seat and noticed some glances he was receiving. Some curious and some judging, the rest had thankfully been too wrapped up in their own worries to notice his empathy episode. There wasn't time for Izuku to dwell on what had just happened though, for only a few minutes later, the proctor for the exam entered the room and the test began. It couldn't have been that easy, right? He must have missed something or gotten an answer wrong. He had finished the test 10 minutes early, but despite double and triple checking his answers, he couldn't find anything other than some minor spelling mistakes to correct. Granted, he wasn't the only student to have finished early, he noticed a couple of others that had finished either just before him or right after, but there's no way he could have gotten 100% right? All right, pencils down. The proctor called out. Handing his test in, Izuku hoped that he'd correctly checked his work and hadn't missed anything as he moved on to the room where he'd be taking the heroics part of the exam. The room they were taken to was similar to the first and they were all told to sit down at one of the many desks where they were each handed a piece of paper. As Izuku took a pencil out of his backpack once again, he examined the paper and noticed that there were a bunch of questions printed on the paper and they were about him. All right, this is how the heroics exam is going to work, the proctor announced. I'm going to call you one by one to head into the next room where our heroics instructors will evaluate you, he explained, gesturing to a door off to the side. While you wait, you will answer the questions we've given you. Once you've been evaluated and have fully answered the questions, you're free to go and you'll receive a letter within the next 3 to 5 days to let you know whether you passed or not. Individual evaluations, huh? That was definitely different from what he'd heard about the other exams, although, he conceded, the other schools probably get too many applicants to test each student individually like this. The questions themselves were mostly heroics-based, What kind of hero do you wish to be? In what ways can you use your quirk to be a hero? Why do you want to be a hero? Izuku had no trouble answering them. In fact, he'd probably over-answered some of them, giving incredibly detailed explanations to the point where he'd had to start writing very small to fit it all on the page. Before long, Izuku heard his name being called. He quickly packed up his things and handed his questionnaire to the proctor as he made his way to the evaluation room. What would the evaluation be? Would he need to fight someone? Or complete an obstacle course? Or something else entirely? Midoriya Izuku? A voice called out. Izuku looked up to see 3 adults. They must be the heroics teachers, giving him amused glances, and his face went red as he realized he must have been muttering aloud. Why yes, sorry. He bowed. The women in the middle let out a laugh. Don't worry kid, you're hardly the first person to come in here all nervous. The man on the right cleared his throat. Yes, well, let's move on to the evaluation. Right, the woman nodded. Well kid, this evaluation is basically a demonstration. Show us what you can do with your quirk and tell us why you'd be a good fit for the hero course, she explained. Well, my quirk has a lot of versatility, he started as he thought about what to show them. There wasn't really a lot he could show off just standing there. It would have been better if he had an opponent, but he couldn't ask one of the instructors to help him. Could he? Would one of you be willing to throw a couple of pencils at me so I can show you what my quirk can do? He asked nervously as he retrieved his pencil case from his backpack. Sure kid, the nice woman stepped out from behind the desk she was sitting at and reached a hand out for his pencil case. Care to explain what you're trying to demonstrate for us though? Oh right. Well, my quirk lets me manipulate and sense aura, so if you throw the pencils at me I can create a shield out of aura to stop them, but I can also sense where you are even if my eyes are closed, he explained. Alright then, close your eyes and let's see what you've got, she smirked. Izuku did as he was told and closed his eyes. Letting out a short breath, he allowed his aura senses to take over and blue light pinged around his otherwise darkened vision. The form of the woman who'd taken his pencil case glowed brightly in his peripheral vision as she gracefully moved around him without making a sound. While he couldn't sense the pencil in her hand, he could see the outline of her body, and thus he could see when she raised her arm to throw it at him. Quickly throwing his hand out in her direction, Izuku manifested a thin wall of aura. He could feel the moment the pencil hit his shield and heard it clatter to the ground, but he sensed the female instructor continuing to move around him and knew that the demonstration wasn't over yet. To his left, he threw up another shield and yet another pencil harmlessly fell to the ground. And another. To his right. And Izuku barely dodged a punch aimed at his head as it came towards him so fast he couldn't even put up a shield. Whoa! He exclaimed, his eyes opening in shock. Not bad kid, she grinned at him. Noticed you didn't use a shield against my punch though, why didn't you? She inquired curiously. Why, you were really fast. Speed is still a bit of a problem for me. If you were just a little further away I could have done it, but. That's fair enough, she clapped him on the shoulder. Don't be too down on yourself though, this is what the hero course is for, you'll be able to work more on your weak spots when you get in. The man on the left who'd been quiet up until this point cleared his throat. He hasn't gotten in yet, he pointed out. Oh, don't be like that, Takashi. She huffed. Don't get the kids' hopes up, Reika, we still have 20 more students to see and we've already had some promising applicants. You know we've only got 25 spaces. Takashi scolded her. Reika-san rolled her eyes at him and something told Izuku that this was a regular occurrence between them. Alright, enough, the other man off to the right interjected. That was indeed an impressive display, but we won't be able to confirm whether you got in or not until we send out the acceptance letters. Izuku nodded, I understand. Once he'd collected his scattered pencils, Izuku bowed to the instructors, thanked them for their time and left Tadashi Academy, hoping that he'd done enough to pass. 1 hero exam down, 10 to go. The second exam came around only a few days later and, once again, Izuku found himself struggling to shut out the overwhelming anxiety of his fellow exam takers. However, this time, even with his mental shields in place, Izuku could still feel their emotions trying to break through, and he knew that he was going to have to really concentrate to keep them at bay this time. Being forced to split his focus throughout the entire exam meant that Izuku wasn't able to answer the questions as quickly or as efficiently as he had at Tadashi's exam, and he wasn't sure whether or not he'd gotten enough correct to pass. During the physical portion of the exam, Izuku was able to breathe a little easier due to the students being split up into groups. However, trying to block out the other students while ducking and weaving through the obstacle course they had to go through was a challenge of its own. By the end of the exam, Izuku's muscles were aching and his head was pounding in a way it hadn't since he first developed his empathic abilities. Why weren't his mental shields working properly anymore? Seirin High's heroics exam was up next and Izuku was one of the first hero hopefuls to step foot on their campus that morning. While he hadn't quite figured out why he was having such a hard time reining in his abilities, he was quite sure that the number of students in the room was a contributing factor, so he decided to arrive early in order to test a theory. With only a handful of other students in the exam room with him, his mental shields easily slid into place and Izuku nervously held his breath as he waited for the rest of the students to start showing up. One by one, two by two, students began trickling in and Izuku's shields held firm. 10 became 20, 20 became 30, then 40, pressure began to build in his head as that number quickly doubled. By the time the last student walked in, Izuku's head was already beginning to hurt and he barely registered the proctor announcing the start of the exam. Exhausted and sore, Izuku dragged his feet as he walked through the front door. Kicking off his shoes, he made his way to the living room where he was greeted by Himiko lounging in one of their armchairs, casually sipping blood from a sippy straw. "So, how'd it go?" she asked. In response, Izuku dramatically flopped face first onto the double-seater couch and mumbled incoherently into the cushions. "That good, huh?" The cushions muffled Izuku's frustrated groan as he remembered how poorly he'd done during the physical test. Constantly tripping over himself and losing concentration, he had struggled against the emotions that were smothering him from every direction and Izuku very much doubted that he'd passed. At least he'd managed to confirm his theory. After showering and putting on a clean set of clothes, Izuku retreated to his room and began searching through his aura notebooks for some answers. It took literal hours of frustratingly scouring through his notes to come up with an answer and Izuku honestly felt a little stupid for not figuring it out sooner. The amount of applicants per exam had increased each time, which correlated with his increased struggle to block out their emotions, but those were hardly the biggest crowds he'd ever dealt with. The library, hero fights, hell, just walking in public. He'd definitely been capable of shielding himself from larger crowds before, so what had changed? Nothing. It wasn't that his powers had gotten stronger or that his mental shields had gotten weaker, he'd just simply never experienced that many people feeling the same emotion at the same time before. Unfortunately, nothing in the chapters he'd copied down into his notebooks held any insight or helpful advice as to how he was supposed to stop being affected by this. How was he supposed to be a hero if he got overwhelmed by a crowd's collective emotions like this? Would he just end up having a panic attack if he showed up to a disaster zone? He'd be completely useless if he couldn't keep himself from succumbing to the panic of any civilians caught up in a villain attack. A knock on his door pulled Izuku out of his thoughts and he sensed his mother's presence on the other side. "Come in," he called out. "Hey sweetie," his mum greeted him as she stepped through the doorway. "How did the exam go?" she asked. "Himiko said something, didn't she?" he guessed, feeling the sympathy his mother was unsuccessfully trying to hide from him. There was a hint of mirth in the smile his mother gave him as she explained that Himiko had said he was being super dramatic when he got home, and Izuku in turn explained what he'd discovered over the course of the 3 exams he'd already participated in. "Well, there's not much I can do to help you with your aura," she admitted, her brow furrowed thoughtfully, "but maybe this will make your day a little better," she added as pulled out a letter and handed it to him. "Was this?" It was. The letter was from Tadashi Academy. "Am I allowed to stay? Or do you want to open it on your own?" Izuku decided to open it on his own and his mum respected his wishes, closing the door behind her as she left. If it was a rejection letter, then he wanted to be alone to process the end of his dream. Considering how things with his aura abilities currently were, if he hadn't passed Tadashi Academy's exam, then he could pretty much kiss his dream goodbye. With shaky hands, Izuku carefully opened the top of the envelope and pulled out the letter that would decide his future. Midoriya Izuku. We wish to congratulate you on your passing score of 100% on our written exam. You were one of only 3 other students to get full marks. Well done. In regards to the physical portion of our exam, you received rather glowing remarks from the instructors who examined you. They said you showed great promise as a hero and your answers to the questions we gave you were very insightful. With all that said, I would like to formally welcome you to our hero course. Attached to this letter is a list of school supplies you will need alongside our school email. Please send an email confirming whether or not you will be accepting your place here by March 10th, and I hope to see you with us at the beginning of the school year. Principal Sugimori. Tadashi Academy. With all that said, I would like to formally welcome you to our hero course. Izuku stared at the letter, unable to fully process the words as he read them over and over again. I got in? I got in, he uttered in awe as it finally began to sink in. A brilliant smile stretched across his face as he grabbed the letter and ran out into the living room. Mum, I got in, I'm gonna be a hero. Holding his acceptance letter the next morning was such a surreal feeling. All these years of training, of planning, and he could finally hold his dream in the palms of his hands. This was why he'd applied to so many exams, why he hadn't just tried to get into UA without having a backup plan. Now, even if the worst happened and he failed the UA entrance exam, he could still achieve his dream. Naturally, as soon as his aunt and uncle heard the good news, they came over to congratulate him. Aunt Mitsuki was quick to crush him into a big hug as soon as she got through the door, and Uncle Masaru waved at him with an amused smile as he followed his wife inside. "You're suffocating him, Mitsuki." Mitsuki scoffed, "Oh please, I'm not suffocating him," but she did let him go and ruffled his hair as she grinned at him. "Knew you'd pass, kid." His uncle hugged him next. "Congratulations, Izuku." "Thanks, guys." Izuku smiled. "And since you passed an exam, we can finally start working on my hero suit." Izuku interrupted Mitsuki with an excited grin. After all the craziness of the last few months, he'd almost forgotten about it. "That's right." Mitsuki nodded with a toothy smile. "Now go get your notes, brat, we're gonna finalize that design today." Izuku had mostly settled on the overall design, but now it was up to his aunt and uncle to make sure it would become a functional hero suit. They spent most of the day making minor tweaks and adjustments, the only major change being the removal of the cape he'd wanted, but All Might wears a cape. And All Might can leap over tall buildings in a single jump and knock out his opponents with one punch. Can you do that with your fancy new quirk? No. Then no cape, it'll just get in the way. At one point Mitsuki had noticed Himiko taking notes off to the side, working on her own hero suit design, and had offered to take a look. By the end of the afternoon, Izuku's hero suit design was finalized and Himiko was well on her way to having a solid design of her own. Now that Izuku had secured his place in a hero course, there was less urgency for him to pass all the exams he'd signed up for. The only one left that really mattered to him was UA's, and, after how overwhelmed he'd been during the last two exams, he knew that if he wanted to pass he'd have to use the other exams to practice. With a small break between exams over the weekend, Izuku took the opportunity to head out to the library. If there was anything that could help him get his abilities under control, it would be in the Aura Guidebook. Nothing in the initial chapters was particularly helpful, he'd memorized everything in them years ago, but he knew there were more advanced techniques in the later chapters, and so Izuku carefully read through them until he came across some promising pages in the second half of the book. The pages that caught his eye were actually ones he'd seen before, but he'd only skimmed them initially because he'd been more interested in the pictures that were scattered across the pages of this chapter. Black and white drawings that had yellowed over time, showing both men and women wearing medieval-looking clothes and armor, all wielding Aura Guardians. There were mentions of them in previous chapters, users of Aura. That helped people with their gifts much like the first superheroes had, anonymously and without asking for anything in return. But these pages were filled with more than just old drawings and scattered mentions. Aura Guardians, users of Aura who chose to use their gifts to protect, to heal, and to fight. Some worked for kings and queens as knights, while others traveled around the world and helped where they were needed. While there aren't that many Aura Guardians left, there are still many accounts of their battles and past heroics, as well as the techniques they used in battle. In my endeavor to write this book, I've gathered as many accounts and old journals of Aura Guardians that I could in order to preserve their wisdom for future generations. The rest of the pages were filled with quotes and journal excerpts from these Aura Guardians. Some were accounts of various people they'd helped and others were about techniques they had used to better control their aura abilities, but the one Izuku was most interested in was a journal entry written by one of the author's ancestors. When in the midst of a large battle, I have a much more difficult time keeping myself calm with all the emotions that rage around me. I found that, instead of trying to block them all out, it is easier to focus on one emotion above all the others and then the rest become muted, much like noise far off in the distance. This quote comes from a journal written by my ancestor in 1087 AD, and I found the technique to be quite effective myself. Focus on just one emotion, huh? Was it meant to be one of his emotions? Or someone else's? The quote didn't say and the author hadn't elaborated. Maybe they didn't specify because both were viable options? Well, there was only one way to find out. Unfortunately, over the course of the next few weeks, Izuku was met with failure after failure. Even though he felt like he was making progress with his empathic abilities, each exam he attended seemed to have more applicants than the last, and it was like being back at square one. The rejection letters were hard to read. Most of them were the same. He did anywhere from okay to great on the physical portion, however his scores on the written exam were too low to pass as a whole. With every rejection, Izuku reread his acceptance letter to Tadashi Academy to remind himself that he had at least gotten into one hero course, that this training wasn't all for nothing. It might not be making much of a difference at the moment, but it would help in the long run. It had to. But with only 3 exams left, Izuku was beginning to lose hope that he'd be able to get his abilities under control in time. Ketsubutsu's entrance exam wasn't as huge as Shiketsu or UA's were known to be, but it was still the largest exam he'd been to so far. Despite getting some more practice in the day before with some smaller crowds at a nearby shopping center, it still felt like he was being smothered by everyone's emotions. He couldn't even decipher his own emotions amongst the chaos of everyone else's. By the time the written exam had begun, Izuku's breath was coming out in harsh gasps, earning him some concerned side-eyed glances from his neighboring examinees. "Come on Izuku, you can do this," he thought to himself as he tried to even out his breathing. Anxiety, nervousness, and fear of failure were all combining into one giant wave that kept washing over him, trying to drown him, but if he could just latch onto a positive, or at least a neutral, emotion, then he might be able to block out the negative ones. It was hard to tell how long he sat there with his eyes closed, just breathing, focusing on the feelings surrounding him, before he finally felt something break through the chaos. Like ripples of light amongst a sea of darkness, several different emotions began to surface: boredom, excitement, calmness, confidence. Izuku couldn't quite pinpoint who the confidence was coming from, but all the same, he latched onto the emotion and focused on it, letting it surround him until all the other emotions began to fade away, like background noise. And when Izuku opened his eyes, he could finally breathe. The exam may have ended only minutes later, but Izuku couldn't count this as a failure. This was huge progress. Only 2 days later and it was the morning of Shiketsu's exam, most of which Izuku spent trying to wake Himiko up. When nothing else seemed to be able to get her up, he ended up having to physically drag her out of her bed. They both needed to be on the train by 6:30 a.m. and getting Himiko to the station on time was going to require a little force. After carrying her into the bathroom, his mother took over and a scream soon sounded from behind the closed door as Himiko yelled, "That's so cold." Izuku couldn't help but chuckle when Inko emerged from the bathroom moments later and gave him a thumbs up. The two of them worked on breakfast together while Himiko showered, and they had just sat down at the table when a vengeful Himiko entered the room, glaring at the both of them. "Oh good, you're awake," Izuku said as he ate a mouthful of rice. "Screw you." Himiko groaned as she sat down. "Well, you're the one that told us to make sure you woke up in time for the exam," Inko reminded her. "Yeah, by shaking me awake or something, not a cold shower," Himiko grumbled as she picked up her chopsticks. "We did try that," Izuku told her. "You just wouldn't wake up," his mother added with a poorly concealed chuckle. The irate girl huffed dramatically in response. Himiko had grumbled all throughout breakfast and Izuku couldn't help feeling a little bit guilty, but it was hard to argue with the result. The two of them were able to get out the door by 6:10 and made it to the train station with 5 minutes to spare. It was a long train ride to Shiketsu's campus and Izuku decided to use that time to practice. If he could focus his emotions before the exam, then he might just be able to pass. Last time he'd managed to focus on one of the other students' emotions, but this time he wanted to see if he could focus on one of his own emotions and use it to drown out the rest. Theoretically it should work, he muttered to himself as he closed his eyes and shifted in his seat to get more comfortable. The part of the train they were on was pretty crowded, mostly adults on their morning commutes with a few scattered students that were probably heading to Shiketsu as well given that it was still so early, but that was just what Izuku needed. Thankfully, the most prominent emotions he felt washing over him from the early commuters were exhaustion and grogginess, something that was much easier for him to ignore than anxiety. But, try as he might, he just couldn't seem to achieve the result he wanted. It hadn't been too hard to identify what his own emotions were once he was able to identify which emotions felt foreign to him, but he couldn't figure out how to tune them out the way he had at Ketsubutsu. By the time they'd reached their stop, Izuku had made no progress. Did this mean focusing on his own emotions wouldn't work? Well, even if that was the case, he'd only tried once. If he really wanted to know for sure if it was possible or not, then he'd have to keep trying until he was certain, but he'd have to shelve practicing this for another time. Maybe. "Izuku, come on, don't make us late after getting us here so early," Himiko called out from several meters ahead of him. "All right, I'm coming." From the moment they'd stepped onto Shiketsu's campus, Izuku had spaced out and Himiko had been forced to guide him through the sea of students to keep him from walking into anyone. She knew his quirk had been giving him some trouble lately, had even gone with him a few times when he went to practice at the local shopping centers, but she'd never seen him this bad before. Even once they'd sat down at their assigned desks for the exam, Izuku remained checked out, staring blankly at the papers laid out in front of him. It was hard to stay mad at him when he looked so out of it. Was he going to be okay? Last night he'd told her not to worry about him if his quirk acted up and to just focus on finishing her exam, but still. Unfortunately, the proctor announced the start of the exam and Himiko knew she'd missed her chance to ask Izuku if he was all right. If they were caught talking now, then they'd both be in trouble. As Himiko worked her way through the questions, she kept glancing at Izuku, hoping he'd start moving, but he just continued to stare at his desk, not even blinking. It wasn't until about halfway through the exam that she finally saw him move out of the corner of her eye, and she found herself breathing a sigh of relief when he began working on his test. And with Izuku no longer distracting her, Himiko was able to focus more easily on her own test. The first section of questions had been relatively simple to answer thanks to all of Izuku's tutoring, however, the second half wasn't as easy. While Izuku seemed to be speeding through the questions with ease, Himiko's pace had slowed significantly as she had to really think about the questions and kept second-guessing her answers. And some of them were just frustrating. Why did they need her to explain how she got her answers? There was no real thinking involved with some of her answers, she just knew. But unfortunately, just writing, "I read the question and the answer immediately popped into my head," wasn't a valid response. Trying to remember the formulas and techniques she'd need to use to explain her answers was so annoying she wanted to pull her hair out, but somehow she managed to get them written down and finished the exam with only minutes to spare. The smart thing to do would have been to double-check her answers, but Himiko just didn't have the will. Mentally drained and in desperate need of a nap, she didn't want to start freaking out over whether her answers were correct or not. They either were or they weren't, and she'd find out when the school sent out their acceptance or rejection letters in 5 days. Izuku, on the other hand, had used every last second they were given, his pencil rapidly flying across the pages until he was forced to stop when the examiner called time. "How do you think you did?" she whispered to him as he packed away his stuff. Izuku groaned as he stretched his arms and back. "Don't know. I managed to answer all the questions, but I didn't have enough time to go back and double-check my answers." "Wait, seriously?" Himiko blanched. "You literally didn't start until halfway through," she yelled. How had he gotten through the whole DMN test with half the time she'd had? "I probably got a lot of the questions wrong though. I doubt I got enough correct answers to pass," Izuku told her. Himiko frowned as she followed him out of the exam hall. Hopefully that wasn't true, she really wanted to be able to go to the same school as him. After all, what were the odds of her being able to make any friends in the hero course when everyone would know what her quirk is? For the physical portion, the students were split up into groups of. Thankfully, Himiko had ended up in the same group as Izuku, and she stuck close to him as their group was led onto a field where an obstacle course was set up. Their group was further split up as they were told they'd be running through the obstacle course in groups of 8, and Izuku's group ended up going first. The rules were pretty simple. Get through the course by any means. Quirks allowed. No going outside the boundaries. No sabotaging the other students. There was a guy with a wind quirk that blew past Izuku by flying over the obstacles, but Izuku still managed to keep a good pace throughout, earning second place quite comfortably. Himiko watched the other 3 groups go before hers and tried to figure out how she was going to do this. Her body was built for speed and stealth, but there were a couple of strength-based obstacles that would slow her down. Unless. "Izuku," she whispered and nudged him with her shoulder. Yeah," he replied as he tore his eyes away from the group currently running the obstacle course. "Could I borrow some blood? I mean, you can't really borrow it since you can't give it back afterwards." "Izuku." "Sorry," he chuckled sheepishly as he pulled down the collar of his shirt and tilted his head to the side. "Go ahead." Himiko smiled gratefully and pulled him into a hug so that none of the other students would see her fangs pierce his neck. She didn't take much, just a few sips, and then she was done. "Thank you." Izuku smiled in return as he placed a glowing palm to his neck and healed the 2 puncture wounds. "No problem." No problem, as if it really wasn't a big deal. It still amazed her how freely he offered up his blood to her, and all she had to do was ask. Would her former friends have done the same thing if she'd been allowed to be honest about her quirk from the start? If they hadn't found out the way they did? The examiner called for her group, bringing Himiko back to the present, and she went to join the others at the starting line. The sound of a pistol going off signaled the start of the race, and Himiko sprinted into action, bobbing and weaving through the various obstacles as her cat-like movements allowed her to clear them with ease. When Himiko reached the first test of strength, she used her quirk to transform into Izuku, his strong upper body more than up to the task of lifting its own weight as she grabbed each hanging grip and began making her way across the gap. Behind her, Himiko could hear splashing sounds as some of her competition fell into the water below. With a rush of confidence, she continued to change forms as needed, using her speed and Izuku's strength to her advantage, until she eventually crossed the finish line and soon realized that nobody had been in front of her. First place. On the other side of the obstacle course, Himiko saw Izuku giving her a thumbs up and she waved back at him, her face stretching into a toothy grin. It was a long train ride back to Muzutafu, and the sun was just beginning to set when the 2 exhausted and hungry teenagers stumbled into their apartment building, where they were greeted by a strange sight. The front door of the Midoriya's former apartment was propped open with a doorstop, and inside they could see strangers, covered in fresh paint, cleaning up their tools and supplies. What was going on? Upon entering their apartment, the two of them found Inko in the kitchen cooking dinner, and Izuku asked her if she knew what was going on across the hall. "Oh yes, Mitsuki's getting the old apartment ready so she can rent it out," his mother answered as she began chopping some vegetables. "So, we're getting new neighbors?" Izuku asked curiously. "Well, probably not for a little while at least. She's still got to make sure it passes an inspection, and then someone has to actually want to rent from her," she explained. Oh. It shouldn't have been much of a surprise really. Izuku had known the apartment couldn't stay empty forever, but it was definitely strange to think that someone other than the Bakugas might be living across from them within a few months. February 26th. The day of UA's heroics exam had finally arrived, and Izuku's body just wouldn't stop vibrating with nervous energy. He had gone on his morning run in the hopes that it would help him calm down, but all that had accomplished was giving him a dose of adrenaline to go with his anxiety. Meanwhile, Himiko was able to get herself out of bed about half an hour before they needed to leave and rushed through her morning routine to get out the door on time, but at least they hadn't needed to resort to the cold shower again. It was only a short train ride before Izuku and Himiko found themselves standing outside the most prestigious hero school in all of Japan. This was it. If he failed this exam, then there'd be no do-over. Well, technically it was possible to get into UA's hero course through their sports festival or through an apprenticeship, but Izuku knew he would be an idiot if he turned down his guaranteed place in Tadashi's hero course just for a small chance at getting into UA's. Walking through the infamous UA gate was such a surreal feeling, it didn't even feel real, but it was. Whether he got in or not, he could still say he'd stood where All Might and many other great heroes had stood when they were just students. Thankfully, the other students were just as excited as him, which made it a little easier for him to deal with their collective emotions. He may have been overdosing on excitement, but that was certainly better than being crippled by anxiety. The two of them walked side by side in order to avoid being separated within the crowd of students surrounding them as they took in the sheer enormity of the campus. Unfortunately, between being in awe of UA and the many people moving around them, it was only a matter of time before one of them tripped over their own feet. Thankfully, Himiko managed to catch Izuku as he stumbled and prevented him from eating concrete. When the two of them finally made it to the main entrance, they didn't exactly know where to go. They must have spent a good couple of minutes trying to find any sort of directions when they were approached by, "You're the pro hero ectoplasm!" Izuku exclaimed excitedly, bouncing on the heels of his shoes. "Yes, I am, and I'm here to direct you students to the right exam site," he explained. "Please tell me your names and the course you're applying for," he told them. They both stated their names as well as the fact that they were applying to the hero course, and he began typing on a tablet he'd pulled out from his cloak. "Ah, yes, Toga Himiko, you're in testing room A. If you go down the main hallway, there's plenty of signs that'll point you in the right direction," he explained as he pointed her towards where she'd need to go. Did that mean they were in separate testing sites? "What about Izuku?" Himiko asked. "Our system flagged your quirk as a sensory quirk, is that correct?" Ectoplasm asked Izuku. Yes. Is that a problem? Oh God, was he in trouble? Did they suspect that he'd lied about his quirk? In response, the pro hero split in two. No problem at all, we just have a special testing site for sensory quirks so you're not overwhelmed by all the other students during the exam, he explained. Just follow my clone and he'll take you to exam room S. Wait, really? Izuku breathed a sigh of relief. A special testing site? Did that mean he actually had a chance of passing this exam after all? Before parting ways, Himiko pulled Izuku into a hug. Good luck. You too. Izuku nodded as he pulled away. They went in opposite directions as Himiko headed to testing room A and Izuku followed the clone towards his exam room, feeling much more confident about his chances of getting into UA. Exam room S ended up being a fair walk from the entrance, which gave Izuku plenty of time to look around and marvel at the fact that he was walking through the halls of UA. All Might walked these very halls when he was Izuku's age. So did Endeavor and Present Mike and Eraserhead. It also gave him time to ask the ectoplasm clone some burning questions he had about the Phantom Hero's quirk. By the time they made it to exam room S, Izuku had a brand new autograph in his hero notebook and some answers to the theories he had regarding ectoplasm's clones and how they worked. The room itself was huge, easily capable of holding more than 300 students, however there were less than 36 students spread out several meters apart across the many desks. As Izuku made his way towards his assigned seat, he observed the other students and wondered about their quirks. Some of the students' quirks were easy to guess, like the girl with earphone jacks coming out of her earlobes and the guy with big ears. Clearly they had quirks that enhanced their hearing. However, there was also a guy with 6 arms and a girl who looked rather plain. Obviously if they were in this room then they had to have sensory quirks, but he couldn't tell what kind of sensory quirks they might have. When the exam finally started, Izuku didn't have any trouble tuning out the other students. It was so easy it almost felt like cheating. All this training and preparation in order to handle hundreds of students' emotions at once, and he ended up in a room with fewer students than Tadashi's exam? He wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth though. The exam itself, however, was anything but easy. After skimming through the booklet he'd been given, Izuku decided to go ahead and answer the easier questions first before going back to tackle the harder ones. If he didn't finish the test then it wasn't an automatic fail, it just meant that whatever questions he didn't answer wouldn't give him any marks, so if he got through the questions he definitely knew the answers to, then getting stuck on the harder ones wouldn't hurt his chances as badly. There were actually some pretty interesting questions that he wished he could spend more time on, like the ones on quirk theory and quirk analysis. Maybe he could go back and add more details towards the end of the exam if he had some time to spare? But unfortunately, by the time he'd gotten through the other questions and double-checked his answers, he was only able to add a few more paragraphs to the quirk analysis questions before Ectoplasm called out for everyone to put their pencils down. At least he'd been able to answer every single question without having to rush through them, which was much better than his performance at Shiketsu. Ectoplasm went around collecting the tests and left a small packet on each of their desks. Inside was a printout depicting 4 figures and a card that listed their exam site. "Alright, listen up," Ectoplasm called out, and the pro hero went on to explain the rules of the practical exam. "Robots, huh? How am I supposed to beat robots?" Himiko wondered as Present Mike explained the rules for the practical exam. Using her quirk wouldn't help much since the only blood she could use to transform was Izuku's, and neither of them were strong enough to destroy robots with their bare hands. Maybe they had a weak point she could aim for? Towards the end of the explanation, some blue-haired guy sitting a few rows in front of her interrupted the pro hero to lecture him about not mentioning the 4th robot on their handouts. How annoying, she thought to herself. Present Mike hadn't even finished talking, yet this guy couldn't even wait until the end to see if the 4th robot got mentioned or not. To the pro's credit, he didn't get angry, he just laughed off the stupid question and answered it. The 4th robot was called the Zero Pointer, a giant robot worth 0 points. Once the rules had all been laid out for them, Present Mike instructed all the students to head outside and board their assigned buses which would take them to their exam sites. While Himiko followed a floating tracksuit onto bus D, she spotted Izuku making his way onto bus B. It was probably for the best that they weren't going to be in the same arena though. It'd be pretty confusing for the judges if she turned into Izuku and they were both running around in the same group. 10 minutes to destroy or immobilize as many robots as possible without knowing where the robots would be or how many points were needed to pass. That was definitely a harder goal than the other exams. With so many students and with how spread out they were, it would be impossible to know who was in the lead and where the cutoff line was. The only real option was to destroy as many robots as possible until time ran out, which would be easier said than done. As Izuku stepped off the bus, he let a small amount of aura pour into his senses and prepared to start running. He may not be able to sense where the robots would be, but using aura to enhance his hearing would make it easier to hear when he got close to one. The moment the gate opened, Izuku sprinted forward, which prompted the rest of his group to start running as well. Finding a robot wasn't actually that hard, but actually getting to it before one of the other students? Everywhere he looked, Izuku saw robots being destroyed before he even had a chance of reaching them. Even as Izuku finally managed to reach a one-pointer that hadn't been attacked yet, a laser shot through it, causing it to fall to the ground in a smoking heap. The laser's owner winked at him. "We seem to make a good team, no? Too bad we won't be seeing each other again," he said before running away. There was no time to mourn the lost point though, he had to keep moving. The sound of crunching metal could be heard from all around him as the more powerful students destroyed robots left and right. But Izuku was nothing if not resourceful as he scooped up a medium-length pipe-like piece of metal from one of the wrecked robots. There was still about 8 minutes left in the exam, 4 out of his 5 bracelets were still charged with aura, and now he had a weapon. It was time to put everything he'd learned into practice. Infusing his legs with aura, Izuku rushed forward with a burst of speed and took the head off of a nearby 2-pointer with a well-aimed kick. A 3-pointer came after Izuku next, targeting him with its lasers, but he managed to dodge them and stabbed its head with his makeshift weapon. Izuku managed to destroy 3 more robots in a similar fashion before running towards another group of robots that he could hear close by. The robots began to blur together as time went on, and Izuku soon lost count of exactly how many he'd destroyed along with what their point values were. He was so focused on getting to the next robot and keeping track of his aura reserves that he simply gave up counting. Several of the other students nearby clearly hadn't stopped counting though, as they called out their scores each time they destroyed a robot. How much time did he have left? Izuku might not know the exact amount of points he'd accumulated, but some of these students were calling out scores of 30 to 40 points and he didn't know if his score was high enough or not. With 3 of his bracelets already depleted, Izuku knew he'd have to be smart with his remaining reserves, but he would make it work. However, before Izuku could take another step, the ground beneath him began quaking. What is that? Nedzu giggled with delight at the chaos as the students began running in terror from his 0-pointers. It was always fun to see how the examinees reacted to such an overwhelming threat. I think we might have a problem. Namiri pointed towards one of the screens for testing Site B. It showed a girl trapped beneath some rubble, unable to free herself, with the 0-pointer heading right towards her. Well, that certainly wasn't good. Sheet, someone radio Yamada and tell him to shut it down. I don't think that'll be necessary, Nedzu told them as the camera picked up someone moving towards the massive robot instead of away from it. Interesting. Running towards the trapped girl was hardly a choice. Izuku felt his feet move before he even had a chance to think of a plan. Everyone else was running in the opposite direction. Nobody else seemed to have noticed the girl calling out for help. He thought about calling out to one of them for help, but the 0-pointer was fast approaching and Izuku didn't think he had time to explain the situation. She was going to be crushed if he didn't do something now. Hey, I'm gonna lift this off of you, can you move? He asked hurriedly once he'd reached her. The girl nodded weakly, looking like she was going to be sick, but braced her arms against the ground anyway as she waited for him to move the slab of concrete on top of her. It drained his remaining aura bracelet, but Izuku was able to lift the piece of rubble off of her and began helping her to her feet. However, she flinched when her left foot touched the ground. My ankle, she groaned painfully. The ground around them darkened as the shadow of the 0-pointer loomed over them. Right, okay, sorry about this, Izuku apologized as he unceremoniously picked the girl up and began running as fast as his legs would carry him. The girl yelped in pain as the sudden movement jostled her injured foot, but he couldn't afford to stop as the 0-pointer was closing in on them. And that's the end of the exam. Present Mick's voice sounded out across the area. The sound of rumbling behind them stopped and Izuku turned around to see that the 0-pointer had frozen in place, its foot raised right above their heads to take a step but no longer moving forward. Holy crap, that was so close. I think you can put me down now. Izuku felt his face burn red as he realized he was still holding the girl in his arms and gently lowered her to the ground. Sorry, are you okay? How's your ankle? It's been better, she chuckled awkwardly. Bending down to inspect the damage, Izuku noted that it was very red and scraped up, but it didn't look broken, sprained at worst. I think I can heal this for you if you'd like, he offered. The girl blinked in surprise. You have a healing quirk? I thought for sure you had some kind of strength quirk. My quirk is kinda complicated. He laughed sheepishly. So, what's your name, hero? Mine's Uraraka Ochako, she asked after giving him the go-ahead to heal her. Oh, my name's Midoriya Izuku, he replied as he sat down next to her and began pulling his aura into her injured ankle. Nice to meet you, oh whoa, that's awesome, it's already feeling better. Uraraka exclaimed and prodded at her ankle curiously once Izuku was finished. Do you have a healing quirk, young man? Izuku jumped in surprise as a familiar-looking older woman knelt down next to Uraraka and started to inspect her ankle. Oh my gosh, you're recovery girl. Yes I am, dear. Now answer my question if you will. Yes, I healed her, Izuku confirmed. Was I not supposed to? Don't be silly, I was just surprised, it's rare to see healing quirks after all, she commented as she pressed down on Uraraka's ankle. Does that hurt, dear? Uraraka shook her head. No, it feels fine. Alright then, help her up and let's try putting some weight on it, the youthful heroine instructed. Helping Uraraka to her feet, Izuku watched with a small amount of pride as her previously injured foot made contact with the ground and she didn't show any signs of pain. She tentatively put her full weight onto the foot and did some light stomps with it, grinning as it clearly didn't hurt her. It looks like you did a good job healing her, recovery girl noted. Now, both of you take some gummies and I'll be on to the next patient. The two of them accepted the gummies as recovery girl placed them in their hands and then watched in silence as she walked away without another word. So, Uraraka awkwardly broke the silence. What is your quirk? Any students that weren't seriously injured were quickly herded back on the bus that had brought them to the fake city and, as they were being driven back to UA, Izuku went over the basics of his quirk with Uraraka and in turn she shared what her quirk was, a gravity negation quirk? That's so cool. The two of them stepped off the bus together and began following the sea of students heading for the exit while Izuku peppered Uraraka with questions about her quirk. Can you control how much lighter you make things? Like making something 50% lighter? Or is it all or nothing? Oh. If you use your quirk on something, is there a limit to how far it can float away or will it just keep floating until it leaves the atmosphere? He rambled excitedly. Whoa, slow down, she let out a sheepish laugh. Do you always talk that fast? Izuku felt his face flush with embarrassment. Sorry, I just really like quirks and yours is so cool. Oh, Uraraka blinked. Thanks? Your quirk's super cool too. She smiled somewhat awkwardly. They passed through the UA gate at that moment and Izuku immediately began trying to locate Himiko, but he couldn't spot her distinctive messy hair within the crowd. He tried to sense her aura too, but she must have been out of his range. Why'd you stop? Are you waiting for someone? Uraraka asked when she noticed he was no longer walking beside her. Yeah, I'm waiting for my friend, we're supposed to head home together, he explained, fumbling over how to explain his relationship with Himiko and settling on friend. No need to dump an explanation of their complicated situation on a random stranger. Okay, well, I've gotta catch my train, so nice meeting you. I hope we both get into UA. She waved goodbye. Yeah, it was nice meeting you too. He waved back as she began walking away. It wasn't long before Himiko found Izuku just outside the UA gate, sporting a few scratches and looking a little out of breath, but otherwise no worse for wear. The two of them then made their way home, chattering about how their physical exams went the whole way and wondering if they'd both managed to pass or not. The wait for their UA letters was an excruciating one, not helped by the fact that they both received their Shiketsu letters the day after UA's exam. Unsurprisingly, Izuku's letter was a rejection one. He'd scored high enough to pass the physical, but he'd been just a few correct answers short of passing the written, which honestly stung. He'd gotten so close, only to fail. Himiko had managed to pass though, much to her shock and surprise. There were several moments of silence until Inko had swept her up into a hug, congratulating her, and Himiko, face stretched into a huge grin at the praise while tears began to stream down her cheeks. Her parents were wrong. I'm not a villain. I'm gonna be a hero. Both Izuku and Himiko stalked their mailbox on the 7th day after UA's exam, anxiously awaiting the arrival of their letters, and practically attacked the mailman when he finally stopped at their apartment complex. It was with a mixture of excitement and nervousness that they sat in the living room with their letters in front of them, debating who should open theirs first. In the end, they decided to flip a coin and Himiko was the one to open her letter first. She ripped the letter open and a small disc clattered onto the coffee table. Did they send us a bomb? I don't think it's a bomb dash. Suddenly, the small disc began glowing as it projected the image of a well-known hero above it. That's Vlad King. Himiko whispered excitedly, gripping onto Izuku's arm. You got 78% on the written exam and 40 points on the heroics exam, which was just enough to pass, the blood hero recited professionally before smiling. Congratulations Toga Himiko, I'm so glad another blood quirk user has chosen to pursue heroics. I look forward to seeing you at UA. The clip of the pro hero then switched to a scoreboard with Himiko's name highlighted, showing her that she placed 30th overall. You got in. Yeah, I hope I'm in Vlad King's class, Himiko trailed off as she stared at the scoreboard. What is it? Do you see my name on the scoreboard? He asked, scanning the names around hers. Yep, right there. Following the point of her finger, Izuku's eyes widened in shock when he saw where his name was on the list. Second place? And you were worried you hadn't passed. Himiko gave him a teasing grin. We don't know that for sure, I mean, what if I didn't pass the written test? With a scoff and a roll of her eyes, Himiko grabbed his letter and handed it to him. Only one way to find out. She was right, of course. Hesitantly, Izuku peeled open his letter, took out the little disc inside and placed it on the coffee table. Immediately it came to life, but it wasn't Vlad King's face that appeared in the projection. Recovery girl? Hello Midoriya Izuku. I'm pleased to tell you that you passed the exam. 94% on the written test and 70 points for the heroics exam. Congratulations. I got in. Told you so, Himiko muttered softly. And in light of you getting into UA, I would like to take you on as my apprentice. Huh.
Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.